Eastern Mysticism Unveiled. By Phil Rocko Williams. Introduction. The river and the roots. Every tradition of mysticism that survives into the present day survives because someone, somewhere, decided it was worth writing down, worth passing to a student, worth carrying across a mountain range or a stretch of ocean. What we call Eastern mysticism today is not a single teaching. It is the accumulated residue of thousands of years of human beings testing the boundaries of the body, the mind, and whatever lies beyond both, in dozens of cultures that rarely knew of each other's existence when they began. This book exists to trace that residue back to its sources, and to follow it forward as it moved, merged, fractured, and resurfaced in the forms we recognize today. Qigong, Reiki, Yoga, Tantra, and the dozen lesser-known systems that fed into them. The approach taken here is what I call the reality scientist's approach. It does not mean skepticism for its own sake, and it does not mean credulity either. It means treating every tradition, claim, and lineage the way a careful investigator treats a body of evidence. With respect for what has survived, honesty about what cannot be verified, and a refusal to either dismiss or embellish. Where a practice has a documented history, that history will be given. Where a practice's origins are genuinely disputed among historians, that dispute will be named rather than resolved by assertion. Where a tradition itself claims an origin that predates written record, whether that is a Chinese legend about a wandering monk or an Indian claim of Vedic revelation, that claim will be presented as the tradition understands it, clearly marked as belief rather than established fact. This is not an attempt to flatten mysticism into materialism. It is an attempt to hand the reader something sturdier than either blind faith or blanket dismissal. A clear picture of where these ideas actually came from, so that each reader can decide, with real information in hand, which of these paths might be worth walking. This matters because nearly everyone who develops a serious interest in energy work, in meditation, in the subtle body, or in any of the practices this book will cover, eventually asks the same question. Where did this actually come from? Is this ancient wisdom, or is it a modern invention wearing an ancient costume? The honest answer, again and again throughout this book, is that it is usually both. A seed of genuinely ancient practice, refined and reshaped by generation after generation, then very often reorganized, rebranded, or reinvented within the last 150 years to survive contact with modernity, colonialism, war, and a global marketplace hungry for spiritual answers. Knowing which parts are old and which parts are new does not diminish a practice. It deepens the relationship a practitioner can have with it, because it replaces vague reverence with actual understanding. The central thesis of this book is that Eastern mysticism is best understood not as a set of separate traditions sitting side by side, but as a river system. 3 ancient headwaters rise independently in India, China, and Japan, each developing its own shamanic and ritual technologies for working with unseen forces long before those cultures had any sustained contact with one another. Over the following centuries, primarily carried by the spread of Buddhism along the trade routes of Asia, these headwaters begin to merge, cross-pollinate, and reshape each other. Ideas born in India resurface, transformed, in Tibet, in China, and eventually in Japan. Practices that began as shamanic trance work become systematized into philosophy. Philosophy becomes ritual. Ritual becomes, centuries later, a wellness practice taught in a gym or a hospital. Tracing this river from its headwaters to its modern mouth is the task of this book. It is worth being direct about the word this book uses deliberately and without apology: sorcery. Many contemporary treatments of these traditions, particularly those aimed at Western wellness audiences, sand down anything that sounds like magic, replacing it with clinical language about relaxation, stress reduction, or mindfulness. There is nothing wrong with those benefits, and this book will not dismiss the real, measurable effects that meditation, breathwork, and movement practices can have on the human nervous system. But the traditions this book covers did not begin as stress management techniques. They began as attempts to work directly with forces their practitioners believed were real: spirits, unseen energies, cosmic principles, the power to heal or to harm at a distance. Taoist priests who wrote talismans believed those talismans carried actual power. Vedic priests who recited mantras against enemies believed those mantras could genuinely cause harm. Tantric practitioners who visualized themselves as deities believed that visualization, sustained with sufficient discipline, could reshape reality itself. Calling this sorcery is not sensationalism. It is simply calling the thing what the people who practiced it called it: in their own words, before the modern wellness industry decided the word was bad for marketing. This book is organized in 6 parts, each one a leg of the river's journey. Part 1 establishes the ancient roots, the earliest, most independently developed strands of mystical practice in Vedic India, in the shamanic traditions of ancient China, and in the native purification practices of pre-Buddhist Japan. Part 2 covers the great systemization, the moment when raw shamanic and ritual practice in both India and China began to be organized into coherent philosophical and methodological systems, producing classical yoga and classical Taoism. Part 3, the longest section of the book, covers the Great Merging, the spread of Buddhism out of India and into China, Tibet, and Japan, and the extraordinary transformations that occurred every time it encountered a native tradition already rooted in that soil. This is where Chan Buddhism and Taoist internal alchemy emerge in China, where Vajrayana emerges in Tibet through Buddhism's fusion with the native Bon religion, and where Shugendō and Inmyoto emerge in Japan through Buddhism's fusion with Shinto. Part 4 turns to consolidation and modern codification, a section that will likely surprise readers who assume that everything in this book is ancient. Here we will see that Qigong, as a unified word and practice, is largely a mid-20th century Chinese invention, assembled by the state out of centuries of scattered practice. We will see that Reiki, far from being an ancient lineage, was synthesized by a single Japanese man, Mikao Usui, in the 1920s. We will see that the yoga taught in studios around the world today owes more to a handful of 20th century Indian teachers reshaping the practice for a global, body-conscious audience than it does to Patanjali's original 8-limbed system. None of this makes these practices less valuable. It makes them more honestly understood. Part 5 follows these traditions as they crossed oceans, carried west by specific people at specific moments. Swami Vivekananda bringing yoga to American audiences in the 1890s, Hayao Takata bringing Reiki to Hawaii and the mainland United States in the 1930s and 1940s, the opening of diplomatic relations between the United States and China in the 1970s allowing traditional Chinese medicine and Qigong to reach a mass Western audience for the first time, and the exile of the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan diaspora after 1959 carrying Vajrayana Buddhism out of a closed country and onto the world stage. Each of these migrations involved real loss, real adaptation, and real dilution, and this book will not pretend otherwise. Something is always lost in translation, and something is sometimes gained. Part 6 closes the book by drawing every thread together. Having traced chakras, dantians, meridians, nadis, and the tantric subtle body of Tibetan Buddhism each through their own independent histories, we will lay them side by side and ask what they share. The answer, I will argue, is that they are independent human attempts to map the same underlying territory, an aspect of embodied experience that conventional Western biology has historically had no good language for, but that cultures across Asia, working in isolation from one another, kept arriving at again and again. The final chapter of this book will not tell the reader which tradition to follow. Instead, it will offer a framework for testing each path against one's own experience, because that testing is the actual point of everything that follows. This book is the map. The walking is yours. One more note before we begin. This book will name specific historical figures, specific centuries, and specific texts wherever the historical record allows it. Where a claim is legend rather than history, that will be stated plainly. Where scholars disagree, both sides of the disagreement will be given. The goal of this book is not to convince the reader that any particular tradition is true. It is to give the reader enough real information that they can go test these things themselves, with open eyes, and reach their own conclusions. That has always been the actual purpose of any serious mystical education, in any culture, in any century. The teacher hands the student a map. The student walks the ground. It is worth saying plainly why a book like this begins with history rather than with practice. Most books on Qigong, Reiki, or yoga available today open with technique. They teach a posture, a breath pattern, a hand placement, and move quickly toward the promised benefit, whether that benefit is framed as stress relief, healing, or spiritual awakening. There is nothing wrong with that approach for a book whose purpose is instruction. But it produces practitioners who can perform a technique without understanding what they are actually participating in, or where the technique came from, or how much of what they have been told about its age and origin is accurate. This book takes the opposite approach deliberately, because the series this volume begins is ultimately headed toward practice. The companion volume that follows this one will be the most detailed treatment of the energy body this project can produce, full of exercises, glossary entries, and direct instruction. Before any of that instruction is offered, this book exists to make sure the reader understands the actual history of the systems that instruction will draw from, so that later practice is built on real understanding rather than on marketing language borrowed from a wellness industry that often has little interest in historical accuracy. There is also a personal dimension to why this project begins here rather than jumping straight to technique. Anyone who spends real time with these traditions eventually experiences something during practice, whether during Qigong, during Reiki, during meditation, or during any of the dozens of related disciplines this book will cover, that resists easy explanation. A sensation of heat or current moving through the body during a Qigong set. A feeling of tangible transfer during a Reiki session. A shift in perception during sustained mantra repetition that does not resemble ordinary relaxation. These experiences are common enough, reported across enough unrelated traditions and unrelated individuals, that they deserve to be taken seriously as data, whatever their ultimate explanation turns out to be. This book does not claim to explain those experiences definitively, and readers should be suspicious of any book that does. What this book can do is show where the frameworks people use to interpret those experiences actually came from, how old they really are, how much they have changed over time, and how many independent cultures developed strikingly similar frameworks without contact with one another. That last point, the independent convergence, is treated throughout this book as meaningful evidence, worth taking seriously, even though it does not amount to proof of any particular metaphysical claim. Readers should also expect this book to be direct about the darker and more ambiguous corners of these traditions, rather than presenting a uniformly inspiring narrative of ancient wisdom marching steadily toward enlightenment. The historical record shows ritual specialists across every culture this book covers using their techniques for aggressive as well as benevolent purposes, competing for patronage and status, and sometimes deceiving the very communities that trusted them. It shows sincere spiritual traditions being appropriated by state power for political control, as happened repeatedly in Chinese history. It shows genuine wisdom traditions being simplified, distorted, or commercialized almost beyond recognition once they reached Western markets in the 20th century. None of this is presented to discredit these traditions. It is presented because a reader who wants to seriously evaluate a spiritual path deserves the whole picture, not a curated highlight reel designed to produce reverence rather than understanding. Finally, a word on method. Wherever this book draws on a specific historical claim, a date, a named figure, or a documented event, that claim reflects the current state of mainstream historical and academic understanding as best this project can represent it. Wherever the historical record is genuinely thin, contested, or simply silent, and a tradition's own internal narrative fills that silence with legend, this book will say so directly rather than presenting legend as established fact. This distinction matters enormously in a subject area where enthusiasm often outruns evidence, and where certain popular claims, particularly claims of unbroken ancient lineage for practices that are demonstrably modern inventions, circulate constantly without correction. Holding this distinction throughout the book is part of what it means to write as a reality scientist rather than as an advocate. The reader deserves nothing less than the truth as best it can currently be known, delivered without either dismissiveness or exaggeration, so that whatever conclusions the reader eventually reaches about their own spiritual path are conclusions built on solid ground. A word, too, on why this project uses the language of sorcery rather than softer, more market-friendly alternatives, and why that choice is not incidental to the book's larger purpose. Sorcery, stripped of the cartoonish associations it has picked up in modern popular culture, simply describes the deliberate use of ritual technique to produce an effect in the world that ordinary physical means could not produce alone. Every tradition covered in this book, at some point in its history, made exactly this claim about itself. The Vedic priest reciting a mantra believed the sound itself carried causal power. The Taoist priest brushing a talisman believed the resulting object carried genuine protective or destructive force. The Tibetan tantric practitioner visualizing a deity believed sustained visualization could reshape the practitioner's own being at a level ordinary effort could not reach. Referring to this shared conviction as sorcery is simply refusing to launder these traditions into something more palatable to a modern secular audience. It is a form of respect, not a provocation, because it takes these traditions at their own word rather than translating them into safer, more digestible language after the fact. This matters practically as well as philosophically, because readers who go looking for these traditions in their original form, whether in surviving Taoist ritual manuals, in tantric texts, or in the practices still maintained by traditional lineage holders in Asia today, will encounter exactly this kind of unapologetically magical material, often quite different from the gentler, more therapeutic framing common in Western studios and wellness centers. A reader prepared by this book to expect that material will not be startled or put off by it. They will recognize it as the actual root of the practice they have come to know in a more diluted form, and they will be equipped to evaluate it on its own terms rather than through the lens of a modern marketing department. That preparation, more than any single historical fact this book contains, is the real gift this introduction hopes to offer before the deeper history begins in the chapter that follows. There is one more distinction worth drawing before the historical chapters begin, between the idea of lineage and the idea of continuity. Nearly every tradition this book covers claims some form of unbroken lineage, a direct chain of transmission from teacher to student reaching back, in some cases, thousands of years. This book takes such lineage claims seriously as an important part of how these traditions understand and legitimize themselves, and it will report them accurately wherever they appear. But lineage claims and historical continuity are not always the same thing, and one of the recurring tasks of this book is to distinguish between them wherever the historical record allows. A lineage can be sincerely believed and transmitted in good faith for many generations while still containing significant reconstruction, reinterpretation, or outright invention at some point along its chain, often at a moment of crisis, such as war, colonization, or the death of a teacher without a clearly designated successor. This does not make the lineage fraudulent in any simple sense. Living traditions are, by their nature, constantly being reconstructed and renewed by each generation that carries them forward, and a certain amount of creative reinterpretation is not a corruption of tradition but the normal mechanism by which any tradition survives contact with changing circumstances. What this book asks of the reader is simply the willingness to hold lineage claims and documented historical continuity as two related but distinct questions, evaluating each on its own evidence rather than assuming that a claim of ancient unbroken transmission is automatically either entirely true or entirely false. This same spirit of careful distinction extends to how this book will treat the frequent and often heated disagreements between practitioners of a given tradition and academic historians who study it. Practitioners of a living spiritual tradition sometimes bristle at historical scholarship that identifies a practice as more recent, or more hybrid, or more historically contingent than the tradition's own internal narrative suggests. Experiencing this scholarship is an attack on the tradition's authenticity or spiritual value. Historians, for their part, sometimes write about these traditions with an implicit or explicit skepticism toward their practitioners' own experience and understanding, treating lived spiritual practice as merely an object of study rather than as a source of genuine insight in its own right. This book tries to occupy a middle position between these two postures, taking the historical evidence seriously wherever it exists, while also taking seriously the lived experience and internal logic of practitioners, on the conviction that a practice's actual historical origin and its actual value to a living practitioner today are separate questions, neither one automatically settling the other. A practice invented in 1922 is not automatically less valuable than a practice with a documented pedigree stretching back 2,000 years, if the more recent practice produces real, reproducible benefit for the people who engage with it seriously. But a practitioner also deserves to know which category their practice actually falls into, so that whatever value they find in it is built on an honest foundation rather than a marketing fiction. With that foundation established, the chapters that follow can begin the actual work of this book, tracing the river from its three ancient headwaters, through centuries of merging and transformation, to the forms we recognize today. Chapter 1. The Universal Root. Before there was yoga, before there was Taoism, before there was a single written scripture describing chakras or meridians, there were people in disconnected corners of the earth reaching the same basic conclusion: that the visible, physical world was not the whole of reality, and that certain individuals, through discipline, trance, or inherited gift, could perceive and act upon whatever lay beyond it. This chapter is about that shared starting point, and about why it appears again and again across cultures that had no contact with one another. The two oldest documented threads this book will trace both emerge in roughly the same broad era, between 3,000 and 4,000 years ago, in two civilizations separated by the entire breadth of Asia. In the Indian subcontinent, the early hymns that would become the Rigveda were being composed and orally transmitted by priestly lineages who understood themselves to be in direct communication with cosmic forces through sound, sacrifice, and precise ritual. In China, a different priestly and shamanic class, later remembered under the general term Wu, practiced trance possession, spirit mediation, and divination, serving as the primary religious specialists of the Shang and early Zhou dynasties. Neither of these traditions borrowed from the other. Both arrived, independently, at the conviction that specialized human beings could serve as a bridge between the ordinary world and something larger than it. This independence is worth sitting with, because it is the strongest piece of evidence this book can offer for why these traditions deserve serious attention rather than dismissal as primitive superstition. When two civilizations with no meaningful contact both develop technologies of trance, both develop specialists who claim to move between worlds, and both develop the conviction that disciplined practice can access power unavailable to the untrained, the honest conclusion is not that both groups independently invented the same fiction. The more interesting possibility, and the one this book takes seriously without insisting on it, is that both groups were responding to something real in human neurology, in human physiology, or in the structure of reality itself, and that their differing cultural contexts simply produced differing vocabularies for describing the same underlying territory. This is the thesis that will recur throughout this book. Different maps, same terrain. Consider what these earliest practitioners actually did, as best as the historical and archaeological record allows us to reconstruct it. The Wu of ancient China were not simply storytellers or philosophers. They were understood to be capable of entering trance states, often through rhythmic movement, drumming, or dance, during which a spirit or ancestor was believed to speak through them. Oracle bone inscriptions from the late Shang dynasty, some of the earliest Chinese writing we possess, record questions put to ancestors and deities through divination, with the Wu serving as the interpretive class capable of reading the cracks produced when a heated bronze point was applied to a turtle shell or ox scapula. This was not marginal folk practice. It was state religion, practiced at the highest levels of Shang political life, because the king's ability to govern was understood to depend on maintaining right relationship with ancestral and cosmic powers. In the Indian subcontinent during roughly the same broad period, the Vedic priesthood was developing an equally sophisticated, equally central religious technology, though built on a different foundation. Where the Chinese Wu specialized in trance and possession, the Vedic priests specialized in precise verbal and ritual technology, the correct pronunciation of a mantra, the correct performance of a fire sacrifice, the correct sequence of offerings, understood to have direct causal power over cosmic and worldly outcomes if performed correctly, and to carry real danger if performed incorrectly. This is a genuinely different theory of how humans access unseen power. The Chinese model, in its earliest form, emphasizes a gifted individual serving as a vessel. The early Vedic model emphasizes precise technical performance, closer to what a modern reader might recognize as ritual engineering than to ecstatic trance. Both, notably, require years of specialized training, and both position their practitioners as essential intermediaries between ordinary people and forces those ordinary people cannot access on their own. It would be a mistake, however, to draw too sharp a line between trance-based and technical ritual traditions, because both threads exist in both cultures from very early on, and both would go on to develop the other's emphasis over time. Vedic ritual included ecstatic elements, particularly associated with the sacred drink soma, whose consumption during certain rites produced altered states of consciousness that the hymns themselves describe in vivid, exalted language. And Chinese shamanic practice, even in its earliest forms, already involved precise technical knowledge, which words to speak, which movements to perform, which times were auspicious for which rites. What distinguishes the two traditions is emphasis rather than exclusivity, and that emphasis would shape everything that grew out of each tradition over the following centuries. India's ritual precision would eventually flower into the extraordinarily systematic philosophical traditions of yoga and later Tantra, with their exacting attention to breath count, posture, and mantra syllable. China's trance and spirit mediation tradition would feed directly into Taoist internal alchemy and the martial and medical traditions that eventually produced Qigong, with their emphasis on direct, felt experience of internal energetic movement. There is a third headwater this book will treat with equal seriousness, even though it produces less written material from its earliest period: the indigenous spiritual practices of the Japanese archipelago, later organized under the term Shinto, though that organization is itself a much later development. Long before Buddhism reached Japan in the 6th century of the Common Era, the peoples of the archipelago practiced purification rites centered on rivers, waterfalls, and the sea, understood the natural world to be inhabited by countless kami, spirits or deities associated with particular places, forces, and ancestral lines, and maintained shrine-based ritual practices whose basic shape can still be recognized in Shinto practice today. This tradition, like the Vedic and the Chinese, developed independently, shaped by the specific geography and agricultural rhythms of Japan, and it would go on to fuse with imported Buddhism in ways that produced some of the most distinctive esoteric traditions this book will cover, including Shugendō and Myodo. What unites all three of these ancient roots, despite their independent development and their differing emphases, is a shared underlying conviction that this book takes as its organizing principle: that ordinary perception does not capture the whole of reality, that certain trained or gifted individuals can perceive and interact with what lies beyond ordinary perception, and that this capacity is not evenly distributed but can be developed through discipline, inheritance, or both. This conviction did not require cultural contact to arise. It arose, apparently, wherever human beings lived long enough in one place to develop specialized religious roles and to begin asking sustained questions about death, illness, fortune, and the natural world's less predictable behavior. The purpose of naming these three ancient roots at the very start of this book is to establish a baseline before the historical record gets more complicated, more contested, and more interesting. Everything that follows in this book, from the systemization of yoga and Taoism, to the extraordinary cross-pollination that occurs once Buddhism begins moving along the trade routes of Asia, to the 20th century codification of Qigong and the invention of Reiki, to the westward migration of all these traditions in the last century and a half, grows out of these three roots. None of the later developments this book covers erase or replace these origins. They build on top of them, sometimes obscuring the foundation, sometimes returning to it explicitly. Readers who want to understand what a modern Qigong class or a modern Reiki session is actually drawing on, even unconsciously, need to understand the Wu shamans of the Shang dynasty. Readers who want to understand what a modern yoga class is drawing on need to understand the Vedic priests reciting precisely metered hymns beside a ritual fire 3,000 years ago. This book will not ask the reader to believe that any of these traditions worked, in the sense of producing the specific supernatural effects their earliest practitioners claimed for them. It will ask the reader to take seriously the fact that three independent civilizations, working without contact, converged on strikingly similar conclusions about the existence of unseen forces and the possibility of trained access to them, and to hold that convergence is a genuinely interesting fact about human beings, whatever explanation one ultimately favors for it. It is worth addressing directly why this convergence should carry any evidentiary weight at all, rather than being dismissed as an inevitable byproduct of how human minds happen to work. One common explanation, favored by scholars working from a purely cognitive or anthropological framework, holds that trance states, altered perception, and the sense of contact with an unseen agency are simply products of ordinary human neurology, triggered reliably by rhythmic movement, sensory deprivation, extended fasting, or repetitive sound, and that any culture that stumbles onto these triggers, whether through drumming, chanting, breath control, or fasting, will produce broadly similar reports of contact with spirits, ancestors, or cosmic forces, regardless of whether any such forces actually exist. This explanation deserves serious consideration, and this book will not pretend otherwise. It is entirely possible that what the Shang dynasty Wu and the earliest Vedic rishis were both encountering was not an external spiritual reality but a shared, universal feature of the human nervous system under specific ritual conditions. But this explanation, even if fully correct, does not actually diminish the practical value of what these traditions developed. If trance, breathwork, ritual sound, and disciplined attention reliably produce altered states with real effects on perception, healing, emotional regulation, and a practitioner's sense of meaning and connection, Then the technologies developed to reliably produce those states carry real value regardless of whether they are best explained as contact with an external spiritual reality or as sophisticated methods for engaging the practitioner's own nervous system. This is a distinction worth holding throughout this entire book. A reader does not need to resolve the metaphysical question in order to take the practical technology seriously. The rishis and the Wu, whatever the ultimate nature of what they were accessing, developed real, reproducible methods, refined over unbroken generations of careful transmission, and those methods are worth understanding in detail regardless of which metaphysical framework a given reader ultimately adopts. There is a further pattern worth naming before this book moves into its more chronological chapters, because it will recur constantly: the pairing, in nearly every tradition this book covers, of an aggressive or protective application of spiritual technology alongside a healing or devotional one. The Wu of ancient China were consulted both to heal the sick and to curse an enemy of the state. The Vedic priesthood, as the next chapter will show in detail, developed mantras for both blessing and cursing within the same textual tradition. This dual capacity, healing and harming drawn from the same underlying technology, is not a corruption of an originally pure practice. It appears to be present from the very beginning, in the earliest layer of every tradition this book will examine, suggesting that the earliest practitioners of these systems understood spiritual power itself as morally neutral, a force that could be directed toward whatever end its user chose, in exactly the same way a blacksmith's forge can produce either a plowshare or a sword. Readers who come to these traditions through their modern, heavily sanitized Western presentations, in which yoga is exclusively about wellness and Reiki is exclusively about gentle healing, should understand that this sanitization is a relatively recent development, and that the traditions themselves, in their earliest and most complete forms, never made such a clean separation between benevolent and aggressive application. There is one more feature shared across all three of these ancient roots that deserves attention before this book moves into more detailed treatment of each, and that is the consistent association between spiritual specialization and altered states achieved through the body itself, rather than through belief or contemplation alone. The Wu of ancient China are consistently described in early sources as achieving their trance states through physical means, rhythmic dance, drumming, and in some accounts, deliberate physical exhaustion. The Vedic tradition, as the next chapter will explore in detail, associated its most exalted states of inspired composition with the ritual consumption of soma, a substance whose exact botanical identity remains genuinely debated among scholars but whose psychoactive effects are described in the hymns themselves in unambiguous terms. The early purification practices of the Japanese archipelago centered on direct physical immersion in cold water, a practice whose intensity and duration were themselves understood to be the mechanism producing spiritual clarity, not a symbolic preliminary to some separate mental technique. In every case, across all three independently developing traditions, the earliest layer of practice treats the body itself, not abstract belief or philosophical contemplation, as the primary instrument through which contact with unseen forces becomes possible. This is worth emphasizing because it directly contradicts a common modern assumption that ancient spirituality was primarily a matter of belief, doctrine, or philosophical conviction. The earliest evidence suggests the opposite, that belief and doctrine, where they existed at all in this period, developed later, as an attempt to explain and organize experiences that were first produced through direct physical practice. This body-first pattern matters enormously for understanding everything that follows in this book, because it means that the philosophical and doctrinal systems covered in later chapters, classical yoga, classical Taoism, and eventually the elaborate cosmological systems of Tantra and Vajrayana Buddhism, were not the origin point of these traditions but a later development layered on top of an older, more purely experiential and physical foundation. Patanjali did not invent the states that classical yoga describes. He organized and systematized states that practitioners had already been accessing, through breath, posture, and austerity, for many centuries before his work was compiled. The Taoist philosophers who wrote the earliest surviving Taoist texts were not inventing the trance and longevity practices those texts describe. They were attempting to give philosophical shape to practices whose roots reached back into the older shamanic culture of the Wu. This pattern, physical practice preceding and generating philosophical system rather than the reverse, is one of the most important interpretive keys this book can offer the reader before the more detailed historical chapters begin, and it will make sense of a great deal that might otherwise seem puzzling. Why so many of these traditions insist that direct practice, rather than intellectual study, is the only real path to understanding what they teach. A final observation belongs here, before this book turns to the details of each root in sequence. The three cultures examined in this chapter did not remain isolated forever. India, China, and Japan would eventually come into sustained contact with one another, primarily through the transmission of Buddhism along the trade routes of Central Asia beginning in the early centuries of the Common Era, and the bulk of this book is devoted to tracing exactly what happened when these three independently developed streams began to mix. But it is essential to establish, before that mixing begins, that each stream had its own complete, internally coherent character prior to contact. The Wu tradition was not a primitive precursor waiting to be completed by Buddhist philosophy. The Vedic tradition was not incomplete without later contact with Central Asian or Chinese thought. Each was a mature, sophisticated system in its own right, capable of producing healing, harm, altered states, and cosmological insight through its own independent methods, long before any of the fusions this book will describe in later chapters took place. Readers should hold on to this point carefully, because it is easy, once the great merging begins in earnest, to start reading the story backward, treating the earlier, purer traditions as merely preliminary stages on the way to some later, more evolved synthesis. That is not the model this book uses. Each root is treated as complete on its own terms, and the mixing that follows is understood as a genuine encounter between mature traditions, not as the completion of unfinished ones. The chapters that follow will trace each of these three roots forward in turn, beginning with the Vedic tradition and its development of mantra as a technology in its own right, distinct from and prior to the systemized philosophical yoga that would emerge centuries later. Chapter 2. The Mantra and the Curse. Long before the word yoga referred to a systematic path of liberation, and centuries before Patanjali gathered scattered practice into the eight-limbed system covered later in this book, the priestly culture of ancient India had already developed one of the most sophisticated magical technologies the ancient world produced, the mantra. This chapter traces the technology back to its source, in the hymns of the Rigveda and the far stranger, far more explicitly magical material of the Atharva Veda, a text that later Indian tradition itself struggled to fully absorb into its own self-image. The Rigveda, composed and transmitted orally over centuries before eventually being written down, is best known to most modern readers as a collection of hymns addressed to deities such as Agni, Indra, and Soma, praising their power and requesting their favor. This is accurate as far as it goes, but it undersells what the hymns themselves claim to be doing. A Vedic hymn was not understood as a poem of praise in the way a modern reader might understand a hymn in a church service. It was understood as a precisely constructed instrument, with a specific metrical structure, a specific sequence of sounds, and a specific ritual context, all of which had to be correct for the hymn to function. The priests who composed and preserved these hymns, particularly those belonging to the class known as rishis, or seers, were understood to have directly perceived cosmic truths, and to have encoded those truths into sound in a form that could be transmitted, generation after generation, with essentially zero tolerance for error. A single mispronounced syllable in a Vedic ritual was not a minor mistake. According to the tradition's own internal logic, it could produce the opposite of the intended effect, turning a hymn meant to grant victory into one that invited disaster. This is the seed of an idea that will recur throughout this book in different cultural clothing: the conviction that sound itself, correctly produced, carries causal power over reality, independent of and prior to any symbolic or emotional meaning a listener might attach to it. This is not a metaphor within the Vedic tradition. It is closer to what a modern reader might call an engineering claim. The universe, in this understanding, operates according to a hidden order called Rita, and correctly performed ritual sound is one of the primary tools available to human beings for aligning themselves with that order, or in more aggressive applications, for bending outcomes toward a desired end. If the Rigveda establishes mantra as a technology of alignment and praise, the Atharva Veda, compiled somewhat later and long treated with more ambivalence by the orthodox Vedic tradition than the other three Vedas, makes the magical and often explicitly aggressive dimension of this technology impossible to ignore. The Atharva Veda contains hymns for healing disease, hymns for winning the love of a specific person, hymns for gaining prosperity and long life, hymns for protecting a household from hostile spirits, and hymns whose openly stated purpose is to curse a rival, destroy an enemy's fertility, or turn another person's own magical attack back upon them. This is sorcery in the most direct sense of the word. Verbal formulas, precisely performed, intended to produce a specific supernatural effect in the world, for the benefit of the person commissioning the rite and often at the direct expense of a named or implied enemy. It is worth being specific about the kind of material found here, because later, more sanitized presentations of Indian spirituality often quietly drop the Atharva Veda from the story entirely, preferring to trace a clean line from the Rigveda directly to the Upanishads and then to classical yoga, skipping over the text that most resembles what a modern reader would unambiguously call a grimoire. The Atharva Veda includes charms against specific diseases, including fever, jaundice, and various forms of what the text describes as possession by hostile spiritual entities, treated as a legitimate medical category alongside more naturalistic complaints. It includes charms for battlefield protection, intended to render a warrior's body resistant to weapons. It includes love charms of a frankly coercive character, intended to compel a specific person's affection or desire regardless of that person's own will, a category of magical practice that appears with remarkable consistency across unrelated cultures throughout history, and one this book will not romanticize even where it appears in a tradition it otherwise treats with deep respect. And it includes explicit curses, sometimes directed at rival priests competing for the same royal patronage, a detail that reveals something important. This magical technology was not practiced in a vacuum of pure spirituality. It was practiced by professionals, competing for resources, patronage, and prestige, exactly as ritual specialists have across nearly every culture this book will examine. The priestly class most closely associated with the Atharva Veda's material, sometimes called the Atharvan priests, occupied an interesting and somewhat marginal position relative to the more purely sacrificial priesthood associated with the other three Vedas. Over time, the tradition worked to integrate the Atharva Veda more fully into orthodox practice, in part by reframing its magical technology in terms of health, protection, and domestic well-being, dimensions that were easier to reconcile with a tradition increasingly oriented toward cosmic order and eventually toward liberation from the cycle of rebirth altogether. But the earlier, more explicitly sorcerous material never fully disappeared, and its fingerprints are visible throughout the later history this book will trace, from tantric ritual magic centuries later to folk healing practices that persist in parts of India today. What makes this material essential to any serious history of Eastern mysticism is that it establishes, at the very root of the Indian tradition, several ideas that will recur again and again in radically different cultural contexts throughout this book. First, the idea that sound itself, apart from its symbolic meaning, carries direct causal power when produced correctly, an idea that resurfaces explicitly in tantric bija mantras many centuries later and echoes distantly in the ritual incantations of Taoist priests on the far side of Asia. Second, the idea that specialized practitioners can direct this power toward healing or toward harm, a genuinely two-sided capability that later, more devotionally oriented traditions would try to sanitize or spiritually elevate, but that the earliest layer of the tradition states with total frankness. Third, the idea that correct technique matters more than sincere intention, a strikingly non-modern conviction that stands in real tension with the more psychologically oriented spirituality that dominates contemporary Western engagement with Eastern practice, and one worth sitting with precisely because of that tension. This last point deserves emphasis, because it is one of the clearest places where the ancient material this book covers genuinely challenges modern assumptions rather than simply confirming them. Contemporary spiritual culture in the West tends to assume that inner sincerity is the most important ingredient in any spiritual practice, that a meditation performed with genuine feeling matters more than one performed with technical precision. The earliest Vedic material asserts something closer to the opposite, that the mantra is a precision instrument, and that its power depends far more on correct transmission and correct performance than on the emotional state of the person performing it. This is worth holding onto as this book moves forward, because it will resurface again in the Taoist insistence on exact talismanic form in a later chapter, and again in the demanding technical precision of tantric ritual centuries after that. The idea that spiritual technology requires the same rigor as any other technology, rather than simply requiring good intentions, is one of the genuinely distinctive contributions the earliest layer of Indian tradition makes to the larger story this book is telling. None of this is to suggest that the Vedic tradition was purely magical or purely mercenary in character. Alongside the healing charms and the curses, the Rigveda contains hymns of extraordinary philosophical depth, including the celebrated Nasadiya Sukta, the hymn of creation, which questions whether even the gods know how the universe began, and whether ultimate origin is knowable at all. The same tradition that produced precise formulas for winning a lover's affection also produced some of the earliest recorded human speculation on the nature of being itself. This coexistence of the practical, the magical, and the philosophical within a single tradition is not a contradiction to be explained away. It is characteristic of nearly every mystical tradition this book will examine, and readers should expect to find it again in Taoism, in Tantra, and in Vajrayana Buddhism, traditions capable of extraordinary metaphysical sophistication that never abandoned their practical, ritual, and yes, sorcerous foundations. It is worth spending a moment on how mantra actually functions as a technology, according to the tradition's own internal logic, because this mechanism recurs, transformed, throughout the rest of this book. A Vedic mantra is understood to operate on at least three simultaneous levels. First, the level of literal meaning, the semantic content of the words themselves, which matters and is not dismissed by the tradition. Second, the level of sound as vibration, in which the specific acoustic properties of each syllable, independent of its dictionary meaning, are understood to resonate with and influence specific aspects of the practitioner's body, mind, and the surrounding cosmic order. Third, the level of ritual context, meaning the specific time, place, posture, accompanying gesture, and officiant required for the mantra to function as intended. A mantra recited correctly in isolation, without its proper ritual context, was often considered incomplete or even dangerous, lacking the structure needed to direct its power safely. This three-level model, meaning, vibration, and context, is worth remembering, because a strikingly similar three-part structure reappears centuries later in tantric mantra practice, in Taoist talismanic magic, and even in the mudra and mantra combinations of Japanese Shingon Buddhism, traditions that developed independently but converged repeatedly on the conviction that spiritual technology requires precise form, not merely sincere intention, to function. The social position of the ritual specialists who wielded this technology also deserves attention, because it complicates any simple, purely spiritual reading of the Vedic tradition. The priestly families who preserved and transmitted Vedic mantras, particularly the most powerful and dangerous formulas associated with the Atharva Veda, occupied a position of real political and economic significance in early Indian society. A king going to war wanted priests capable of performing rites for victory and for the protection of his forces. A household facing illness, crop failure, or a hostile rival wanted access to priests capable of performing the appropriate healing or protective rite. This created a genuine economy around magical and ritual services, with different priestly lineages competing, sometimes fiercely, for royal and public patronage. Several hymns within the Atharva Veda make this competition explicit, including material aimed at discrediting or magically neutralizing rival priests, a detail that should complicate any tendency to imagine ancient spiritual specialists as operating in a realm entirely separate from ordinary human ambition, rivalry, and economic necessity. The rishis were not merely mystics contemplating cosmic truth in isolation. Many of them were also, quite literally, working magicians competing in a marketplace for spiritual services, a pattern this book will find repeated in Taoist ritual specialists, in Japanese onmyoji, and in the itinerant tantric practitioners of medieval India and Tibet. This economic and competitive dimension helps explain a pattern that puzzles many readers encountering these traditions for the first time. Why does so much ancient magical material focus on protection against other magic, rather than simply on producing positive outcomes directly? A significant portion of the Atharva Veda's protective material is explicitly framed as defense against hostile magic performed by a rival practitioner, described using terms that translate roughly as sorcery performed against oneself, which the hymn's own magic is designed to reverse and send back toward its original source. This reflects a worldview in which magical practice was assumed to be genuinely widespread and genuinely contested, a landscape of competing practitioners each capable of both helping and harming, rather than a single benevolent tradition operating without resistance or rivalry. Readers should hold this competitive, contested picture in mind throughout the rest of this book, because it appears again, in different form, in nearly every tradition this book will examine, from Taoist exorcism rites explicitly designed to counter hostile spirits and rival magic, to Tibetan protective rituals developed specifically to guard practitioners against attacks from rival tantric lineages. No discussion of this earliest layer of Indian magical technology would be complete without addressing Soma, the ritually consumed substance praised at extraordinary length throughout the 9th book of the Rig Veda, which is devoted almost entirely to its properties and its role in ritual. The exact botanical identity of soma remains one of the genuine unresolved questions in the study of ancient India, with candidates proposed by different scholars over the past century, including a species of mountain rhubarb, a fermented grain preparation, and most prominently, the psychoactive mushroom Amanita muscaria, a hypothesis associated with the scholar R. Gordon Wasson and still debated rather than settled within the field. What is not in dispute is that the hymns describing soma's effects are unmistakably describing an altered state of consciousness, achieved through ingestion, that the composers of these hymns experienced as expansive, visionary, and directly connected to their capacity for inspired religious speech. This detail matters for the larger argument of this book because it establishes, at the very root of the Vedic tradition, a direct link between altered physiological state and the production of what the tradition itself regarded as its most sacred and authoritative material, the hymns themselves. The rishis who composed the Rigveda's most celebrated hymns did not, by their own account, achieve their insight through ordinary contemplation alone. At least some of that material emerged from a ritually structured altered state, a pattern this book has already identified as characteristic of the earliest layer of practice across all three of its ancient roots, and one that will recur, in different form, throughout the rest of this history. It is also worth addressing how this earliest magical material relates to caste and social structure, because later developments in Indian religious history, including the eventual emergence of the renunciate traditions that produced classical yoga, arose partly in tension with the priestly, ritual-centered system this chapter has described. Vedic ritual technology, including the mantras discussed throughout this chapter, was the specialized property of the Brahmin priestly class, transmitted through careful oral training restricted to initiated members of specific lineages, and largely inaccessible to those outside that class. This exclusivity was not incidental to the system. It was central to how the technology maintained its authority and its economic value, in exactly the pattern this chapter has already described regarding priestly competition for royal patronage. Understanding this exclusivity matters because it sets up one of the great turning points in the larger history this book is tracing: the emergence, some centuries later, of renunciate and eventually Buddhist and Jain movements that explicitly rejected the necessity of Brahmin ritual intermediation, proposing instead that direct personal practice, available in principle to anyone regardless of birth, could achieve the same or greater spiritual results. That rejection, and the systems of practice it produced, will be a central subject of the chapters that follow, once this book turns to the great systemization of yoga and, later, to the spread of Buddhism that drives the great merging at the heart of this book's argument. It is worth closing this chapter with a note on transmission, because the method by which this material survived matters as much as its content. The Vedic corpus, including the mantras discussed throughout this chapter, was preserved for well over 1,000 years through purely oral transmission before being committed to writing, using memorization techniques of extraordinary rigor, including recitation methods that preserved not only the words of a hymn but their exact pitch, accent, and metrical structure, checked against several independent methods of cross-verification designed specifically to catch and correct any drift introduced by an individual reciter's error over time. This transmission system is, by any reasonable measure, one of the most successful oral preservation technologies in recorded human history, and its success is precisely why modern scholars can examine Vedic material today with reasonable confidence that its wording closely reflects the form it held many centuries before it was ever written down. This matters directly to the argument of this chapter, because it means the magical and ritual claims examined here are not later embellishments added by generations of retelling, in the way that oral folklore often accumulates exaggeration over time. They are, as best the historical record allows us to determine, a reasonably faithful record of what the earliest Vedic priesthood actually believed and actually practiced, transmitted with a level of technical rigor that itself reflects the same insistence on precision this chapter has already identified as central to how the tradition understood its own magical technology. The next chapter turns to a parallel and equally ancient thread developing on the same subcontinent alongside this ritual and magical tradition: the medical and energetic system that would come to be known as Ayurveda, which developed its own theory of the subtle forces animating the human body, a theory that would eventually run parallel to, intersect with, and in some cases directly inform the mantra-based practices this chapter has covered. Chapter 3. The Physician's Fire. If the previous chapter traced the ritual and magical thread running through the earliest layer of Indian tradition, this chapter turns to a parallel thread that developed alongside it and would eventually become one of the most complete and enduring energetic systems in the ancient world: Ayurveda, the science of life, and its foundational concept of prana, the vital force this book will return to again and again as it moves through later, more explicitly mystical traditions. Ayurveda's earliest roots reach back into the same Vedic period covered in the previous chapter, with medical hymns appearing in the Atharva Veda itself, but the system as it is generally recognized today took its more mature and systematic shape somewhat later, primarily through two foundational texts, the Charaka Samhita and the Sushruta Samhita, compiled and refined over a long period roughly spanning the middle centuries of the first millennium before the Common Era through the early centuries of the Common Era. These texts represent something genuinely remarkable in the ancient world: comprehensive medical systems that integrated surgical technique, pharmacology, dietary science, and a detailed theoretical account of the subtle forces animating the human body, all within a single coherent framework. At the center of that framework sits prana, a word that resists any fully adequate translation into English. It is often rendered as breath, or as life force, or as vital energy, and all three translations capture something true while missing something essential. Prana in the Ayurvedic system is not simply the physical act of breathing, though breath is understood as its most accessible and most trainable expression. It is the animating principle that distinguishes a living body from a corpse, present in food, in sunlight, in air, and in the subtle currents that move through every living being, coordinating its physical, mental, and spiritual functions. Ayurvedic theory divides prana into 5 distinct functional currents, called the 5 Vayus, each governing a different sphere of bodily and mental activity: one governing inhalation and sensory intake, one governing elimination and reproduction, one governing digestion and the metabolic fire, one governing circulation and the heart, and one governing speech and upward movement of energy through the body. This is a genuinely sophisticated physiological model, developed entirely without the tools of modern anatomy, built instead through generations of careful observation of the body's function and dysfunction, correlated with a theoretical framework of vital currents. Working alongside the concept of prana is the doctrine of the 3 doshas, perhaps the aspect of Ayurveda most familiar to contemporary Western audiences, though often presented in a simplified form that loses much of its original depth. The 3 doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, are not simply personality types or body types in the way modern wellness marketing sometimes presents them. They are understood as combinations of the 5 classical elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space, that together govern every physiological and psychological process in the body. Vata, composed primarily of air and space, governs movement in all its forms, from the firing of nerve impulses to the movement of thought itself. Pitta, composed primarily of fire and water, governs transformation, most visibly in digestion but also in the processing of sensory experience and emotion. Kapha, composed primarily of earth and water, governs structure, stability, and lubrication, both physical and psychological. Every individual, in this system, is born with a particular constitutional balance of the 3 doshas, and health is understood not as the elimination of any one dosha but as the maintenance of each in its proper proportion and function, a state that shifts constantly in response to diet, season, age, emotional state, and environment. What makes this system directly relevant to the larger argument of this book is a third and less widely known component of Ayurvedic theory: the Marma points, a network of 107 vital points distributed across the human body, described in the ancient surgical text the Sushruta Samhita with remarkable anatomical precision. A Marma point, in Ayurvedic understanding, is a location where 2 or more types of tissue, muscle, vein, ligament, bone, or joint, converge in a way that concentrates prana and makes that location simultaneously a site of great vulnerability and great therapeutic potential. Sushruta's text describes these points in explicitly practical, even clinical terms, cataloging which points, if struck or injured, could cause death, disability, or specific dysfunction, information of obvious relevance to a surgeon working before the era of anesthesia and antiseptic technique, who needed to know precisely which regions of the body carried the highest risk. But the same points, approached not with a blade but with pressure, oil, or touch, were understood to be sites where therapeutic intervention could most directly influence the flow of prana through the body, a use that survives today in Ayurvedic massage and bodywork traditions. This dual nature of the Marma point, simultaneously a vulnerability and a doorway to healing, is worth pausing on, because it reappears in a strikingly similar form on the far side of Asia, in the acupuncture points and vital striking points recognized within traditional Chinese medicine and Chinese martial arts, a tradition this book will examine in detail in later chapters. There is no evidence of direct historical contact between the Marma tradition and the earliest layers of Chinese meridian theory, and this book will not claim one influenced the other. What is worth noting, in keeping with the larger thesis of this book, is that two civilizations working independently arrived at strikingly parallel conclusions: that the human body contains a finite number of specific points where vital energy concentrates, that these points can be mapped with precision, and that they carry both destructive and therapeutic potential depending on how they are engaged. This convergence, appearing independently in India and in China, is one of the strongest pieces of evidence available to a reader trying to decide whether these traditions are describing something real about the structure of the human body, or whether they represent an interesting but ultimately coincidental parallel in ancient medical theorizing. This book will not resolve that question for the reader. It will simply note, as it does throughout, that the convergence itself deserves serious attention rather than easy dismissal. Ayurveda's relationship to the more overtly spiritual and mystical traditions covered elsewhere in this book is closer than a modern reader, accustomed to a sharp division between medicine and religion, might expect. The system was never understood by its own practitioners as a purely secular medical science distinct from spiritual practice. The Charaka Samhita explicitly frames health as inseparable from ethical conduct, correct diet, correct daily and seasonal routine, and correct relationship to one's own mind, a holistic framework that treats physical, psychological, and what a modern reader might call spiritual health as genuinely continuous rather than separate domains requiring separate specialists. This holistic framework would later intertwine directly with the yogic tradition covered in the next section of this book, to the point that classical Hatha Yoga texts, composed many centuries after Ayurveda's foundational period, draw explicitly on Ayurvedic concepts of prana and channel theory, adapting them into the more overtly mystical framework of nadis and chakras that most contemporary readers associate with yoga and Tantra. It is this adaptation, more than any single invention, that represents Ayurveda's deepest and most lasting contribution to the larger river this book is tracing. The concept of prana as a subtle, trainable, multi-channeled vital force, mapped onto specific points and pathways in the body, did not originate with the tantric and yogic traditions that most popularize it today. It originated, in its most systematic ancient form, within Ayurvedic medical theory, centuries before the classical yogic texts that built upon it. When a modern practitioner discusses prana in a yoga class, or receives acupressure at a point roughly corresponding to an ancient Marma location, they are, whether they know it or not, drawing on a theoretical framework whose most rigorous early articulation was medical rather than overtly religious, developed by physicians and surgeons working to heal real patients with real diseases, long before it was absorbed into the more explicitly spiritual systems this book will cover in the chapters ahead. It is worth dwelling further on the Sushruta Samhita specifically, because its treatment of the Marma points reveals something important about how ancient Indian science understood the relationship between the physical and the subtle body, a relationship this book will find echoed, transformed, throughout the rest of its chapters. Sushruta, traditionally regarded as the father of Indian surgery, did not treat the Marma points as a purely mystical or symbolic overlay on top of an otherwise conventional anatomical understanding. He treated them as clinically real, describing their approximate size, their depth beneath the skin, the tissues that converged at each point, and the specific consequence, ranging from minor dysfunction to immediate death, that followed injury to each one. This is not a text that separates the physical from the energetic. It is a text that treats them as a single continuous system, in which the concentration of prana at a given point is inseparable from the physical convergence of muscle, vein, and ligament at that same location. This integration of physical and subtle anatomy into a single unified system, rather than treating the energetic body as a separate overlay floating above ordinary physiology, is a distinctly Ayurvedic contribution, and it stands in interesting contrast to some later, more purely metaphysical tantric presentations of the subtle body, which tend to describe channels and centers with less reference to observable physical structure. The classification of the Marma points themselves also rewards close attention. Sushruta's text organizes the 107 points by the type of tissue predominating at each location, distinguishing points where muscle predominates, where veins predominate, where ligaments predominate, where bones predominate, and where joints predominate, and further classifying each point by the severity of injury it produces, ranging from points whose injury causes only local pain, through points whose injury causes lasting disability, to a smaller category whose injury was understood to cause death, sometimes immediately and sometimes after a specific, predictable delay. This last category, points associated with delayed death following injury, has drawn particular interest from later observers because it bears a notable resemblance to concepts found in Chinese martial arts, particularly the dim mak or delayed death touch tradition associated with certain Chinese boxing lineages, a resemblance this book will revisit when it turns to Chinese martial and medical traditions in a later chapter. Once again, no direct historical transmission between these two traditions has been established, and this book will not claim one caused the other. The resemblance is presented here as exactly what it is, a striking parallel between two independently developed systems, worth holding in mind rather than resolving prematurely. Ayurveda's understanding of prana also extends beyond the individual human body into a broader cosmological framework that connects the microcosm of the human organism to the macrocosm of the universe as a whole, a pattern this book will find repeated in nearly every tradition it examines. The same 5 elements that combine to form the 3 doshas within the human body, earth, water, fire, air, and space, are understood in Ayurvedic cosmology to constitute the entire physical universe, meaning that the human body is understood not as a separate object existing within the world but as a smaller-scale replica of the same elemental forces operating at cosmic scale. This microcosm-macrocosm correspondence, in which the structure of the individual body mirrors the structure of the universe as a whole, is one of the most persistent ideas in the entire history this book will trace, reappearing in Taoist internal alchemy, in Tantric cosmology, and in the Hermetic principle of correspondence familiar to readers with a background in Western esoteric traditions. Its presence at the very root of Ayurvedic theory, this early in the story this book is telling, suggests that this correspondence principle may be one of the most fundamental and widely shared intuitions in the entire history of human mystical thought, arising independently across cultures with no meaningful contact, in exactly the same pattern this book's opening chapter identified as its central organizing evidence. Ayurveda's treatment of breath, and specifically its account of pranayama, the deliberate regulation of breath as a method for directly influencing prana, deserves separate attention because it establishes a technology that later yogic and tantric traditions would inherit, elaborate, and eventually make world famous. The classical Ayurvedic texts describe breath as the single most immediate and controllable expression of prana available to an ordinary practitioner, more accessible than the subtler currents governing digestion or circulation, precisely because breath can be consciously observed and deliberately altered in a way that most other bodily processes cannot. This established, many centuries before the classical yogic pranayama practices most readers today would recognize, the foundational premise that breath is not merely a biological necessity but a direct handle on the body's entire vital economy, and that changing the pattern, depth, and rhythm of breath produces changes throughout the whole system, not merely in the lungs. This premise is easy to take for granted today, given how thoroughly it has been absorbed into modern yoga, contemporary breathwork movements, and even mainstream stress reduction techniques recommended by conventional medicine. Its origin, in the systematic medical theorizing of ancient Ayurvedic physicians rather than in a purely mystical or philosophical source, is worth remembering, because it is a clear example of this book's larger argument that much of what later became explicitly mystical technology began as careful, empirically grounded medical observation. The seasonal and dietary dimensions of Ayurvedic practice also deserve mention, because they reveal a system far more comprehensive than the narrower, more spiritually focused traditions this book will cover in later chapters. Ayurvedic texts describe detailed daily and seasonal routines, called Dinacharya and Ritucharya respectively, prescribing specific practices, foods, and behaviors appropriate to different times of day and different seasons of the year, based on the theory that each dosha naturally predominates at particular times, requiring adjustment of diet and behavior to maintain balance. A practitioner following this system was not engaged in a discrete spiritual practice separate from the rest of daily life, performed for a set period each day and then set aside. They were understood to be continuously managing their relationship to prana and the doshas through every meal, every waking hour, and every season, in a framework that treated ordinary life itself as the primary field of spiritual and physical practice, rather than treating meditation or ritual as a separate, bounded activity distinct from everyday existence. This integrated, whole-life character of Ayurvedic practice stands as an important counterpoint to more compartmentalized modern approaches to spirituality, in which a practitioner might meditate for 20 minutes each morning and then set the practice aside for the remainder of the day, and it is worth the reader's consideration as this book moves forward into traditions that sometimes lost, and sometimes deliberately recovered, this same integrated quality. One further point deserves emphasis before this chapter closes, concerning how Ayurveda's model of the subtle body differs from the models this book will encounter later in China, Tibet, and Japan, a difference worth holding in mind as a point of comparison rather than a hierarchy. Where later tantric and yogic systems, and to a real extent the Chinese meridian system as well, describe elaborate networks of channels, most famously the 72,000 nadis of later tantric literature, Ayurveda's earliest systematic model is comparatively restrained, organized primarily around the 5 Vayus and the 107 Marma points rather than an extensive channel network mapped across the entire body. This relative restraint is not a deficiency. It reflects Ayurveda's origin as a medical rather than primarily contemplative or ritual system, oriented toward diagnosis and treatment of specific physical conditions rather than toward mapping the totality of subtle experience available to an advanced meditator. The more elaborate channel systems this book will encounter in later chapters, including the full nadi system of classical Tantra, developed later and in a different context, oriented less toward medical treatment and more toward the systematic cultivation of expanded states of consciousness through advanced meditative and ritual practice. Recognizing this difference in orientation, medical restraint on one hand and contemplative elaboration on the other, will help the reader understand why later chapters of this book, particularly the chapter on Tantra, describe a subtle body model considerably more complex than the one presented here, without needing to conclude that either model is simply more correct than the other. They are different tools, built for different purposes, by specialists working within the same broad tradition but toward different practical ends. The next chapter leaves the Indian subcontinent entirely and turns to the second of this book's 3 ancient roots, the shamanic tradition of ancient China, tracing the Wu priesthood introduced briefly in the opening chapter forward into its fuller historical context, and setting the stage for the emergence of Taoism and the internal alchemy tradition that would eventually produce what the modern world calls Qigong. Chapter 4. The Spirit Mediums of Ancient China. This book's opening chapter introduced the Wu of ancient China briefly, as one of 2 documented headwaters standing at the very beginning of the river this book is tracing. This chapter returns to that tradition in fuller detail, tracing the spirit mediums of the Shang and early Zhou dynasties forward through the centuries in which they served as China's primary religious specialists, and setting the stage for the emergence of philosophical Taoism, which this book will treat in the chapter that follows. The word Wu itself resists clean translation into English in much the same way Prana resisted clean translation in an earlier chapter. It is often rendered as shaman, sorcerer, medium, or witch, and each of these translations captures a piece of the role while missing others. What the earliest evidence, primarily the oracle bone inscriptions of the late Shang dynasty, roughly the 13th through 11th centuries before the Common Era, makes clear is that the Wu occupied a position of genuine religious and political authority, serving the royal court directly, interpreting the will of ancestral spirits and cosmic powers through divination, and in many accounts, entering trance states in which a spirit or ancestor was understood to speak or act directly through the medium's own body. This last capacity, direct possession rather than mere interpretation at a distance, is what most clearly distinguishes the Wu tradition from the priestly technology examined in earlier chapters on Vedic India, where the priest's role centered on correct ritual performance rather than on serving as a vessel for a spirit's direct presence. The oracle bone inscriptions themselves, scratched or carved onto turtle plastrons and ox scapulae and then subjected to controlled heat until the resulting cracks could be interpreted, represent one of the earliest substantial bodies of Chinese writing that survives today, and they offer a genuinely remarkable window into the religious life of the Shang court. The questions recorded on these bones cover an extraordinary range of royal and state concerns: whether a coming military campaign would succeed, whether the king's illness would improve, whether a particular ancestor was responsible for a run of bad fortune and required additional sacrifice, whether rainfall would come in time for the harvest. The Wu who performed this divination, and in some cases the king himself acting in a priestly capacity, were understood to be accessing genuine information about the intentions of ancestral spirits and nature deities, information that directly shaped state policy and royal decision-making. This was not a marginal folk practice operating alongside a more rational state religion. For a significant portion of Shang history, Divination through the Wu and their oracle bone technology was the primary mechanism through which the royal court understood and responded to the will of the unseen powers it believed governed its fortune. The trance and possession dimension of Wu practice, less directly documented in the oracle bone corpus itself but attested in later textual sources describing Shang and early Zhou religious practice, involved physical techniques strikingly similar to shamanic trance practices documented across entirely unrelated cultures throughout the world: rhythmic dance, sustained drumming, and in some descriptions, states of exhaustion or altered consciousness achieved through prolonged physical exertion. During such states, a Wu was understood to become a temporary vessel for a specific ancestral spirit or deity, who would then speak, move, or act through the medium's body, delivering messages, performing healing, or providing guidance unavailable through ordinary divination alone. This possession-based model, in which the practitioner's own identity is temporarily displaced by an external spiritual presence, differs meaningfully from the models examined in earlier chapters, where the practitioner remains fully themselves while directing power outward through mantra or ritual technique. Both models persist, in different proportions, throughout the rest of the traditions this book will examine, and readers should watch for this distinction as the book moves forward. Does a given tradition emphasize the practitioner as a channel temporarily occupied by an external force, or as a technician directing their own discipline, will and knowledge outward toward a desired effect? Most of the traditions covered later in this book, including Taoist internal alchemy and the martial and meditative traditions that produced modern Qigong, lean toward the technician model inherited partly from later Taoist philosophy, even though the possession-based Wu tradition remains their deepest historical root. An important and often underappreciated feature of Wu practice was its close association with healing, an association that would echo forward through the entire history of Chinese medicine and eventually into the martial and meditative traditions this book covers in later chapters. Illness, in the world of the Shang and early Zhou Wu, was frequently understood not merely as a physical malfunction but as a sign of disturbed relationship with ancestral spirits, hostile supernatural forces, or cosmic imbalance, and the Wu's diagnostic and therapeutic role therefore extended naturally from divination into healing practice. A Wu capable of communicating with the spirit responsible for a particular illness was, by the logic of the system, also capable of negotiating, appeasing, or when necessary combating that spirit on the patient's behalf. This close linkage between religious specialist and healer, rather than a clean separation between priest and physician, persisted in Chinese culture for many centuries, and traces of it remain visible even in later, more secularized traditional Chinese medicine, which retained concepts of pathogenic influence and energetic imbalance that echo, in more naturalistic language, the older Wu framework of spiritual disturbance and appeasement. The social and political position of the Wu shifted significantly across the centuries this chapter covers, and that shift matters for understanding how Chinese religious specialization eventually diversified into the multiple traditions this book will examine in later chapters. During the height of Shang court religion, the Wu occupied a position close to the center of state power, with the king himself sometimes described as performing divinatory and possibly possession-based functions directly, blurring the line between political and religious authority in a way that later Chinese history would rarely repeat so completely. As the Zhou dynasty succeeded the Shang and gradually developed a more elaborate bureaucratic and philosophical culture, the Wu's central political role diminished, even as their religious and medical functions persisted, increasingly at a more local and popular level rather than at the direct center of royal power. By the time the philosophical movements that would produce classical Taoism and Confucianism emerged, several centuries later, the Wu had become, in the eyes of the emerging literate philosophical elite, a somewhat lower status category of religious specialist, associated with popular healing and local ritual rather than with high-state religion, even though their underlying techniques, trance, spirit communication, and ritual healing, continued to exert deep influence on the philosophical and religious systems that were displacing them from the center of official power. This displacement is worth understanding carefully, because it sets up a pattern this book will observe repeatedly in the chapters ahead: a shamanic or ecstatic tradition providing the raw experiential material that a later, more literate and philosophically systematic tradition then absorbs, reorganizes, and often partially distances itself from, even while remaining deeply dependent on the earlier tradition's methods and insights. Classical Taoism, the subject of a later chapter in this book, emerges from a cultural environment still saturated with Wu practice and Wu concepts, even as its foundational texts, the Tao Te Ching and the Zhuangzi, present themselves in a philosophical register quite different from direct spirit possession. Careful readers of these texts, and of later Taoist ritual manuals, can trace numerous concepts and practices back to Wu roots. The emphasis on trance-like stillness as a path to insight, the conviction that a skilled practitioner can access and channel forces beyond ordinary perception, and eventually, in the fully developed Taoist tradition, ritual specialists functioning in ways directly continuous with the older Wu role, writing talismans and performing exorcisms using techniques whose lineage traces unmistakably back to the shamanic culture this chapter has described. It is worth closing this chapter by naming directly why the Wu tradition deserves a place alongside the Vedic material covered in earlier chapters as one of this book's two most thoroughly documented ancient roots. Both traditions produced substantial, contemporaneous written or inscriptional evidence, the oracle bones on one side and the Vedic hymns on the other, allowing modern scholars a level of direct access to ancient religious practice that is simply unavailable for many other ancient traditions, which survive only through much later textual reconstruction or archaeological inference. This documentary strength is why this book can speak with unusual confidence about the earliest layer of both the Chinese and Indian threads in its river system, even while later chapters, covering the earliest layer of Japanese practice and the emergence of Tantra, will need to rely more heavily on later textual sources reconstructing earlier oral and ritual traditions whose original form is less directly documented. It is worth being direct about the limits of what can be confidently reconstructed about Wu practice, in the same spirit of calibrated honesty this book has applied to every tradition examined so far. The oracle bone inscriptions themselves are terse by nature, typically recording a question posed to the ancestors or deities, the method of divination, and sometimes a brief notation of the outcome, rather than a detailed description of the ritual process itself, including whatever trance or possession states may have accompanied it. Much of what this chapter has described regarding the specific techniques of trance induction, the dance, the drumming, the states of physical exhaustion, comes from later textual sources, particularly poetic and ritual material surviving from the Warring States period in the early Han Dynasty, several centuries after the height of Shang oracle bone divination, describing practices its authors understood as continuous with, or as direct descendants of, the earlier Wu tradition. This later material is valuable and is treated throughout this chapter as a reasonable basis for reconstruction, but readers should hold the same distinction this book has asked them to hold throughout, between the earliest, most directly documented layer of a tradition and later material describing or claiming continuity with that layer, which may preserve genuine older practice, elaborate upon it, or in some cases project later concerns backward onto an earlier period being reconstructed rather than directly witnessed. One further dimension of Wu practice deserves attention before this chapter turns to Japan, the gendered character of the role across different periods of early Chinese history. The earliest textual and inscriptional evidence suggests that women held a significant, in some regions perhaps predominant, presence among Wu practitioners, particularly in roles associated with rainmaking ritual, healing, and certain categories of possession-based mediumship, a pattern that appears with some frequency in shamanic traditions studied across unrelated cultures worldwide. Some later Chinese sources draw a terminological distinction between Wu, sometimes associated more specifically with female practitioners in certain contexts, and Shi, a related term sometimes associated with male practitioners, though the precise scope and consistency of this distinction across different periods and regions of ancient China remains a genuine subject of scholarly discussion rather than a settled fact. What can be said with more confidence is that the Wu role was not restricted by gender in the way that later, more thoroughly Confucianized Chinese religious and bureaucratic institutions would come to restrict access to formal religious and political authority, and that this earlier, less gender-restricted landscape of spiritual practice represents an important feature of the tradition's original character, one that later developments, including aspects of institutional Taoism and Confucian court religion, would in various ways narrow or reorganize. The relationship between Wu practice and the natural world also deserves emphasis, because it establishes a pattern that recurs throughout the rest of this book's treatment of Chinese tradition. Wu ritual, and the divination it supported, concerned itself heavily with agricultural and meteorological outcomes. The timing and adequacy of rainfall, the success of the harvest, the health of livestock, and the broader question of whether the natural order itself remained in right alignment with human affairs and ancestral favor. This close entanglement between spiritual practice and the practical rhythms of agricultural life, rather than a spirituality oriented primarily toward individual liberation or transcendence of the physical world, distinguishes the earliest layer of Chinese religious practice from some of the more otherworldly currents this book will examine later in its treatment of Buddhism's arrival in China. It also anticipates, quite directly, the deep concern with harmony between human activity and natural cyclical order that would become one of the defining philosophical preoccupations of classical Taoism, examined in the chapter that follows this one. The Wu did not simply provide raw shamanic technique that later Taoist philosophy absorbed. They also bequeathed a worldview, one in which human flourishing was understood as inseparable from correct alignment with natural and cosmic rhythm, that would remain at the center of Chinese mystical thought for the remainder of the history this book traces. A final point deserves attention before this chapter turns to Japan: the relationship between Wu practice and writing itself, which occupies a genuinely foundational place in the larger story this book is telling. The oracle bone script, the earliest attested form of Chinese writing, developed specifically in service of divinatory practice, meaning that the very origin of Chinese literacy is inseparable from the religious technology this chapter has described. This is worth pausing on, because it means that unlike several of the other traditions examined in this book, where writing arrives as a tool applied to an already developed oral practice sometime after that practice's origin, in the Chinese case the earliest surviving written language and the earliest surviving religious technology are, quite literally, the same historical development. The question put to the ancestors, the crack produced by heat, and the written record of both question and outcome, together constitute the earliest datable moment in the entire history of Chinese civilization for which contemporaneous written evidence survives. Every later Chinese philosophical and religious tradition this book will examine, including Taoism, Confucianism, and the eventual Chinese absorption and transformation of Buddhism, inherits a written language whose very existence is bound up with the Wu tradition's original divinatory purpose, a fact easy to overlook given how thoroughly later Chinese intellectual culture would come to associate writing with secular philosophy, historical record-keeping, and bureaucratic administration rather than with its original religious function. This point connects directly to a broader theme worth naming explicitly as this book moves forward: the way each of its three ancient roots left a distinctive imprint not merely on later religious practice but on the deeper cultural and linguistic structures of the civilizations that grew from them. Vedic Sanskrit's extraordinary phonetic precision and its associated grammatical science, developed in significant part to preserve mantric material with exact fidelity, shaped the entire subsequent history of Indian linguistics and philosophy of language. The Wu tradition's role in the origin of Chinese writing shaped the entire subsequent history of Chinese textual culture. And the emphasis on precise ritual formula found in early Japanese Norito would leave its own mark on the highly formalized register of classical Japanese ritual and courtly language. None of these traditions, in other words, remained confined to a narrow category called religion, separate from the broader intellectual and linguistic life of the civilizations that produced them. Each shaped, at the deepest level, how its civilization came to think, to write, and to speak, a fact worth holding onto as this book's later chapters trace how these traditions continued to shape culture, medicine, and eventually global wellness practice many centuries after their original ritual context had receded into history. The next chapter turns to that third, less documented but no less important root: the native purification and kami-centered practices of pre-Buddhist Japan, which developed independently on the far eastern edge of this book's river system before Buddhism's arrival in the 6th century of the Common Era set the Great Merging fully in motion. Chapter 5: Waterfalls and the Kami. This chapter completes the triad of ancient roots this book set out to establish in its opening chapter, turning at last to the third headwater of the river this book is tracing: the native spiritual practices of the Japanese archipelago, developed long before Buddhism's arrival in the 6th century of the Common Era, and later organized, retrospectively and partly in response to that arrival, under the name Shinto. This root is less thoroughly documented than the Vedic and Wu traditions covered in earlier chapters, since pre-Buddhist Japan left no comparable body of contemporaneous writing, but its outlines can be reconstructed with reasonable confidence from later textual sources, from archaeology, and from the remarkable continuity of practice that connects contemporary Shinto shrine ritual to customs whose roots clearly predate any Chinese or Buddhist influence. Central to this native tradition is the concept of kami, a term that, like prana and wu before it, resists any single adequate English translation. Kami are often rendered as gods or spirits, and both translations are defensible, but the category is considerably broader and more diffuse than either word suggests to a modern Western reader accustomed to a clear boundary between the human, the natural, and the divine. A kami might be a deity associated with a major natural feature, a mountain, a great river, or the sun itself, understood in a way that overlaps with what other cultures might call a nature deity. But a kami might equally be the spirit associated with a particular waterfall, a specific ancient tree, an unusually shaped rock, a local ancestor of significant achievement, or even a concept or quality, such as growth, fertility, or purity, understood as possessing its own animating presence rather than functioning merely as an abstraction. This diffuse, richly populated spiritual landscape, in which countless specific locations and forces each carry their own particular animating presence rather than being subsumed under a small number of major deities, is one of the most distinctive features of the native Japanese religious imagination, and it shaped everything that grew from this root in ways that persist to the present day. The practical religious technology built around this kami-populated worldview centered overwhelmingly on purification, a theme that runs through pre-Buddhist Japanese practice with a consistency and intensity that has few close parallels among the other traditions examined so far in this book. The core conviction underlying this emphasis was that kegare, a state of spiritual pollution or impurity, accumulates naturally through ordinary life, through contact with death, illness, blood, and various forms of moral or ritual transgression, and that this accumulated impurity obstructs right relationship with the kami, blocking the flow of blessing, fortune, and vitality that right relationship with the kami was believed to make available. Purification, rather than doctrine, moral instruction, or philosophical contemplation, was therefore the primary religious technology this tradition developed, and it took a strikingly direct, physical form. Immersion in cold, moving water, most powerfully embodied in the practice that survives today under the name Misogi. Misogi deserves close attention because it exemplifies, as clearly as any practice examined in this book so far, the body-first character of the earliest layer of every tradition this book has covered. Misogi is not, in its original and most intense form, a symbolic gesture toward purification performed for a few brief moments before turning to some other, more central spiritual activity. It is the direct, often prolonged and physically demanding practice of standing beneath a waterfall or immersing oneself in cold moving water, sometimes for extended periods, sometimes accompanied by chanting or specific breathing patterns, until the practitioner experiences a state the tradition describes as purified, cleared, or restored to right relationship with the surrounding world of kami. The mechanism here is not primarily conceptual. It is the direct physiological and psychological impact of sustained cold water immersion, understood by the tradition not merely as producing a subjective feeling of refreshment but as an objective change in the practitioner's spiritual state, removing kegare in a manner as real and as verifiable, within the tradition's own framework, as washing removes physical dirt. This literalism about purification, treating the removal of spiritual impurity as functionally continuous with ordinary physical cleaning rather than as a separate symbolic category, reflects a broader characteristic of the native Japanese religious imagination that persists throughout its later history, an unusual comfort with treating the physical and the spiritual as operating on a single continuous spectrum rather than as fundamentally separate domains requiring different kinds of technique. Where the Vedic tradition developed elaborate verbal technology, precise mantra requiring correct pronunciation and ritual context, and the Wu tradition developed trance and possession technology, centered on temporarily displacing ordinary consciousness to allow a spirit's direct presence, the earliest Japanese tradition developed what might best be called an environmental technology, centered on direct physical engagement with specific natural forces, water above all, understood to carry real, non-symbolic purifying and empowering effect. The shrine, or jinja, represents the second major institutional pillar of this tradition, and its basic architectural logic, largely established before Buddhism's arrival and remarkably persistent through all the changes this book will trace in later chapters, reflects the same underlying worldview. A Shinto shrine marks a specific location understood to be the dwelling or manifestation site of a specific kami, often chosen because some feature of the site itself, an unusual rock formation, a particularly old tree, a spring or waterfall, already carried an intuitive sense of numinous presence before any structure was built there. The shrine's function is not primarily to house a doctrine or to provide a venue for moral instruction, in the way a modern reader might expect of an established religious building. Its function is to mark and maintain right relationship with a specific, located spiritual presence, through offerings, seasonal festivals, and the maintenance of ritual purity at the site itself. This location-specific, presence-centered religious logic, rather than a universal, doctrine-centered one, is one of the most enduring features of the native Japanese tradition, and it would prove remarkably resilient even after Buddhism's arrival introduced an entirely different, doctrinally elaborate religious system alongside it, a resilience this book will examine directly in a later chapter covering the specific fusion between Shinto and esoteric Buddhism that produced Shugendō and Inmyoto. It is worth being direct about the limits of what can be confidently reconstructed about this tradition in its earliest, pre-Buddhist form, because the two major textual sources most often cited for early Japanese mythology and religious practice, the Kojiki and the Nihon Shoki, were both compiled in the early 8th century of the Common Era, well after Buddhism's arrival and well after significant Chinese cultural influence had already reshaped Japanese court culture, including its literary and religious self-understanding. These texts preserve much older oral material, and scholars generally treat them as genuine, if imperfect, windows into pre-Buddhist Japanese religious concepts, but readers should understand that this book's account of pre-Buddhist practice, like the account of most oral traditions examined so far, rests on later textual reconstruction rather than on direct contemporaneous documentation of the kind available for the Vedic hymns or the Shang oracle bones. This is not a reason to dismiss the material. It is a reason to hold it with appropriate calibration, the same calibration this book has applied throughout, treating well-attested continuity of practice, in this case the demonstrable persistence of purification ritual, shrine-based kami veneration, and specific seasonal festivals from the earliest recoverable period through to contemporary Shinto practice, as meaningful evidence even where the earliest layer cannot be documented with the same precision as the Vedic or Shang material. Alongside Misogi, the earliest Japanese tradition developed a related but distinct concept worth separate attention: hari, a broader category of purification ritual that extended beyond direct water immersion to include a range of ceremonial actions, including the waving of a sacred branch or wand, the recitation of specific ritual formulas called norito, and the symbolic transfer of impurity onto an object, such as a paper effigy or a small boat, which would then be cast into a river or the sea, carrying the accumulated kegare away from the community and out of the human world entirely. This practice of transferring impurity onto a substitute object before disposing of it deserves attention because it introduces, at the root of the Japanese tradition, a technology of ritual substitution and displacement that recurs in various forms across many of the traditions this book will examine later, including certain Taoist exorcism rites and specific Tibetan protective rituals, each of which developed, independently or through later cross-cultural transmission, their own version of the same basic idea, that spiritual affliction or impurity can be drawn out of a person and deposited into a substitute vessel, which can then be safely destroyed or removed, resolving the affliction without requiring the original sufferer to bear its full weight directly. The norito themselves, ritual formulas recited by priests during hari and other ceremonies, deserve comparison to the Vedic mantras examined several chapters earlier in this book, because the comparison reveals both a genuine parallel and an important difference between the two traditions. Like Vedic mantras, norito were understood to carry real efficacy through correct recitation, addressed directly to specific kami and requesting their favor, protection, or active removal of impurity, and preserved through careful transmission across generations of priestly practice. Where the two traditions differ is in the relative weight each placed on precise phonetic and metrical correctness versus sincerity of address. Vedic tradition, as earlier chapters of this book established, treated exact pronunciation as functioning almost independently of the reciter's inner state, closer to a technical operation than an act of communication. Early Japanese tradition, by contrast, while certainly valuing correct and consistent ritual form, placed somewhat greater emphasis on the sincerity, called magokoro, of the person offering the norito, a concept that would remain central to Japanese religious and ethical thought for the remainder of its history and that offers an instructive counterpoint to the more purely technical model of ritual efficacy examined earlier in this book's treatment of Vedic mantra. The seasonal and communal dimension of early Japanese religious practice also deserves emphasis before this chapter closes, because it establishes a rhythm of collective ritual life that persisted with remarkable continuity through every subsequent transformation this book will trace in later chapters covering Japan. Purification rites, shrine festivals called matsuri, and specific agricultural ceremonies marking the rice planting and harvest cycles structured the religious calendar of early Japanese communities in a manner closely bound to the practical rhythms of agricultural life, echoing the similar entanglement between spiritual practice and agricultural concern already noted in the previous chapter's treatment of ancient Chinese Wu practice. This communal, calendar-bound character of early Japanese religion, oriented toward maintaining right relationship between a specific community and the specific kami associated with its land, stands in some contrast to the more individually oriented liberation-seeking traditions this book will examine in later chapters on Indian Tantra and Buddhist meditation, and it is worth holding this contrast in mind, because it helps explain why, even after Buddhism's arrival introduced a sophisticated individual path toward enlightenment into Japanese religious life, the older communal, land-based, kami-centered structure of Shinto practice never disappeared, but instead persisted alongside Buddhism in the distinctive dual religious system that would characterize Japanese spiritual life for the remainder of its history, a persistence this book will examine directly in its later chapter on Shugendo and the mountain ascetic tradition that grew from the fusion of these two currents. One further comparison is worth drawing explicitly before this chapter closes, connecting the tradition examined here back to the two roots examined in earlier chapters. Where the Vedic tradition developed an elaborate theology of cosmic order, called Rita, understood as an abstract principle underlying and governing the entire universe, and the Wu tradition organized its practice primarily around specific ancestral spirits with direct genealogical connection to the ruling house, the earliest Japanese tradition developed something closer to a radically distributed and localized theology, in which spiritual presence and power were understood to be genuinely dispersed across countless specific places and phenomena rather than concentrated in a small number of major cosmic principles or ancestral figures. This distributed quality would prove remarkably durable, shaping Japanese religious sensibility long after Buddhism's arrival introduced its own considerably more abstract and universalist doctrinal framework, and it helps explain a feature of Japanese religious life that can otherwise seem puzzling to readers accustomed to more doctrinally centralized religious traditions: the ease with which a single individual or community could and still can maintain devotion to a specific local kami, participate in Buddhist ritual, and later even incorporate elements of Confucian ethical teaching, all without experiencing these as mutually exclusive religious commitments requiring exclusive allegiance to one system over the others. This capacity for what might be called religious layering, rather than religious replacement, is one of the most distinctive features of Japanese spiritual history, and its roots lie precisely in the distributed, location-specific character of kami veneration examined throughout this chapter. It is also worth naming, before this chapter concludes, why this third root matters so directly to the larger purpose of this book and the series it begins. The companion volume on the energy body that this project intends to produce next will draw on concepts of subtle anatomy primarily developed within the Indian and Chinese traditions examined in this book's other chapters: chakras, nadis, dantians, and meridians chief among them. The Japanese tradition examined in this chapter contributes something different but equally essential to that eventual project: not a specific map of subtle anatomy, but a foundational insistence that direct physical engagement with the natural world, water above all, constitutes a genuine and sufficient technology of spiritual transformation in its own right, without necessarily requiring the more elaborate internal cartography developed elsewhere. This insistence would resurface directly in later Japanese esoteric practice, particularly in the Shugendo tradition examined in a subsequent chapter, whose mountain ascetics combined the purification technology examined here with imported Buddhist and Taoist elements to produce one of the most physically demanding and experientially direct mystical traditions this book will cover. Readers working toward the practical material promised in this series' next volume should hold on to Misogi and its underlying logic as a genuine, standalone technology of transformation, not merely as a historical curiosity preceding the more elaborate systems examined in later chapters. With this third root now established alongside the Vedic and Wu traditions covered in earlier chapters, this book has completed the survey of its three ancient headwaters: precise verbal and ritual technology in India, trance and possession technology in China, and direct environmental and purificatory technology in Japan. Each developed independently, shaped by its own geography, its own social structure, and its own underlying intuitions about how human beings can access and work with forces beyond ordinary physical reality. The chapters that follow now turn to what this book has called the Great Systemization, the process by which raw ritual and shamanic practice in India and China began to be organized into coherent philosophical systems, beginning with the emergence of classical yoga out of the Vedic material this book examined several chapters ago. Chapter 6. Patanjali and the Eight Limbs. With this book's three ancient roots now established, the story turns to what its introduction called the Great Systemization, the moment at which raw ritual, mantra, and ascetic practice in India began to be organized into a coherent, teachable philosophical method. This chapter traces that process as it produced classical yoga, culminating in the compilation of the text most responsible for giving yoga the systematic shape recognizable, in however distant an echo, in the practice millions of people around the world call yoga today, the Yoga Sutras, traditionally attributed to a figure known as Patanjali. Before turning to Patanjali specifically, it is important to understand that the material he systematized did not appear from nowhere. The centuries between the compilation of the Vedic hymns examined earlier in this book and the composition of the Yoga Sutras, likely sometime between the 2nd century before the Common Era and the 4th century of the Common Era, though the exact dating remains genuinely debated among scholars, saw an enormous flowering of ascetic and contemplative practice across the Indian subcontinent, only loosely connected to the Brahmin priestly establishment this book examined in its chapter on mantra. Wandering renunciates, called shramanas, developed increasingly sophisticated techniques of meditation, breath control, and physical austerity, often explicitly outside or in tension with the ritual-centered Brahmin system, in pursuit of direct personal liberation from the cycle of rebirth rather than through priestly ritual intermediation. This Shramana movement produced, among other developments, both Buddhism and Jainism as fully independent religious traditions, and it produced, within a more loosely organized current that remained associated with the broader Vedic and Brahmanical tradition, the accumulated body of practice and theory that Patanjali would eventually organize into the systematic form covered in this chapter. The Yoga Sutras themselves are a remarkably compact text, consisting of fewer than 200 aphorisms, often only a single sentence each, organized into 4 sections covering the nature of meditative absorption, the practical methods for achieving it, the supernatural powers said to arise along the path, and the nature of liberation itself. This compactness is itself significant, and worth pausing on, because it reflects a genre of Indian philosophical literature, the sutra, deliberately designed for oral memorization and transmission through a teacher's expanded commentary rather than for silent solitary reading. The text as it survives was never meant to be self-explanatory. It was meant to serve as a condensed skeleton, filled out through direct instruction from a qualified teacher, in a pattern of transmission that echoes, in a more philosophically systematic register, the emphasis on precise, teacher-guided technical correctness this book has already identified as characteristic of Vedic mantra practice several chapters earlier. The heart of Patanjali's system, and the reason this chapter bears the title it does, is the framework of 8 limbs, or Ashtanga, through which the text organizes the entire practical path toward the state of meditative absorption it calls samadhi. The first 2 limbs, yama and niyama, establish ethical restraints and observances, including non-harming, truthfulness, non-stealing, moderation, and contentment, functioning as a necessary foundation without which, the text insists, more advanced practice cannot proceed safely or effectively. The third limb, asana, refers in Patanjali's original text to a stable, comfortable seated posture suitable for extended meditation, a considerably narrower concept than the elaborate physical postural practice most contemporary readers associate with the word yoga, a distinction this book will return to directly in a later chapter covering the 20th century reshaping of yoga into its modern, physically intensive form. The fourth limb, pranayama, extends the concept of breath as a direct handle on vital energy already established in the earlier chapter on Ayurveda, formalizing specific patterns of breath regulation, including controlled inhalation, retention, and exhalation, as a direct method for stilling the fluctuations of the mind that Patanjali's system identifies as the primary obstacle to liberation. The fifth limb, pratyahara, describes the withdrawal of the senses from their ordinary outward orientation toward external objects, functioning as a bridge between the more externally oriented earlier limbs and the increasingly internal focus of the 3 limbs that follow. The sixth limb, dharana, refers to concentration, the sustained direction of attention toward a single object or point of focus. The seventh limb, dhyana, refers to meditation proper, an unbroken flow of attention toward that same object, distinguished from dharana by its continuity and depth. And the eighth limb, samadhi, refers to the culminating state of absorption in which the distinction between the meditator, the act of meditation, and the object of meditation dissolves entirely, understood by the text as the direct gateway to liberation from the cycle of rebirth. This eight-limbed structure deserves recognition as one of the most influential organizational achievements in the entire history this book is tracing, not because Patanjali invented the practices it describes, most of which, as this chapter has already noted, predate the text by centuries, but because he gave those practices a clear, teachable, sequential architecture that could be transmitted with far greater consistency than the more scattered, teacher-dependent ascetic practice that preceded it. This achievement echoes, in a different domain, the achievement of the Wu to Taoism transition examined in earlier chapters and the achievement, covered in a later chapter, of the 20th century Chinese state's consolidation of scattered practice into unified Qigong. In each case, a body of older, more diffuse practice gets organized, at a specific historical moment, by a specific systematizing intelligence, into a form durable and teachable enough to survive and spread across subsequent centuries, and in each case, the systematized form eventually becomes so dominant that later practitioners can easily forget how much older, more varied practice preceded and fed into it. It is worth addressing directly a claim that circulates widely in popular presentations of yoga history but that careful historical scholarship treats with considerably more caution. The idea that Patanjali's system represents a single, unbroken, unified philosophy of yoga that has remained essentially unchanged from his time to the present. In reality, the centuries following the Yoga Sutras saw the eight-limbed framework absorbed into, reinterpreted by, and in significant ways superseded by later developments, most importantly the emergence of Hatha Yoga several centuries later, which this book's later Tantra chapter will examine in detail, and which introduced an entirely different theoretical apparatus, centered on nadis, chakras, and kundalini, largely absent from Patanjali's original text. The physically intensive postural practice most people today associate with the word yoga owes far more to this later Hatha tradition, and even more directly to specific 20th century Indian teachers this book will examine in a much later chapter, than to Patanjali's original eight-limbed system, in which physical posture occupied a comparatively minor role, serving primarily as a stable seat for meditation rather than as an end in itself. Readers who encounter claims of an unbroken 5,000-year yogic tradition stretching directly from the Indus Valley to a contemporary studio class should hold that claim with the same careful distinction between lineage narrative and documented historical continuity that this book's introduction asked readers to maintain throughout. None of this diminishes what Patanjali actually accomplished. The Yoga Sutras represent a genuinely sophisticated psychological and contemplative technology, built on careful, systematic observation of the mind's tendencies and obstacles, and offering a practical, sequential method for working with those obstacles that remains, on its own terms, as coherent and usable today as it was when it was compiled. Its influence on every later Indian contemplative tradition this book will examine, including the tantric systems covered in a subsequent chapter, is impossible to overstate, even where those later traditions departed significantly from Patanjali's original framework or added elements he never described. Understanding the eight limbs in their original, more austere and psychologically focused form, distinct from the elaborate physical practice and energetic cosmology later grafted onto the word yoga, gives the reader an essential piece of ground truth against which to measure everything encountered in later chapters, and everything encountered, eventually, in the companion volume on the energy body that this series will produce once this historical foundation is complete. It is worth addressing the question of Patanjali's own identity directly, because it illustrates, as clearly as any example in this book, the distinction between lineage narrative and documented historical fact that this book's introduction asked readers to hold throughout. Traditional accounts identify Patanjali as a single historical author, sometimes further identified with a grammarian of the same name responsible for an important Sanskrit grammatical treatise several centuries earlier, and even, in some devotional accounts, treated as a partial incarnation of the divine serpent Shesha. Modern scholarship treats each of these identifications with considerable skepticism, generally regarding the grammarian and the author of the Yoga Sutras as two distinct individuals separated by a substantial span of time, and treating the Yoga Sutras themselves as likely representing a compilation and systematization of existing material by a compiler or a small school of compilers working within an existing philosophical tradition, called Samkhya, from which the Yoga Sutras draws its basic metaphysical framework, rather than as the wholly original creation of a single isolated genius. This uncertainty about authorship does not diminish the text's importance or its internal coherence. It simply means that Patanjali functions, in this history, more as a name attached to a systematizing achievement than as a fully documented individual biography, a pattern this book will encounter again when it turns, in a later chapter, to Mikao Usui's synthesis of Reiki, a case where considerably more is known about the historical individual involved but where legend has nonetheless accumulated rapidly around the documented facts. The philosophical framework underlying the Yoga Sutras, drawn from the older Samkhya school of Indian philosophy, deserves brief explanation here because it shapes the entire practical system the 8 limbs are designed to support. Samkhya proposes a fundamental duality between Purusha, pure consciousness or awareness, and Prakriti, the entirety of manifest nature, including not only the physical world but also the mind, thoughts, and emotions, all of which Samkhya classifies as forms of Prakriti rather than as expressions of Purusha itself. Ordinary human suffering, in this framework, arises from a fundamental confusion in which Purusha mistakenly identifies itself with the fluctuations of Prakriti, particularly the fluctuations of the mind, believing itself to be the thinker of its thoughts and the feeler of its emotions rather than the unchanging awareness that simply witnesses those fluctuations without being altered by them. The entire 8-limbed path exists, within this framework, to still those fluctuations sufficiently that Purusha can recognize its own true, separate nature, a recognition that constitutes liberation itself. This metaphysical framework, while considerably more abstract than the direct trance and possession model examined in earlier chapters on Chinese Wu practice, ultimately pursues a strikingly similar practical goal: a fundamental shift in the practitioner's relationship to ordinary consciousness, achieved through disciplined technique rather than through belief or doctrine alone, reinforcing this book's recurring observation that direct experiential practice, not abstract philosophy, remains the actual engine driving every tradition examined in this history. The supernatural powers, called siddhis, that the 3rd section of the Yoga Sutras associates with advanced practice deserve mention as well, because they connect Patanjali's system directly back to the magical and sorcerous dimension this book's introduction insisted on taking seriously rather than politely omitting. The text describes a range of abilities said to arise, sometimes as a natural byproduct and sometimes through specific additional practice, at advanced stages of concentration, including knowledge of past and future events, understanding of the sounds and communications of animals, invisibility, extraordinary physical strength, and even the capacity to enter another person's body. Patanjali's text treats these powers with notable ambivalence, acknowledging their reality within the system's own framework while simultaneously warning that attachment to them represents a significant obstacle on the path toward the deeper liberation that remains the system's actual goal. This ambivalence, taking supernatural capability seriously as a real feature of advanced practice while simultaneously subordinating it to a higher, non-supernatural aim, is a pattern this book will encounter again in its later chapters on Tantra and on Vajrayana Buddhism, both of which inherit and further elaborate this same tension between siddhi as a genuine marker of advanced attainment and siddhi as a potential trap for the unwary practitioner who mistakes power for liberation itself. A final observation belongs here, connecting Patanjali's achievement back to this book's larger river metaphor before the story moves on to Taoism. The 8-limbed path, for all its later transformation and reinterpretation, established a template of sequential, staged practice, ethical foundation first, physical stability second, breath regulation third, and progressively deeper stages of attention and absorption thereafter, that would echo forward through nearly every subsequent contemplative system this book examines, including Buddhist meditation frameworks, Taoist internal alchemy's staged progression from physical cultivation through energetic refinement to spiritual transformation, and even the graduated initiatory structures of later tantric practice. This staged, sequential architecture, in which a practitioner is expected to establish genuine competence at an earlier stage before proceeding to a more advanced one, stands as one of Patanjali's most lasting contributions to the broader history this book is tracing, considerably more durable, in practice, than the specific metaphysical Samkhya framework in which he originally embedded it. Later traditions would frequently keep the staged architecture while substituting an entirely different underlying philosophy, a pattern of structural borrowing across otherwise distinct systems that recurs constantly throughout the history this book covers, and that offers a final, important lesson for any reader hoping to evaluate these traditions honestly. The practical method and the theoretical explanation offered for that method are not always as tightly bound together as a given tradition's own presentation suggests, and a technique's staged architecture can often be separated, at least for analytical purposes, from any single metaphysical system claiming to explain why it works. It is worth closing this chapter with a brief word on how the eight-limbed system relates to the broader theme of testing a path for oneself, which this book's earlier chapters identified as central to its entire purpose. Patanjali's text itself, for all its systematic rigor, does not ask the practitioner to accept its metaphysical claims on faith before beginning practice. It presents the eight limbs as a method to be undertaken, with results, including the specific altered states and eventually the siddhis discussed above, that the text presents as directly verifiable through the practitioner's own sustained effort. This empirical, results-oriented framing tests the method through direct practice rather than accept its underlying philosophy on authority alone, represents one of the clearest ancient precedents for the approach this book's introduction described as central to the entire series this volume begins. A reader encountering the eight limbs today is being invited into exactly the same posture Patanjali's original audience was invited into nearly 2,000 years ago. Not belief, but disciplined experiment, conducted on the only laboratory available to any of us, which is the practitioner's own body and mind. The next chapter turns to the second great systemization examined in this section of the book, tracing the emergence of philosophical Taoism out of the Wu shamanic tradition examined earlier, and introducing the foundational texts, the Tao Te Ching and the Zhuangzi, that would give Chinese mystical practice its own durable philosophical architecture, setting the stage for the great merging that occupies the central portion of this book. Chapter 7. The Way and Its Power. This chapter turns to the second great systemization examined in this book, tracing how the shamanic and divinatory culture of the Wu, established in an earlier chapter as one of this book's three ancient roots, was gradually absorbed into and reorganized by a new philosophical movement that would come to be known as Taoism. Where the previous chapter traced Patanjali's systemization of Indian ascetic practice into the eight-limbed path, this chapter traces a parallel but distinct process occurring on the far side of Asia, culminating in two foundational texts, the Tao Te Ching and the Zhuangzi, and in the beginnings of a tradition of physical and alchemical practice, Weiden, that would eventually feed directly into what the modern world calls Qigong. The Tao Te Ching, traditionally attributed to a figure known as Laozi and traditionally dated to the 6th century before the Common Era, though modern scholarship generally regards the text as a compilation assembled over a longer period, likely reaching something close to its present form by the 4th or 3rd century before the Common Era, represents one of the most compact and enduringly influential philosophical texts produced by any civilization examined in this book. Its central concept, the Tao, usually translated as the Way, refers to an underlying principle or process that generates, sustains, and governs the entire universe, understood not as a personal deity in the manner of the kami examined in an earlier chapter, nor as the cosmic order, Rita, underlying Vedic ritual, but as something closer to the fundamental, ungraspable pattern according to which all natural phenomena arise, change, and return. The text's opening line, which states directly that the Tao which can be named or spoken is not the eternal, unchanging Tao, immediately signals a philosophical posture that runs through this entire tradition. A deep suspicion of language, conceptual categorization, and deliberate effort as adequate tools for grasping or achieving alignment with ultimate reality. This suspicion produces one of Taoism's most distinctive and, to a modern reader, sometimes counterintuitive practical teachings. Wu Wei, often translated as non-action, though a more precise rendering might be effortless action, or action that proceeds without forced, deliberate striving against the natural grain of a situation. Wu Wei does not counsel passivity or the abandonment of activity altogether. It counsels a particular quality of action, one that arises from deep attunement to the natural flow of circumstance rather than from the ego's forceful imposition of its own agenda onto a situation resistant to that agenda. The text illustrates this principle repeatedly through natural imagery, most famously through water, which the Tao Te Ching praises for its capacity to benefit all things without contention, to take the lowest and most despised position, and yet, over time, to wear down even the hardest stone through nothing more than its patient, yielding persistence. This image of water as the supreme teacher of effortless power deserves particular attention from readers of this book, given the central role water already played in the previous section's treatment of Japanese misogi practice, another striking instance of independently developed traditions converging on remarkably similar symbolic and practical insight regarding water's capacity to embody a kind of power that operates through yielding rather than through force. The Zhuangzi, a considerably longer and more literarily varied text traditionally attributed to a figure of the same name and generally dated to a similar broad period as the later layers of the Tao Te Ching, extends this philosophical foundation through a very different literary method. Extended parables, dialogues, and deliberately paradoxical anecdotes, often featuring conversations between historical or invented figures, animals, and even inanimate objects, all illustrating various facets of Taoist insight through story rather than through direct philosophical assertion. The Zhuangzi's famous parable of the butterfly dream, in which the philosopher wakes uncertain whether he is a man who has just dreamed of being a butterfly or a butterfly now dreaming of being a man, exemplifies the text's characteristic strategy of destabilizing the reader's confident sense of fixed identity and settled categories, in service of the same underlying goal the Tao Te Ching pursues through more compressed aphorism, loosening the practitioner's rigid attachment to conceptual certainty, understood as one of the primary obstacles to direct alignment with the Tao. It would be a significant misreading of this material, however, to treat classical Taoist philosophy as a purely literary or contemplative tradition divorced from the practical, embodied technology this book has emphasized throughout its earlier chapters on Vedic mantra, Wu trance practice, and Japanese misogi. From a very early period, quite possibly overlapping directly with the compilation of the Tao Te Ching and the Zhuangzi themselves, a parallel current of practical technique was developing alongside the philosophical texts, oriented toward the direct, physical pursuit of longevity, vitality, and eventually, in its most ambitious form, physical immortality. This current, known as Weiden, or external alchemy, represents this chapter's second major subject and one of the most important, if today comparatively unfamiliar, threads feeding into the larger river this book is tracing. Weiden practitioners, working primarily during the Han Dynasty and the centuries immediately following it, pursued physical immortality through what a modern reader would recognize as genuine chemical experimentation, conducted within an explicitly cosmological and ritual framework rather than as a precursor to secular science in any simple sense, though the connection between Chinese alchemical experimentation and the later history of Chinese chemistry and pharmacology is real and well documented by historians of science. Weiden practice centered on the laboratory preparation of elixirs, most notoriously involving cinnabar, the mineral form of mercury sulfide, whose transformation under heat into metallic mercury and back again into a red compound was understood by Weiden practitioners as a physical demonstration of the same cyclical transformation, decay giving way to renewal, that they believed governed the cosmos as a whole, and that they believed could be harnessed, through correctly prepared elixirs, to transform the practitioner's own body into an incorruptible, immortal vessel. It is worth stating plainly, in keeping with this book's commitment to honest accounting, that this pursuit carried genuine and sometimes fatal risk. Historical records, including accounts of several Chinese emperors, document cases of serious illness and death resulting from the ingestion of mercury-based elixirs prepared according to Weiden principles, a sobering historical fact that stands as a direct, cautionary counterpoint to any romanticized picture of ancient alchemical wisdom as uniformly benign or safe. The cosmological framework underlying Weiden practice drew directly on concepts already established elsewhere in Chinese thought by this period, particularly the theory of yin and yang, the two complementary and interdependent principles understood to underlie all natural process, and the theory of the five phases, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, understood as a dynamic cycle of mutual generation and control governing everything from bodily physiology to seasonal change to political legitimacy. Weiden practitioners understood their alchemical operations as a deliberate, accelerated recreation of these same natural cyclical processes within a controlled laboratory setting, believing that a substance capable of surviving repeated cycles of transformation without permanent degradation, as cinnabar appeared to do under the specific heating and cooling processes Weiden practitioners developed, must possess a corresponding capacity to confer that same incorruptible stability on the body of the practitioner who consumed it. This is, on its own terms, a coherent and sophisticated theoretical system, even though its central practical claim, that ingesting specially prepared mercury compounds could produce physical immortality, has not been supported by the subsequent history of those who attempted it. The eventual decline of Weiden as the primary vehicle for Taoist longevity practice, and its gradual replacement by the internal alchemical tradition, Needon, examined in detail in a later chapter of this book, represents one of the most important developments in the entire history of Chinese mysticism, and this chapter closes by setting up that transition directly. As the dangers of mercury-based elixir consumption became increasingly apparent over the centuries following the Han Dynasty, and as Buddhism's arrival in China, covered in the next chapter, introduced sophisticated new meditative and contemplative technologies into the Chinese religious landscape, Taoist practitioners increasingly redirected the alchemical framework inward, reconceiving the elixir of immortality not as an external substance to be ingested but as an internal transformation to be cultivated within the practitioner's own body, through breath, meditation, and the deliberate circulation of internal vital substances, Jing, Qi, and Shen, along pathways that Chinese medical theory was independently mapping during roughly the same period. This shift, from external chemical laboratory to internal physiological and energetic cultivation, from Weiden to Neiden, represents the single most important transformation this book will trace in the entire history of Chinese mystical practice, and it stands as the direct ancestor of the practices the modern world knows as Qigong. It is worth pausing on Wu Wei a moment longer, because the concept is frequently misunderstood, particularly in popular Western presentations of Taoism, as a simple endorsement of passivity or withdrawal from effort altogether. The Tao Te Ching itself does not counsel a ruler, a warrior, or a practitioner to abandon action. Several passages in the text address statecraft and military strategy directly, offering pointed practical counsel rather than mystical abstraction, and the text's ideal sage is repeatedly described as accomplishing great things precisely through this quality of effortless, well-timed action, not through inaction understood as mere passivity. The distinction the text draws is between action that fights against the grain of a situation, forcing an outcome through sheer application of will, and action that moves with the grain, achieving its aim through minimal, precisely applied effort at exactly the right moment. This is a genuinely sophisticated practical philosophy, closer to what a modern reader might recognize in certain strands of strategic and martial thinking than to simple quietism, and it would go on to exert deep influence on Chinese martial arts, several of which, including Taijiquan, explicitly claim philosophical descent from this very principle, training practitioners to yield to and redirect an opponent's force rather than to meet it with equal and opposite force of their own. The relationship between classical Taoist philosophy and the older Wu tradition examined in an earlier chapter deserves direct treatment here, because it illustrates a pattern this book has already flagged as significant: a literate, philosophically sophisticated tradition emerging from, and partially distancing itself from, an older shamanic culture whose methods it nonetheless continued to depend upon and transform. The Zhuangzi itself contains numerous passages describing figures who achieve extraordinary abilities: flight, imperviousness to heat and cold, communion with forces beyond ordinary human perception, through disciplined cultivation, described in language that echoes, in a more literary and philosophically framed register, the trance and possession capacities associated with the earlier Wu tradition. Scholars of early Chinese religion generally regard these passages not as pure literary invention but as reflecting genuine practices of breath cultivation, guided visualization, and possibly trance technique already circulating in the broader religious culture from which both Weiden practice and the philosophical texts examined in this chapter emerged. Philosophical Taoism, in other words, did not replace the Wu tradition so much as absorb select elements of it into a new literary and conceptual framework, while other elements of Wu practice, particularly direct spirit possession and oracle-based divination, continued to exist alongside philosophical Taoism as a separate, lower status but persistent current of Chinese popular religion, one that would later be absorbed more directly into institutional, ritual Taoism, examined in a subsequent chapter of this book covering Taoist talismans and exorcism. It is also worth situating Weiden practice within the broader social and political context of the centuries in which it flourished, because that context helps explain both its appeal and its eventual eclipse. The pursuit of physical immortality through alchemical means held particular appeal for individuals possessing the wealth and leisure to fund extended experimentation, and Chinese historical records document sustained royal and imperial patronage of Weiden practitioners across several dynasties, with certain emperors maintaining court alchemists specifically tasked with preparing longevity elixirs. This patronage pattern echoes, in a Chinese context many centuries later, the same dynamic this book identified in its earlier chapter on Vedic priesthood: specialized ritual and technical practitioners competing for elite patronage, with real political and economic stakes attached to their claimed capabilities. The documented deaths of at least several Chinese emperors from mercury poisoning associated with elixir consumption, rather than discrediting the entire alchemical enterprise immediately, appear instead to have gradually shifted elite and popular confidence away from external, ingestible elixirs and toward internal cultivation methods over the course of several centuries, a gradual transition rather than a single decisive break, and one that unfolded alongside, and was significantly accelerated by, the arrival and increasing influence of Buddhism in China, the subject of this book's next chapter. It is worth naming directly, before this chapter turns to Buddhism, one further legacy of the Western tradition that persisted well beyond its own eventual eclipse, its lasting contribution to the practical history of Chinese science. Western practitioners, in their sustained laboratory experimentation with mineral substances, heating processes, and controlled chemical transformation, developed genuine technical expertise in areas including metallurgy, mineralogy, and what later scholars of the history of science regard as early protochemistry, expertise that fed directly into the broader development of Chinese pharmacology and medicine over the following centuries. Chinese alchemical experimentation is also frequently credited, in standard histories of science, with the eventual discovery of gunpowder, arising from later medieval alchemical experimentation with saltpeter and sulfur compounds pursued in a direct continuation of the same laboratory tradition this chapter has examined. This detail matters for the larger argument of this book because it reinforces a theme already established in earlier chapters. The traditions this book examines were never purely otherworldly or symbolic in character, disconnected from practical technical achievement. The same alchemical culture that pursued physical immortality through cinnabar transformation also produced genuine, lasting contributions to material technology, a pattern of entanglement between mystical ambition and practical technical innovation that this book will note again when it turns, in a much later chapter, to the specific medical and physiological claims underlying traditional Chinese medicine and its relationship to documented clinical outcomes. The next chapter turns to the event that catalyzed much of this transformation and that stands, in this book's larger argument, as the central hinge of the entire history it is tracing: the birth of Buddhism in India, and its long journey along the trade routes of Central Asia into China, where its encounter with the Taoist tradition examined in this chapter would produce some of the most distinctive and influential mystical technologies covered anywhere in this book. Chapter 8. The Buddha's Road West to East. This chapter opens Part 3 of this book, what its introduction called the Great Merging, and it begins with the single development that makes that merging possible: the birth of Buddhism in northern India, and its subsequent journey along the trade routes of Central Asia into China, a journey that would take several centuries to complete and that would fundamentally reshape every tradition this book has examined so far. Understanding Buddhism's own origin, before tracing its transmission eastward, is essential, because the tradition that eventually merged with Taoism in China and with Bon in Tibet and with Shinto in Japan was never a static, unchanging package. It was already the product of centuries of internal development within India itself before it ever crossed a single mountain pass heading east. The historical Buddha, born Siddhartha Gautama, is generally placed by modern scholarship somewhere in the 5th or 6th century before the Common Era in the region of present-day Nepal and northern India, emerging from precisely the Shramana movement this book's earlier chapter on Patanjali identified as the broader wave of ascetic and contemplative experimentation from which classical yoga also eventually crystallized. This shared origin matters, because it means Buddhism and the systematized yoga examined in an earlier chapter are best understood not as two entirely separate traditions but as two related outcomes of the same broader ferment of renunciate practice that swept across northern India in this period, each organizing a common pool of meditative technique, breath practice, and ethical discipline according to a distinct underlying metaphysical framework. Where the Yoga Sutras, compiled considerably later, retained the Samkhya framework's dualism between Purusha and Prakriti, the Buddha's own teaching, as reconstructed from the earliest surviving textual layers, rejected the notion of a permanent, unchanging self or soul altogether, proposing instead a doctrine of impermanence and non-self, anatta, according to which what conventional experience treats as a fixed, continuous self is in fact a constantly shifting aggregate of physical and mental processes, none of which possesses independent, permanent existence. This philosophical divergence from the broader Vedic and Brahmanical tradition, combined with the Buddha's explicit rejection of the caste-based ritual authority of the Brahmin priesthood examined in this book's earlier chapters on Vedic mantra, positioned early Buddhism as a genuinely radical departure from the mainstream religious culture of its time, offering a path to liberation available, at least in principle, to any individual regardless of birth, through direct personal practice rather than through priestly ritual intermediation. The core practical framework the Buddha taught, organized around the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, a structure whose numerical and organizational similarity to Patanjali's later eight-limbed system is worth noting as a further instance of parallel systematization within the broader Indian contemplative culture, emphasized direct meditative investigation of one's own experience as the primary vehicle for liberation, a method whose most refined technical development, particularly in the areas of concentration meditation and insight meditation, would go on to exert enormous influence on every Buddhist tradition examined in the chapters that follow. Buddhism's spread beyond its original homeland in northern India began within a few centuries of the Buddha's death, significantly accelerated by the patronage of the Mauryan Emperor Ashoka in the 3rd century before the Common Era, whose conversion to Buddhism and subsequent sponsorship of missionary activity across and beyond the Indian subcontinent represents one of the most consequential instances of state patronage examined anywhere in this book. Ashoka's missions reportedly reached as far as Sri Lanka to the south and the Hellenistic kingdoms of Central Asia and the Eastern Mediterranean to the west, establishing Buddhism as a genuinely transregional tradition centuries before its arrival in China. It was this Central Asian expansion, rather than any direct sea or land route connecting India and China immediately, that proved decisive for the transmission this chapter is primarily concerned with, because the trade routes collectively known as the Silk Road, threading through the oasis cities of the Tarim Basin and connecting the Indian subcontinent to China across some of the most formidable terrain in Asia, became, over the following several centuries, the primary corridor through which Buddhist monks, texts, and eventually entire monastic communities made their way toward Chinese territory. The traditional date most often cited for Buddhism's initial arrival in China centers on the 1st century of the Common Era, during the Han Dynasty, though the process was gradual and diffuse rather than marked by any single decisive founding moment, with merchants, diplomatic contacts, and small communities of foreign monks establishing an initial Buddhist presence along trade routes and in major urban centers well before the tradition achieved anything resembling widespread Chinese acceptance. The scale of the challenge facing early Buddhist transmission into China deserves emphasis, because it was not merely a matter of geographic distance, considerable as that distance was. Buddhism arrived in China as a doctrinally and linguistically foreign system, requiring translation not merely of vocabulary but of entire conceptual frameworks, from Sanskrit and various Central Asian languages into Classical Chinese, a language and an intellectual culture already possessing its own sophisticated philosophical vocabulary, developed independently across the centuries examined in this book's earlier chapters on Wu practice and classical Taoism, and not obviously compatible with the metaphysical categories Buddhist texts assumed as background knowledge for their original Indian audience. This translation challenge produced one of the most historically significant and, for the purposes of this book, most directly relevant developments in the entire transmission process. The practice, adopted by many of the earliest Chinese translators of Buddhist texts, of borrowing existing Taoist philosophical vocabulary to render unfamiliar Buddhist concepts into comprehensible Chinese, a method later scholars have termed Gei, or concept matching. Early translators rendered the Buddhist concept of emptiness, sunyata, using Taoist vocabulary already associated with the concept of Wu, or non-being, examined in the previous chapter's discussion of the Tao Te Ching, and rendered various Buddhist meditative and contemplative terms using vocabulary already developed within the Weden and early Proto-Nedan tradition this book has already begun to trace. This translation strategy, while later recognized by more sophisticated Chinese Buddhist scholars as introducing significant conceptual distortion, since Taoist non-being and Buddhist emptiness are not, on careful philosophical analysis, identical concepts, nonetheless had a profound and lasting effect. It ensured that Buddhism, from its very earliest reception in China, was never understood or practiced as a purely foreign import maintaining strict conceptual separation from indigenous Chinese thought. From the moment of its arrival, Buddhism in China was already being actively reinterpreted through a Taoist lens, setting the stage directly for the extraordinary synthesis this book will examine in its next chapter. The emergence of Chan Buddhism, and the parallel catalytic effect Buddhism's arrival had on the development of Taoist internal alchemy, Nedan, out of the external, chemical Weden tradition examined in the previous chapter. It is worth pausing to consider the sheer physical difficulty of the transmission route this chapter has been describing, because that difficulty shaped the character of Buddhist transmission into China in ways easy to overlook from the comfort of a modern reader's perspective. The Silk Road, as it is commonly called today, was never a single road but a shifting network of routes crossing some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth, including the Taklamakan Desert, whose name is sometimes rendered in local tradition as meaning roughly the place one enters and does not leave, and the high mountain passes of the Pamir and Karakoram ranges, through which merchants, pilgrims, and monks traveled at genuine risk to their lives, dependent on a chain of oasis cities, including Dunhuang, Kucha, and Khotan, that served simultaneously as trading posts, sites of cultural exchange, and increasingly, as Buddhism took root along the route, centers of monastic learning and manuscript production in their own right. The monk Faxian, who traveled from China to India and back again in the early 5th century of the Common Era in search of authentic Buddhist texts and monastic discipline, left behind a travel account describing the genuine hardship of this journey in vivid terms, including passages describing routes where, in his own words, there was no shelter to be found and travelers had to rely on the bones of those who had perished before them as the only markers of the path. This physical difficulty meant that Buddhist transmission into China was never a matter of simple, casual cultural contact. It required sustained, dangerous, multi-generational effort by individuals genuinely committed to the tradition's preservation and spread, a fact worth remembering when evaluating the seriousness with which early Chinese Buddhist communities approached the doctrinal and translation challenges this chapter has already described. The oasis cities along this route deserve additional attention because several of them, particularly Kucha and Khotan, developed into major centers of Buddhist scholarship and translation activity in their own right, long before Buddhism achieved anything like comparable institutional depth within China proper. Kumarajiva, one of the most consequential translators in the entire history of Chinese Buddhism, was born in Kucha in the mid-4th century of the Common Era to a family already deeply embedded in Central Asian Buddhist scholarship, and his eventual arrival in China, following a dramatic and well-documented series of political upheavals that included his forced captivity for nearly 2 decades before he was finally able to reach the Chinese capital, resulted in translation work of such quality and clarity that many of his renderings of major Buddhist texts remain in active use in Chinese Buddhist practice today, many centuries later. Kumarajiva's translation method, notably, moved decisively away from the Gei concept matching approach this chapter has already described, developing instead more precise, purpose-built Chinese terminology for specifically Buddhist concepts, a refinement that later Chinese Buddhist scholarship would build upon extensively, gradually reducing, though never entirely eliminating, the degree of Taoist conceptual coloring present in the earliest generation of Buddhist translation into Chinese. Alongside the human element of translators and traveling monks, this chapter should also note the material and artistic dimension of Buddhism's transmission along this route, because it left behind some of the most important surviving evidence for how the tradition actually looked and functioned during its centuries of transit. The cave temple complexes carved into cliff faces at sites including Dunhuang, Bezeklik, and Kizil, developed over many centuries by successive communities of monks and lay patrons along the trade route, preserve extensive Buddhist mural painting, sculpture, and, in the case of Dunhuang's famous library cave, an enormous cache of manuscripts and documents sealed away and rediscovered only in the early 20th century, providing modern scholars with direct physical evidence of Buddhist practice, iconography, and textual culture along the transmission route that would otherwise be reconstructible only through later, second-hand literary description. These sites reveal a Buddhism already visibly shaped by the diverse artistic and cultural traditions of the Central Asian oasis cities through which it passed, incorporating stylistic and iconographic elements drawn from Hellenistic, Persian, and Indian artistic traditions alike, well before the tradition's teachings had even reached Chinese soil in fully developed form. This physical, artistic evidence reinforces, through an entirely different category of documentation than the textual sources this chapter has otherwise relied upon, the same central point this chapter has emphasized throughout. Buddhism's journey east was never a matter of a single fixed doctrine moving unchanged from one endpoint to another, but a genuinely transformative process, absorbing and being absorbed by every culture it passed through along the way. It is worth closing this chapter with a reflection on what this transmission process reveals about the larger river metaphor this book has used from its introduction onward. Buddhism did not arrive in China as an untouched, pure doctrine that Chinese culture subsequently corrupted or diluted through contact with indigenous belief, a framing that occasionally appears in less careful popular treatments of this history. Nor did Chinese culture passively absorb a foreign system without altering it. What actually occurred, as the historical record of translation practice alone makes clear, was a genuine, two-directional encounter, in which existing Chinese conceptual resources actively shaped how Buddhism was understood and transmitted from the very earliest stage of contact, while Buddhism, in turn, introduced meditative and philosophical technologies that would permanently reshape Chinese religious practice. This is the Great Merging in its most literal, documentable form, not a gentle blending of already similar traditions, but an active, sometimes strained, sometimes brilliantly creative negotiation between two independently developed and genuinely distinct systems of thought, each pulling the other toward new forms neither could have produced alone. The next chapter follows that negotiation to one of its most celebrated outcomes. Chapter 9. When Buddha Met Lao Tzu. This chapter examines what may be the single most consequential fusion this book will trace in its entire account of the Great Merging, the encounter between Buddhism and Taoism on Chinese soil, an encounter that produced two distinct but deeply related outcomes, treated together in this chapter because each cannot be fully understood apart from the other. The first outcome is Chan Buddhism, the distinctively Chinese school of Buddhist practice that would later travel to Japan and become known there as Zen. The second is Nidan, internal alchemy, the transformation of the external, chemical Western tradition examined 2 chapters ago into an internal, physiological and meditative practice, the direct ancestor of what the modern world calls Qigong. Chan Buddhism's emergence is traditionally associated with a semi-legendary figure named Bodhidharma, said in later hagiographic accounts to have traveled from India to China sometime around the 5th or 6th century of the Common Era and to have taught a form of meditation practice at the Shaolin monastery that would become the foundation of the Chan school. It is important to state plainly, in keeping with this book's consistent method, that the historical evidence for Bodhidharma as a specific, biographically documented individual is thin, and that much of what popular tradition attributes to him, including the famous but almost certainly later legend crediting him with introducing physical exercises to the monks of Shaolin as a method for building the strength needed to sustain long meditation sessions, appears in textual sources composed centuries after his purported lifetime, in a pattern this book has already flagged regarding the Kuji-Kiri tradition and will flag again in later chapters. Whether or not Bodhidharma existed precisely as later legend describes him, the broader development his name has come to symbolize, the emergence of a specifically Chinese school of Buddhist meditation practice emphasizing direct, sudden insight over gradual textual study, is well documented and represents a genuine and historically significant transformation of the Buddhist tradition as it took root in Chinese soil. What made Chan distinctively Chinese, rather than merely a Chinese language continuation of Indian Buddhist practice, was precisely its absorption of Taoist sensibility, examined in detail in an earlier chapter of this book. Chan's emphasis on direct, unmediated experience over conceptual and textual elaboration, its deep suspicion of language's capacity to capture ultimate truth, echoing directly the Tao Te Ching's opening declaration that the Tao which can be named is not the eternal Tao, and its preference for paradox, sudden shock, and deliberately destabilizing teaching methods over systematic doctrinal exposition, all reflect the direct influence of the Zhuangzi's literary and philosophical method examined in this book's earlier chapter on Taoism. The famous Chan teaching device of the koan, a paradoxical question or statement presented to a student specifically to exhaust the discursive, conceptual mind and provoke a sudden breakthrough into direct insight, functions in a manner strikingly continuous with the destabilizing parables of the Zhuangzi, applying a distinctly Taoist pedagogical strategy to the pursuit of a distinctly Buddhist goal, awakening, or what Chan and its later Japanese Zen descendant would call Satori or Kensho. This synthesis did not proceed without genuine tension and resistance, and this book would be doing its readers a disservice to present the encounter between Buddhism and Taoism as an easy, harmonious blending free of real conflict. Buddhism's monastic institutions, its explicit doctrine of rebirth across potentially countless lifetimes, and its ultimate goal of complete liberation from all worldly attachment stood in real tension with Taoist and broader Confucian Chinese values emphasizing family continuity, ancestral veneration, and engaged participation in worldly and political life. Chinese critics of Buddhism across several centuries raised pointed objections to what they characterized as Buddhism's foreign, family-abandoning, and economically unproductive monastic culture, and Chinese history includes several documented periods of significant state suppression of Buddhist institutions, most notably during the Tang dynasty in the 9th century, when large numbers of monasteries were closed and monks and nuns forcibly returned to lay life, partly in response to genuine economic and political concerns about the growing wealth and land holdings of Buddhist monastic institutions. Chan Buddhism's particular emphasis on direct, unmediated practice over elaborate monastic scholasticism and ritual, and its capacity to be practiced with comparatively minimal institutional infrastructure, likely contributed to its resilience and continued growth even through periods of broader Buddhist suppression, a genuinely important historical detail that helps explain why Chan, among the many Buddhist schools active in medieval China, proved particularly durable and eventually became one of the most influential forms of Buddhism to spread beyond China's borders into Korea, Vietnam, and Japan. Turning now to this chapter's second major subject, the emergence of Nidan represents a transformation this book's earlier chapter on Weiden already anticipated directly. As the serious physical dangers of Mercury-based external alchemy became increasingly apparent over the centuries following the Han Dynasty, and as Buddhist meditative technology, with its sophisticated methods for cultivating sustained concentration and systematically investigating the practitioner's own internal experience, became increasingly available within the Chinese religious landscape, Taoist practitioners began reconceiving the entire alchemical project in explicitly internal terms. Where Weiden sought to produce an elixir of immortality through external chemical transformation of mineral substances, Nidan sought to cultivate that same transformation entirely within the practitioner's own body, working with three foundational substances Chinese medical and alchemical theory had already begun mapping during the earlier centuries examined in this book. Jing, a term encompassing both reproductive essence and a more general foundational physical vitality. Qi, the vital breath or energy already familiar to readers from this book's earlier discussion of its Sanskrit cognate prana. And Shen, spirit or consciousness itself, understood as the most refined and subtle of the three. The Nidan practitioner's task, according to the mature form this tradition would take over the following centuries, involved a staged process of refinement bearing a structural resemblance worth noting to the staged, sequential architecture this book identified in Patanjali's eight-limbed system several chapters earlier. First refining Jing into Qi, then refining Qi into Shen, and finally refining Shen back into emptiness or union with the Tao itself, a three-stage progression that reimagines the external alchemical laboratory as the practitioner's own body, with breath, meditation, specific physical postures, and disciplined visualization replacing furnace, cauldron, and mineral reagent as the actual instruments of transformation. This internalization did not abandon the underlying cosmological framework that had structured Weiden practice. The theory of yin and yang and the five phases examined in the previous chapter remained fully operative within Nidan theory, but it relocated the entire alchemical operation from an external laboratory, with all the physical danger that location entailed, into the practitioner's own physiology, a relocation made conceptually possible, this chapter argues, precisely by the meditative and introspective technologies Buddhism had introduced into the Chinese religious landscape over the preceding centuries. It would be inaccurate, however, to credit Buddhism alone with catalyzing this shift, and this book's larger argument about independent convergence deserves reassertion here. Chinese medical theory, developing along its own trajectory throughout this same broad period and drawing on foundational texts including the Huangdi Neijing, the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, whose earliest layers likely predate significant Buddhist influence in China, had already been mapping a system of channels, later formalized as the meridian system, through which qi was understood to circulate throughout the body, a development this book's later chapters on modern Qigong and traditional Chinese medicine will examine in more detail. Nidan practitioners drew directly on this independently developing medical channel theory as much as they drew on imported Buddhist meditative technique, meaning that the mature Nidan tradition represents a genuine three-way synthesis: Taoist cosmology, indigenous Chinese medical channel theory, and imported Buddhist meditative method, rather than a simple two-way merger of Buddhism and Taoism alone. This three-way character is worth holding onto as this book moves forward, because it means that what the modern world eventually inherits as Qigong, examined in detail in a much later chapter, carries within it the accumulated influence of every thread this book has traced so far. The Wu shamanic root, the philosophical architecture of classical Taoism, the alchemical ambition of Weiden, the meditative technology of Buddhism, and the independently developed channel theory of Chinese medicine, all converging into a single, if internally complex, tradition of internal cultivation. The Chan lineage system itself deserves attention as a genuinely distinctive institutional innovation, worth comparing to the transmission methods examined in earlier chapters of this book. Where Vedic mantra transmission, examined several chapters ago, emphasized exact phonetic preservation across a broad priestly class, and where the Yoga Sutras were transmitted as a compact text meant to be expanded through direct teacher commentary, Chan Buddhism developed an elaborate, formally documented lineage structure, in which spiritual authority and authentic transmission were understood to pass from a single master to a single designated successor in an unbroken chain reaching back, according to traditional Chan accounts, through a series of Indian patriarchs all the way to the historical Buddha himself. This lineage structure, formalized in later centuries through texts explicitly cataloging successive generations of masters and their transmission encounters, served a crucial legitimizing function for a tradition that, unlike more textually oriented Buddhist schools, based its authority less on scriptural exegesis and more on the direct, person-to-person confirmation of awakened insight. Readers should note, in keeping with this book's consistent method, that modern scholarship treats many of the earliest patriarchal lineage claims, particularly those reaching back to figures in India before Bodhidharma, with considerable skepticism, regarding the fully elaborated lineage narrative as a later institutional construction serving real political and legitimizing purposes within the competitive landscape of medieval Chinese Buddhism, rather than as a straightforwardly documented historical chain. This does not diminish the genuine depth of the meditative and teaching tradition Chan developed. It simply means that, as with Patanjali's own contested biography examined in an earlier chapter, the lineage narrative and the underlying practical tradition it legitimizes deserve separate, calibrated evaluation rather than uncritical acceptance as a single, unified historical fact. It is worth adding one further dimension to this chapter's treatment of Nidan before moving forward: the gradual textual systematization of internal alchemical practice that occurred over the centuries following its initial emergence, producing an increasingly technical and specialized body of literature describing specific meditative postures, breath techniques, and internal visualization sequences understood to guide the practitioner through the three-stage refinement process this chapter has already outlined. This literature, often composed in a deliberately obscure, symbolically coded language drawing heavily on the same alchemical vocabulary, furnace, cauldron, lead, and mercury, that had characterized the earlier Western tradition even though the practice it now described was entirely internal, presented real interpretive challenges even to contemporary Chinese readers, let alone to later translators and scholars working across linguistic and cultural distance. This deliberate obscurity was not merely stylistic. Nidan texts frequently state directly that their symbolic language is intended to protect genuinely dangerous or easily misapplied instruction from practitioners lacking proper preparation or a qualified teacher's direct guidance, a protective function this book will encounter again in its later chapter on Tantra, where similarly coded language serves a comparable gatekeeping purpose. This pattern, of a tradition deliberately encoding its most advanced or potentially hazardous instruction in symbolic rather than plain language, appears repeatedly across the traditions this book examines, and it stands as a genuine, practical reason, distinct from mere secrecy for its own sake, why direct, qualified teacher-guided transmission remains central to nearly every tradition this book covers, even those, like Nidan, that also produced a substantial body of written literature. A brief comparative note is worth adding here, connecting Nidan's staged refinement of Jing into Qi, Qi into Shen, and Shen into emptiness back to Patanjali's eight-limbed system examined in an earlier chapter, because the resemblance illuminates something important about how independently developed contemplative traditions tend to organize advanced practice. Both systems describe a progression from grosser, more physical levels of practice toward increasingly subtle, and eventually formless, states of attainment, and both systems insist that each stage must be genuinely established before the practitioner proceeds to the next, rather than allowing more advanced techniques to be attempted prematurely. This staged, foundation-first architecture, appearing independently in Indian and Chinese contemplative systems that had only recently, at the time of Nidan's emergence, begun exchanging ideas through the channels this chapter has described, suggests that this sequential structure may reflect something genuinely useful about how sustained contemplative development actually proceeds in practice, rather than being an arbitrary organizational choice specific to either culture. Readers preparing for the more practical material promised in this series' companion volume on the energy body should take this convergence seriously as a caution against attempting advanced practice, however that practice is described in whatever tradition a reader eventually chooses to pursue, before the more foundational stages that both of these systems, independently, insist must come first. It is also worth naming directly the specific historical moment at which Nidan achieved its most influential systematic expression, because it illustrates once more this book's recurring pattern of a scattered older practice receiving decisive, durable organization at a specific identifiable point. The tradition most closely associated with fully mature Nidan theory and practice crystallized particularly during the Song dynasty, several centuries after the initial Buddhist-Taoist encounter this chapter has described, through figures including Zhang Bajuan, whose 11th century text the Wuzhen Pian, or Understanding Reality, remains among the most influential Nidan texts still studied today, and through the later formation of specific organized lineages, most notably the Quanzhen, or Complete Perfection, school, which explicitly integrated Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian elements into a single systematic framework for internal cultivation, representing perhaps the most fully realized institutional expression of the three-way synthesis this chapter has described. This later crystallization matters because it means the Nidan tradition that eventually feeds into modern Qigong, examined in a much later chapter of this book, was itself already the product of many centuries of continued refinement and reorganization after the initial Buddhist-Taoist encounter examined in this chapter, a reminder that the great merging this book is tracing was never a single completed event but an ongoing, centuries-long process of continued synthesis and reinterpretation. The next chapter follows Buddhism further along its journey through Asia, turning to the Himalayan encounter between Buddhism and the indigenous Bon religion of Tibet, an encounter that would produce, in Vajrayana Buddhism, one of the most elaborate and technically sophisticated tantric systems examined anywhere in this book, and that stands as a direct parallel, on the far western edge of the Buddhist world, to the Chinese synthesis this chapter has just examined. Chapter 10. Talismans and the Spirit Registers. The previous chapter traced Nidan's emergence as the internal, meditative heir to the external alchemical tradition examined earlier in this book, and it traced Chan Buddhism's emergence as a distinctly Chinese school of Buddhist practice shaped decisively by Taoist philosophical sensibility. This chapter turns to a parallel and, in the popular imagination surrounding Chinese religion, considerably less familiar current running alongside both of these developments, the tradition of institutional, ritual Taoism, whose ordained priests, the Daoshi, inherited and formalized the Wu tradition's oldest capacities, communication with spirits, exorcism of hostile forces, and the production of ritual objects understood to carry direct, non-symbolic power, into an organized religious institution that persists in China and the wider Chinese diaspora to the present day. This chapter's title names the two technologies most closely associated with this tradition, the Fu talisman and the Spirit Register. A Fu, commonly translated as talisman but more literally meaning something closer to tally or credential, is a specially prepared written object, traditionally brushed onto paper or occasionally inscribed onto other materials, using a particular calligraphic style that deliberately departs from ordinary legible script, producing characters that appear angular, compressed, and often genuinely illegible to an untrained observer, resembling something closer to a diagram or a sigil than conventional writing. This illegibility is not a defect. Within the tradition's own understanding, the Fu's power derives not primarily from its function as a readable message but from its status as a kind of authenticated credential, understood to be issued under the authority of specific celestial officials and spirits within the elaborate bureaucratic cosmology institutional Taoism developed, a cosmology that mirrors, quite deliberately, the actual administrative bureaucracy of the Chinese imperial state, complete with its own celestial court, its own ranked officials, and its own documentary procedures for petition and authorization. This bureaucratic cosmology deserves direct attention because it represents one of the most distinctive features of institutional Taoism, and one that connects directly back to this book's earlier treatment of the Wu tradition's original role within Shang state religion. Where the philosophical Taoism examined 2 chapters ago emphasized a largely impersonal cosmic principle, the Tao, institutional Taoism developed an elaborate, populated cosmos of specific celestial deities, ranked officials, local earth gods, and ancestral spirits, all understood to operate according to procedures recognizably modeled on the imperial bureaucracy under which institutional Taoism itself developed and received periodic state recognition and patronage. A Daoshi performing a ritual to heal illness, exorcise a hostile spirit, or resolve some other affliction was understood, within this framework, to be functioning as something like a legal advocate or petitioner, submitting a formal request to the appropriate celestial authority through precisely correct ritual procedure, language, and documentation, exactly as a citizen of the empire might petition an appropriate earthly official through the correct bureaucratic channel. The Fu talisman, in this framework, functions as a kind of celestial warrant or authorization, issued by the officiating priest acting under his own ordained authority within this cosmic bureaucracy, empowered to command specific spirits, protect specific individuals, or resolve specific afflictions. The spirit registers referenced in this chapter's title, known in Chinese as Lu, represent the institutional and educational backbone of this entire system, and their historical importance deserves emphasis precisely because they receive so little attention in most popular treatments of Chinese religion. A register, in the technical sense used within ordained Taoist practice, is a formal document, traditionally received by a priest upon ordination at a specific rank within the Taoist priestly hierarchy, listing the specific spirits and celestial officials that priest is now authorized to command or petition, along with the specific ritual procedures, talismanic forms, and sacred names required to exercise that authority correctly and safely. Advancement through the ranks of ordained Taoist priesthood, historically and in surviving contemporary practice, involves the sequential reception of increasingly extensive and powerful registers, each granting the priest authority over a wider range of spirits and ritual procedures, in a formal structure of graduated initiation. This book will find echoed, in different form, in the Tantric and Vajrayana traditions examined in later chapters. It is worth being direct about why this material deserves a full chapter of its own in a book already covering Nidan and Chan Buddhism, rather than being treated as a minor footnote to those more philosophically celebrated developments. Institutional, ritual Taoism represents, in this book's assessment, the most direct living continuation of the Wu shamanic tradition examined in an earlier chapter, considerably more direct than the philosophically reframed Taoism of the Tao Te Ching and the Zhuangzi, or the internally focused meditative tradition of Nidan. The Daoshi performing an exorcism using a Fu talisman prepared according to a specific liturgical procedure received through formal ordination is engaged in an activity whose basic structure, spirit communication, ritual authority, and the production of objects understood to carry genuine supernatural efficacy, would likely be recognizable, at least in broad outline, to a Wu priest of the Shang dynasty many centuries earlier, even though the specific bureaucratic cosmology and textual apparatus surrounding that activity developed considerably later and reflects the particular historical circumstances of imperial Chinese religious institutional development. This is sorcery, in the direct sense this book's introduction insisted the word deserves, practiced within a fully institutionalized, textually elaborate, and historically continuous religious tradition, rather than a marginal folk survival, and readers seeking the least diluted, most direct continuation of ancient Chinese ritual magic available for study today would do well to look here rather than to the more internationally famous and considerably more philosophically abstracted traditions of Chan Buddhism or literary Taoist philosophy. The historical development of this institutional tradition deserves brief treatment before this chapter closes, because it did not emerge fully formed alongside the philosophical texts examined earlier in this book but developed its own distinct institutional history over subsequent centuries. The Way of the Celestial Masters, Tianshi Dao, traditionally traced to a figure named Zhang Daoling in the 2nd century of the Common Era, represents the first major organized Taoist religious institution documented in the historical record, established initially in the mountainous Sichuan region and characterized from its earliest period by exactly the combination this chapter has described: formal priestly ordination, spirit registers, talismanic practice, and a cosmology explicitly modeled on imperial administrative structure. This tradition, and the numerous related and sometimes rival Taoist lineages that developed in subsequent centuries, would go on to receive periodic state recognition and patronage across various Chinese dynasties, while also periodically facing suspicion or suppression, in a pattern this book's later chapter on modern Qigong will show repeating, in a very different context, during the 20th century, when the Chinese state once again found itself negotiating a complicated relationship with organized traditions claiming access to supernatural power operating outside direct state control. It is worth describing the actual ritual process of talisman production in somewhat more detail, because the process itself illustrates several themes this book has developed across earlier chapters. A Daoshi preparing a Fu talisman typically undertakes a period of ritual purification beforehand, including fasting, bathing, and abstention from specific foods and activities, understood as necessary to render the practitioner's own body and mind a suitably clear and potent vessel for the ritual act to follow, a preparatory purification requirement that invites direct comparison to the purification concerns examined in this book's earlier chapter on Japanese misogi and kegare, despite the two traditions having developed independently. The actual production of the talisman, typically performed using a specific brush, ink, and often cinnabar-based red pigment, a material choice that connects this practice directly back to the Vedic tradition examined several chapters ago, follows a precise, prescribed sequence of strokes, often accompanied by silently or audibly recited mantra-like incantations, and sometimes by specific ritual gestures of the hand closely related to the mudra technology this book will examine in a later chapter covering shared gestural technique across multiple Asian traditions. The finished talisman is then typically either burned, with its ashes consumed in water or otherwise ritually disposed of, worn on the body, or affixed at a specific location relevant to its intended purpose, each method of deployment carrying its own specific ritual logic within the broader system. The exorcistic dimension of Daoshi practice deserves particular attention as well, because it represents perhaps the most direct continuation of ancient Wu practice examined anywhere in the institutional Taoist tradition this chapter has described. A Daoshi called upon to address a case of what the tradition understands as spirit possession or hostile supernatural affliction typically employs a combination of talismanic technique, ritual invocation calling upon the specific deities and spirit generals listed within the priest's received register, and, in some traditions, physical ritual implements including a ritual sword or whip, understood not as ordinary weapons but as instruments empowered through prior consecration to exert direct force against hostile spiritual entities. This combination of talismanic, invocational, and physically instrumented technique for addressing supernatural affliction bears close structural comparison to similar exorcistic technologies this book has examined or will examine in other traditions, including certain Vedic Atharvan protective rites against hostile magic examined several chapters ago, and it stands as further evidence for this book's recurring observation that the practical technology of protection against supernatural harm represents one of the most consistently recurring concerns across every tradition this book has surveyed, regardless of the otherwise very different theological and philosophical frameworks in which each tradition embeds that technology. A final theme deserves attention before this chapter turns back to India: the relationship between institutional Taoist ritual practice and the imperial state that alternately patronized, regulated, and occasionally suppressed it across the centuries. Successive Chinese dynasties adopted markedly different postures toward organized Taoist religious institutions, with some emperors granting extensive patronage and even personal participation in Taoist ritual and alchemical pursuit, echoing the Vedic patronage patterns examined in an earlier chapter, while other periods saw state authorities move to register, regulate, or actively suppress Taoist priestly organizations and popular religious movements, particularly when such movements appeared capable of mobilizing significant popular followings outside direct state control, a concern with obvious continuity to the 20th century Chinese state's own complicated relationship with popular energetic and spiritual movements, examined in a much later chapter of this book covering the standardization of modern Qigong. This recurring tension between organized ritual authority claiming access to supernatural power and the secular political authority of the state within which that ritual authority operates represents a pattern this book has already observed in its earlier chapter on Vedic priestly patronage and competition, and it will recur again in this book's later chapters covering both Tibetan Buddhism's complicated political history and modern China's 20th century relationship with religious and quasi-religious movements, reinforcing this book's broader observation that the traditions examined throughout this history have rarely, if ever, operated in a political vacuum isolated from the concerns of the states and societies within which they developed. A final comparative observation belongs here before this chapter closes, connecting institutional Taoist practice back to the broader argument this book has developed since its introduction regarding the value of taking magical claims seriously as historical fact rather than embarrassment to be minimized. Contemporary academic study of Chinese religion, for much of the 20th century, tended to treat institutional Taoist ritual practice, including Fu talismans and spirit registers, as a degraded, superstitious popular accretion layered onto the supposedly pure philosophical tradition of the Tao Te Ching and the Zhuangzi, a hierarchy of value that more recent scholarship on Chinese religion has increasingly challenged and largely reversed. Contemporary historians of Chinese religion generally now recognize institutional, ritual Taoism as possessing its own sophisticated internal logic, its own extensive and carefully preserved textual corpus, collected in the enormous Taoist canon compiled and repeatedly revised across many centuries of Chinese history, and its own genuine continuity with the earliest Wu shamanic practices examined in this book's opening chapters, deserving of serious scholarly attention on its own terms rather than being treated as a lesser, more superstitious cousin of the more internationally celebrated philosophical texts examined earlier in this book. This chapter has attempted to reflect that more recent and more accurate scholarly reassessment, treating food talismans and spirit registers with the same careful, non-dismissive attention this book has extended to Vedic mantra, Wu oracle bone divination, and every other tradition examined so far. The next chapter turns from this institutional Chinese tradition back to India, examining a parallel and, in its own way, equally underappreciated current within Indian mystical practice. The Siddha tradition of South India, whose pursuit of physical longevity and supernatural attainment through internal alchemical practice offers a striking structural echo of the Nedan tradition examined 2 chapters ago, developed, once again, entirely independently and without direct historical contact between the 2 traditions. Chapter 11. The Immortals of the South. This chapter returns this book's attention to the Indian subcontinent, and specifically to South India, examining a tradition that stands in a genuinely striking structural relationship to the Nedan tradition examined several chapters ago, despite having developed with no meaningful direct contact between the 2 systems. The Siddha tradition, whose practitioners, called Siddhars, pursued physical longevity, bodily transformation, and supernatural attainment through a combination of alchemy, yogic practice, and herbal medicine distinct in important ways from both the classical yoga examined earlier in this book and the more widely known tantric traditions this book will examine in the chapter that follows. The word siddha derives from a Sanskrit root meaning accomplished or perfected, and it refers, within this tradition, both to the state of spiritual and physical perfection the tradition's practitioners pursued and to the specific individuals understood to have achieved that state, a body of legendary and semi-historical figures, most closely associated with the Tamil-speaking regions of South India, whose number and specific identities vary somewhat across different textual traditions but who were conventionally referenced as a group of 18 Siddhars, though the specific figures included in that count differ between sources. The most celebrated of these figures, Agastya, occupies a position within Tamil culture that extends well beyond religious or alchemical significance alone, credited in various traditions with foundational contributions to Tamil grammar, medicine, and literature, a breadth of attributed achievement that itself signals the Siddha tradition's historical entanglement with the broader intellectual and cultural life of South India, rather than its existing as a narrowly defined esoteric practice separate from mainstream Tamil civilization. The Siddha tradition's approach to alchemy, called Siddha Vaidhyam in its medical application, developed its own distinctive theoretical framework, related to but genuinely distinct from the Ayurvedic system examined in an earlier chapter of this book. Where Ayurveda, as that earlier chapter established, organizes its physiological theory primarily around the 3 doshas and the 5 Vayus, Siddha medicine places particular emphasis on mercury and its compounds, prepared through elaborate purification and processing procedures the tradition considers essential to rendering the metal safe and therapeutically potent, in a manner that invites direct and instructive comparison to the Chinese Weiden tradition examined several chapters ago. This is one of the more striking convergences this book has identified so far. 2 entirely independent alchemical traditions, developing on opposite sides of Asia with no documented direct contact during their formative periods, both arriving at mercury and its compounds as the central substance of their alchemical ambition, both associating correctly prepared mercury preparations with the pursuit of bodily transformation and extended longevity, and both developing, over time, sophisticated purification procedures specifically intended to address the substance's genuine and considerable toxicity. This convergence deserves the same careful, non-committal treatment this book has applied to other cross-cultural parallels throughout its earlier chapters. It is presented here not as proof of some hidden historical contact between the 2 traditions, for which no solid evidence exists, nor as proof of some universal alchemical truth about mercury's transformative properties, but simply as a genuinely striking independent convergence, worth the reader's attention regardless of which explanation one ultimately favors. The Siddha tradition's relationship to yogic practice also deserves direct attention, because it illuminates a genuine internal diversity within the broader category of practices this book has been grouping under the general heading of yoga since its earlier chapter on Patanjali. Siddha Yoga, as practiced within this South Indian tradition, places particular emphasis on Kayakalpa, a term referring to specific rejuvenation practices, including specialized dietary regimens, herbal preparations, and yogic techniques, aimed directly at slowing or reversing physical aging and extending the practitioner's lifespan, sometimes to durations the tradition's own texts describe in terms considerably exceeding ordinary human lifespan. This emphasis on physical longevity is a direct, primary goal of practice, rather than as a secondary byproduct of a path whose ultimate aim is liberation from embodied existence altogether, distinguishes Siddha practice in important ways from the more liberation-focused classical yoga examined in this book's earlier chapter on Patanjali, and it invites another useful comparison, this time to the Nidan tradition's own explicit pursuit of physical longevity and bodily transformation as a central, rather than incidental, goal of practice. This comparison between Siddha alchemy and Chinese Nidan deserves further development, because the structural parallel extends beyond their shared interest in Mercury and longevity into their shared basic theoretical architecture. Both traditions describe a subtle physiological system through which vital substances circulate and can be deliberately refined through disciplined practice, Siddha tradition drawing on concepts of prana and nadi channels closely related to, though not identical with, the terminology examined in this book's earlier chapters on Ayurveda and will examine more fully in the following chapter on Tantra, while Nidan draws on its own distinct vocabulary of Jing, Qi, and Shen circulating through channels mapped by independently developed Chinese medical theory. Both traditions describe a staged process of internal refinement, moving from grosser to increasingly subtle levels of practice, echoing the same sequential architecture this book has already identified as a recurring pattern across Patanjali's 8 limbs and Nidan's 3-stage refinement process. And both traditions maintain a close, sometimes inseparable relationship between their alchemical and medical applications, producing practitioners who function simultaneously as spiritual adepts and as working physicians treating ordinary patients within their surrounding communities, a dual role this book has already observed in its earlier chapters on the Vedic Atharvan priesthood and the ancient Chinese Wu. It is worth noting directly, in keeping with this book's consistent method, the genuine limits on what can be said with historical confidence about the Siddha tradition's earliest development. Unlike the Vedic and Shang oracle bone material examined in this book's opening chapters, which benefit from substantial contemporaneous documentary evidence, much of the Siddha tradition's textual corpus, composed in Tamil rather than the more widely studied Sanskrit that has received considerably greater attention from Western and international Indological scholarship, survives in forms whose precise dating and historical development remain considerably less thoroughly researched and more contested among scholars than the corresponding history of, for instance, classical yoga or Vedic mantra. This is not a reason to dismiss the tradition, but it is a reason for particular caution regarding specific dates or claims of direct historical priority sometimes advanced in more popular or devotional presentations of Siddha history, some of which claim an antiquity for the tradition considerably exceeding what the currently available textual and archaeological evidence can support with confidence. Readers interested in pursuing this tradition further should understand that they are engaging with a body of practice whose historical documentation, while genuine and substantial, has simply not received the same depth of sustained international scholarly attention that traditions examined in this book's earlier chapters have received, a disparity that likely reflects broader historical patterns of which Indian textual traditions received priority attention from colonial era and subsequent Indological scholarship, rather than reflecting any lesser genuine antiquity or sophistication on the part of the Siddha tradition itself. The Siddha tradition's continued living practice deserves final mention before this chapter closes, because unlike some of the more purely historical material examined in earlier chapters, Siddha medicine remains an actively practiced and, in the Indian state of Tamil Nadu, formally recognized traditional medical system today, with dedicated colleges, licensed practitioners, and continued use particularly in the treatment of chronic conditions, existing alongside Ayurveda, Unani medicine, and biomedical practice within India's officially pluralistic medical landscape. It is worth expanding briefly on the philosophical and religious context within which the Siddhas themselves are traditionally remembered, because this context distinguishes the tradition in important ways from the more orthodox Sanskrit language Hindu tradition examined in this book's earlier chapters. The Siddhas, as remembered in Tamil literary and religious tradition, are frequently portrayed as social and religious nonconformists, figures who openly criticized caste distinction, priestly ritualism, temple-centered devotional practice, and the authority of orthodox Brahmin scholarship, favoring instead direct personal experience, practical technique, and a markedly egalitarian spiritual outlook that held physical and spiritual attainment to be available to any sincere practitioner regardless of social position. This nonconformist, Anti-establishment character invites a direct and instructive comparison to the Shramana movement examined in this book's earlier chapter on Patanjali, which similarly arose partly in reaction against Brahmanical ritual authority, suggesting that the impulse toward direct, socially unrestricted spiritual practice, in tension with a more institutionally entrenched priestly establishment, represents a recurring pattern within Indian religious history more broadly, arising independently in different regions and different centuries rather than representing a single unified historical movement. The Siddha tradition's poetic literature deserves brief mention as well, because it represents one of the tradition's most distinctive and, to many readers, most immediately appealing features. The verses attributed to various siddhars, composed in colloquial rather than formal literary Tamil and frequently employing deliberately provocative, earthy, or paradoxical language reminiscent in spirit, though not in specific content, to the destabilizing literary strategy this book's earlier chapter identified in the Chinese zhuangzi, use direct, sometimes shocking imagery to puncture conventional religious piety and redirect the reader's attention toward the body itself as the actual site of spiritual practice and attainment, a theme entirely consistent with this tradition's broader emphasis on physical longevity and bodily transformation as central rather than peripheral spiritual concerns. This literary tradition has ensured the siddhars a continued cultural presence within Tamil popular consciousness considerably broader than their more specifically technical alchemical and medical practices alone might otherwise have secured, a cultural durability worth noting as this book's later chapters examine how other traditions, including Reiki and modern Qigong, achieved their own often quite different paths toward continued relevance in the contemporary world. There is one further point of comparison worth drawing before this chapter closes, connecting the Siddha tradition's herbal and mineral pharmacology back to the broader pattern this book has traced regarding the entanglement of mystical ambition and practical medical achievement. Siddha pharmacology, alongside its mercury-based preparations, developed an extensive body of herbal and mineral medical knowledge, including specific treatments for a wide range of chronic and infectious conditions, and this practical medical corpus has attracted growing interest from contemporary pharmacological researchers seeking to identify and evaluate specific bioactive compounds within traditional Siddha preparations, an ongoing research effort that echoes similar contemporary scientific engagement with Ayurvedic and traditional Chinese medical pharmacology examined elsewhere in this book. This book takes no position on the ultimate clinical efficacy of any specific Siddha preparation, a question properly addressed through rigorous contemporary clinical research rather than through historical or comparative religious scholarship of the kind this book offers. What this book can note, consistent with its treatment of Ayurveda and Chinese alchemy in earlier chapters, is that the Siddha tradition, like every other tradition examined so far, developed its alchemical and spiritual ambitions in close, continuous relationship with genuine practical medical concern for the health and longevity of real patients, rather than pursuing spiritual attainment as an activity entirely separate from ordinary bodily welfare, a pattern this book has now observed with sufficient consistency across independently developed traditions to treat it as one of the genuinely recurring features of the entire history it is tracing. One final note on nomenclature is worth adding before this chapter closes. The very word siddha, meaning accomplished or perfected, and its associated concept of siddhi, supernatural power or attainment, already appeared in this book's earlier chapter on Patanjali, where the Yoga Sutras treated such powers with notable ambivalence, acknowledging their reality within the system while warning against attachment to them. The South Indian Siddha tradition examined in this chapter represents, in effect, a tradition that took the pursuit of siddhi considerably more seriously as a direct, central goal than Patanjali's more liberation-focused classical system did, developing an entire alchemical, medical, and yogic apparatus specifically oriented toward achieving and stabilizing exactly the kind of supernatural attainment that the Yoga Sutras treated as a potential distraction from the higher goal. This divergence, two traditions sharing a common vocabulary and a common broader cultural context but reaching quite different conclusions about how central the pursuit of siddhi should be to serious practice, illustrates something important about the internal diversity of what this book has been broadly grouping under the category of Indian mystical tradition throughout its preceding chapters. There was never a single, agreed-upon Indian answer to the question of how a serious practitioner should relate to supernatural power. Different lineages, different regions, and different centuries produced genuinely different answers, and the Siddha tradition's own confident, unapologetic embrace of siddhi as a worthy and central goal of dedicated practice stands as one of the most distinctive of those answers. The next chapter turns to the tradition this book has referenced repeatedly across its last several chapters without yet examining directly. Tantra, in both its Hindu and Buddhist forms, whose emergence in India during roughly the middle centuries of the first millennium of the Common Era would produce the elaborate subtle body cosmology, chakras, nadis, and kundalini, that most contemporary readers associate, whether accurately or not, with the entirety of Indian mystical tradition. Chapter 12. The Left and Right Hand Paths. This chapter turns at last to Tantra, a tradition this book has referenced repeatedly across its preceding chapters without yet examining directly, and one whose emergence in India during roughly the 5th through 9th centuries of the Common Era produced the elaborate subtle body cosmology, chakras, nadis, and kundalini, that most contemporary readers, whether accurately or not, associate with the entirety of Indian mystical tradition. Understanding what Tantra actually is, in both its Hindu and Buddhist forms, and how it differs from the classical yoga examined earlier in this book, is essential to correcting a widespread popular conflation this book's later chapters, particularly its treatment of the modern global yoga industry, will address directly. Tantra is best understood not as a single unified tradition but as a broad current of practice and text that developed within, and eventually significantly reshaped, both Hinduism and Buddhism during the same general historical period, characterized by several distinctive features that set it apart from the earlier traditions examined in this book. Where classical yoga, as examined in this book's chapter on Patanjali, generally pursued liberation through withdrawal from sensory and worldly engagement, and where Vedic ritual, examined in an earlier chapter, operated through precise verbal formula performed by an initiated priestly class on behalf of a broader community, Tantra developed a practical method oriented around direct, often ritually intensive engagement with the practitioner's own body, senses, and in some currents, deliberately transgressive activity, understood as a more rapid, if considerably more demanding and potentially dangerous, path to liberation than the more gradual methods of earlier traditions. Tantric texts frequently present themselves explicitly as teachings suited to a degraded historical age, in which the slower, more austere paths of earlier tradition are considered insufficient, requiring instead a more powerful, more direct method capable of achieving in a single lifetime what earlier traditions might require many lifetimes to accomplish. This chapter's title references one of Tantra's most historically significant and, in later popular reception, most sensationalized internal distinctions: the division between what practitioners and later scholars have termed the right-hand path, Dakshinachara, and the left-hand path, Vamachara. The right-hand path generally maintained closer continuity with orthodox Hindu ritual and social convention, employing tantric techniques including mantra, yantra, and deity visualization within a framework that preserved conventional ethical and ritual boundaries, including dietary restriction and caste-appropriate conduct. The left-hand path, by contrast, developed a considerably more transgressive practical method, most famously associated with the Panchamakara, or 5 megaseconds, 5 categories of substance or activity, beginning with the same letter in Sanskrit, whose ritual consumption or engagement, including wine, meat, fish, parched grain, and sexual union, deliberately violated orthodox Hindu purity codes as a central technique of practice rather than as an incidental lapse, on the theoretical grounds that a practitioner who could engage these ordinarily forbidden categories with complete equanimity, free of both craving and aversion, would thereby demonstrate and further cultivate the non-dual realization that all apparent distinctions, including the distinction between pure and impure, ultimately dissolve at the level of absolute reality. It is worth being direct, in keeping with this book's consistent method, about how contested and how frequently misrepresented this left-hand tantric material has been, both historically within India and in later Western reception. Considerable scholarly debate exists regarding how literally versus symbolically various left-hand tantric texts intended their transgressive prescriptions to be practiced, with some traditions and later commentators favoring direct, literal engagement with the 5 megaseconds under carefully controlled ritual conditions and specific qualified guidance, and others favoring symbolic or substituted interpretation, in which, for instance, meditative visualization or specific ritual substitutes stand in for the literal consumption or activity the text describes. Western popular reception of Tantra, particularly from the 20th century onward, has frequently seized upon the left-hand path's sexual dimension in isolation, producing a popular Western conception of Tantra as centrally or even exclusively concerned with sexual practice, a conception this book must note directly distorts the tradition considerably, both by exaggerating the relative importance of sexual technique within the broader tantric corpus, in which such practice represents one specific and historically controversial current rather than the tradition's defining center, and by generally stripping away the elaborate cosmological, ritual, and soteriological framework within which even the most literally interpreted left-hand practice was originally embedded. Turning to the subtle body cosmology, this chapter's opening paragraph identified as Tantra's most widely recognized contribution to contemporary popular spirituality. It is important to establish clearly that the elaborate system of chakras and nadis familiar to most contemporary readers developed specifically within this tantric current, considerably later than the Vedic and early classical yogic material examined in this book's earlier chapters, and represents a genuine, identifiable historical innovation rather than an unbroken continuation of concepts already present in the earliest layers of Indian tradition. Tantric texts describe a network of subtle channels, nadis, most commonly enumerated at 72,000, though earlier and alternative textual traditions offer varying counts, through which a subtle vital energy, Prana, in continuity with the concept examined in this book's earlier Ayurveda chapter though now embedded within a considerably more elaborate cosmological framework, is understood to circulate, with three channels, the central Sushumna and the flanking Ida and Pingala, receiving particular emphasis as the primary axis along which the tradition's most advanced practice unfolds. Along this central channel, Tantric texts locate a series of energy centers, chakras, most commonly enumerated as 7 in the systematized form most familiar to contemporary readers, though earlier and variant Tantric sources describe differing numbers and configurations, each associated with specific symbolic elements, deities, sounds, and psychological or spiritual qualities. Kundalini, the final major concept this chapter must address, refers within Tantric theory to a specific form of latent, powerful spiritual energy understood to lie dormant, coiled like a serpent, at the base of the central channel near the lowest chakra, awaiting activation through disciplined tantric practice, including specific breath techniques, mantra, visualization, and in some traditions, the physical postural and energetic techniques of Hatha Yoga, a later development this book will address more fully in a subsequent chapter covering yoga's modern reshaping. Once activated, Kundalini is understood to rise through the central channel, piercing and activating each chakra in sequence, producing, according to the tradition's own account, progressively more expansive states of awareness, and culminating, upon reaching the crown of the head, in a state of complete non-dual realization and union with ultimate reality. This Kundalini rising process is described across Tantric literature in terms that frequently include intense physical sensation, including heat, spontaneous movement, and altered states of consciousness that later practitioners and some contemporary clinical observers have compared, with appropriate caution regarding the limits of such comparison, to phenomena examined in other traditions covered throughout this book, including the trance states associated with the ancient Chinese Wu and certain intensely altered states associated with sustained Vedic mantra practice, reinforcing once again this book's central argument regarding the value of taking seriously the convergent, independently arising reports of altered physiological and psychological states across traditions that developed with little or no direct contact. Buddhist Tantra, developing largely in parallel with and significantly overlapping historically with the Hindu Tantric current this chapter has primarily examined so far, deserves distinct mention before this chapter closes, both because of its own considerable historical importance and because it sets up directly the subject of a later chapter in this book. Buddhist Tantric practice, which would eventually develop into the elaborate Vajrayana tradition examined in detail in a subsequent chapter following its transmission into Tibet, adopted much of the same subtle body cosmology, deity visualization technique, and transgressive left-hand practice examined in this chapter, while embedding these techniques within a distinctly Buddhist soteriological framework oriented toward the same fundamental goal of liberation from suffering that has structured Buddhist practice since the tradition's origin, examined several chapters earlier in this book, rather than toward union with a personal deity or an underlying metaphysical absolute in the manner more characteristic of Hindu Tantric goals. This adoption illustrates once more the pattern this book has traced repeatedly throughout its account of the Great Merging, a body of practical technique, in this case Tantric ritual and subtle body cultivation, proving genuinely portable across doctrinal boundaries that might, on purely philosophical grounds, appear considerably more rigid than the actual historical record of cross-pollination between traditions demonstrates. It is worth pausing on the historical origins of Tantric practice a bit further, because the tradition's emergence is genuinely more difficult to date with precision than several of the traditions examined in earlier chapters, and the reasons for that difficulty are themselves instructive. Tantric texts, called tantras or agamas depending on the specific tradition and context, began circulating in substantial number from roughly the 5th century of the Common Era onward, though scholars generally agree that many of the practices and concepts these texts describe likely drew on older, less formally documented currents of popular religious practice, including elements of the ancient Vedic magical tradition examined in this book's early chapters and quite possibly folk and tribal religious practice from outside the more elite Sanskrit textual tradition, absorbed and reworked into an increasingly systematic textual and ritual form over the centuries this chapter examines. This layered, gradually crystallizing origin, rather than a single clean point of founding comparable to, say, the traditional dating of the Buddha's own life, means that Tantra is perhaps best understood not as a movement founded at a specific moment but as a gradual coalescence of diverse practical and popular religious currents into an increasingly self-aware and textually systematic tradition over the course of several centuries, a pattern of gradual crystallization this book has already observed in its earlier treatment of institutional Taoism's emergence from older Wu practice. The historical relationship between Hindu and Buddhist Tantra deserves further attention as well, because the two currents developed in such close historical and geographic proximity that scholars continue to debate the precise direction and extent of mutual influence between them. Some scholars argue for Buddhist tantric practice developing largely as an adaptation of already circulating Hindu tantric technique into a Buddhist doctrinal framework. Others argue for a more genuinely parallel, mutually influencing development in which Buddhist and Hindu tantric communities, often operating in close physical proximity within the same monastic and pilgrimage centers of eastern India, exchange techniques and even specific deities and ritual forms in both directions rather than in a single direction alone. This genuinely unsettled scholarly question serves as a useful reminder, at this relatively late stage in this book's account of the Great Merging, that the clean directional narratives this book has sometimes offered for the sake of clarity, Buddhism moving into China, Buddhism moving into Tibet, inevitably simplify a historical reality that was, in nearly every case examined throughout this book, considerably messier, more mutual, and more genuinely collaborative between traditions than a simple one-directional transmission narrative can fully capture. A final point deserves attention before this chapter closes: the question of who actually practiced Tantra, and under what social conditions, during the centuries this chapter has examined. Tantric practice, particularly in its more transgressive left-hand forms, frequently developed and was transmitted through networks of practitioners operating at least partly outside conventional monastic and Brahmanical institutional structures, including wandering ascetics, charnel ground practitioners who deliberately sought out cremation grounds as sites of practice precisely because of their association with death, impurity, and the dissolution of conventional social categories, and specific communities of female tantric adepts and teachers, called yoginis and dakinis in Hindu and Buddhist tantric literature respectively, whose historical role in the actual transmission and development of tantric practice has, in recent decades, received increasing scholarly attention after having been considerably underemphasized in earlier generations of both traditional commentary and academic study. This socially marginal, institutionally decentralized character of much tantric practice, in real contrast to the more centrally organized priestly transmission examined in this book's earlier chapters on Vedic mantra and institutional Taoist ordination, likely contributed both to Tantra's genuine innovative vitality across the centuries this chapter has examined and to the considerable difficulty modern scholars face in reconstructing its precise early history with the same confidence available for more institutionally documented traditions, a difficulty this chapter has already acknowledged directly and that readers should keep in mind as they encounter the more elaborate, more institutionally organized Vajrayana tradition examined in the chapter that follows. The next chapter turns from India's own internal tantric development to the Himalayan encounter this chapter has already anticipated: the transmission of Buddhist Tantra into Tibet, and its fusion there with the indigenous Bon religion, producing Vajrayana Buddhism and its distinctive technical repertoire, including the practice of Tumo, or inner heat, dream yoga, and the consciousness transfer practice of Phowa, each of which represents a further, geographically specific elaboration of the tantric technology this chapter has introduced. Chapter 13. The Mountain Ascetics. This chapter returns to Japan, picking up a thread this book planted several chapters ago in its treatment of pre-Buddhist Misogi and Kami veneration, and tracing what happened when that native purification tradition encountered the sophisticated esoteric Buddhism that reached Japan in successive waves beginning in the 6th century of the Common Era. The result of this encounter, Shugendo, the way of mountain ascetic practice, and its close relative in Myodo, the way of yin and yang, represent two of the most distinctive syntheses this book will examine anywhere in its account of the Great Merging, and they demonstrate, on Japanese soil, a fusion process genuinely comparable to the Buddhist Taoist synthesis this book examined several chapters ago in China. Buddhism's formal arrival in Japan is traditionally dated to the 6th century of the Common Era, arriving not directly from India but transmitted through Korea and China, meaning that the Buddhism Japan initially received had already passed through the Chinese transformation this book examined in its earlier chapters, already carrying within it the Taoist and indigenous Chinese conceptual coloring that process had introduced. This mattered considerably for how Buddhism was subsequently received and further transformed in Japan, because Japanese Buddhism inherited not a pure, unmediated Indian tradition but an already twice transformed Buddhism, filtered first through Chinese reinterpretation and now entering a third distinct cultural context with its own deeply rooted native religious tradition, examined in this book's earlier chapter on Japanese purification practice and kami veneration. The specific school of Buddhism most directly responsible for the synthesis this chapter examines is Mikyo, esoteric Buddhism, introduced to Japan in its most influential form in the early 9th century through two towering figures, Saicho, founder of the Tendai school, and Kakai, founder of the Shingon school, both of whom traveled to Tang Dynasty China to study directly with Chinese Buddhist masters before returning to establish their own distinct lineages in Japan. Kakai's Shingon tradition in particular carries direct historical importance for this chapter, because Shingon represents a fully developed transmission of Chinese esoteric Buddhism, itself substantially shaped by the Indian and Central Asian Tantric current examined in this book's previous chapter, meaning that when Mikyo Buddhism encountered Japan's native kami tradition, it brought with it an already elaborate apparatus of mantra recitation, mudra gesture, mandala visualization, and deity identification practice, directly continuous with the broader tantric technology this book has already surveyed on its journey from India through Central Asia and China. Shugendo emerged from the encounter between this esoteric Buddhist technology and Japan's older tradition of mountain veneration and ascetic practice, itself deeply continuous with the Misogi and kami-centered worldview examined in this book's earlier chapter on pre-Buddhist Japan. Japanese mountains had long been understood, within the native tradition, as sites of particularly concentrated kami presence, dangerous and powerful precisely because of that concentration, requiring careful ritual approach and purification before ordinary people could safely enter them. Shugendo's practitioners, called Yamabushi, meaning literally those who lie down or prostrate in the mountains, developed an ascetic discipline that fused this older reverence for mountains as sites of concentrated spiritual power with the sophisticated ritual and meditative technology of Mikyo Buddhism, producing a practice centered on physically demanding mountain retreat, waterfall austerity directly continuous with the Misogi practice this book examined several chapters ago, fasting, extended periods of solitary confinement in caves or remote mountain locations, and the recitation of Buddhist mantra and the performance of Buddhist ritual gesture within a landscape still understood, in fundamentally native Japanese terms, as populated by powerful kami requiring careful, respectful engagement. The figure traditionally credited with founding Shugendo, Enno Gyoja, presents this book's readers with precisely the same kind of semi-legendary founding figure this book has already encountered in its treatment of Bodhidharma and Chan Buddhism several chapters ago. Traditional accounts describe Enno Gyoja as an ascetic practitioner active in the late 7th century, credited with extraordinary supernatural powers, including the ability to command local kami and spirits and to fly through the air, and credited with founding the practice of mountain austerity at several specific sacred sites still associated with Shugendo practice today, including Mount Omani in central Japan. As with Bodhidharma, modern historical scholarship treats much of the specific biographical material surrounding Enno Gyoja with considerable caution, regarding him as likely a genuine historical ascetic practitioner around whom a substantial body of later legendary elaboration accumulated over subsequent centuries, in a pattern this book has now identified as sufficiently recurring across multiple independent traditions to treat as a genuine, structural feature of how mystical traditions across Asia tend to remember and elaborate upon their own founding figures, rather than as a peculiarity specific to any single tradition. Shugendo's central practical technology deserves direct examination, because it exemplifies, as clearly as any tradition examined in this book, the body-first character this book identified as characteristic of the earliest layer of practice in each of its three ancient roots. Yamabushi practice centers overwhelmingly on physically demanding, often genuinely dangerous direct engagement with mountain terrain, including extended fasting combined with strenuous climbing, standing or sitting for extended periods beneath cold waterfalls in direct continuation of the older Misogi tradition, and various forms of controlled physical ordeal, including, in some historical and surviving contemporary practice, walking across hot coals or standing extremely close to large ritual fires, understood collectively as producing the direct, embodied purification and empowerment that more purely doctrinal or textual Buddhist study alone could not provide. This emphasis on physical ordeal as the primary vehicle of spiritual attainment, rather than as a secondary or preliminary practice subordinate to meditation or textual study, marks Shugendō as one of the most physically demanding traditions examined anywhere in this book, and it stands as a direct, unbroken continuation of the environmental, physically direct technology this book identified in its earlier chapter as characteristic of pre-Buddhist Japanese religious practice, now channeled through and elaborated by the sophisticated ritual apparatus of imported Mikyo Buddhism. In Myodo, this chapter's second major subject, developed along a related but distinct trajectory, centered less on mountain asceticism and more on divination, calendrical calculation, and ritual protection, drawing directly on the Chinese theory of yin and yang and the 5 phases examined in this book's earlier chapter on Taoism, transmitted to Japan alongside Buddhism and gradually developing into a distinct professional discipline practiced by specialists called onmyoji, who served, particularly during the Heian period from the 9th through 12th centuries, in an official capacity at the Japanese imperial court, responsible for calendrical calculation, the determination of auspicious and inauspicious directions and timing for court activities, and ritual protection against malevolent spirits and curses. The most historically celebrated onmyoji, Abe no Seimei, active in the 10th century, occupies a position in later Japanese popular culture and literature roughly comparable to the semi-legendary status this book has already noted regarding Bodhidharma and En no Gyoja, remembered in later folklore and popular fiction with a degree of supernatural elaboration that exceeds what the more sparse historical record concerning his actual court career can directly confirm, though his genuine historical role as a court specialist in yin-yang divination and calendrical science is well documented in surviving Heian period sources. It is worth noting, before this chapter closes, how directly in Myodo's ritual technology parallels the institutional Taoist practice examined in this book's earlier chapter on Chinese talismans and spirit registers, a parallel that should not surprise readers at this point in the book, given that in Myodo developed directly from transmitted Chinese yin-yang and 5-phase cosmology. Onmyoji practice included its own tradition of protective talismans, called ofuda, prepared through ritual procedures directly descended from the Chinese Fu talisman tradition examined several chapters ago, and its own repertoire of protective and exorcistic ritual gesture and incantation, including, in later historical development, techniques closely related to the Kuji-kiri hand seal practice this book will examine directly in the next chapter. This direct continuity between Chinese institutional ritual magic and Japanese in Myodo practice offers this book's readers one of its clearest documented examples of a specific ritual technology, in this case Chinese talismanic and divinatory practice, crossing a cultural and linguistic boundary largely intact, adapted to a new institutional context, the Japanese imperial court, while retaining its essential technical structure, in a pattern this book's readers should now recognize as one of the most consistent features of the entire great merging this book has been tracing since Buddhism's original departure from India many chapters ago. It is worth pausing on the social structure of Shugendō practice as it developed across the medieval and early modern periods, because it reveals a pattern of institutional organization worth comparing to the traditions examined in earlier chapters of this book. Shugendō practitioners were not typically fully ordained monastics living in permanent monastic seclusion in the manner more characteristic of mainstream Tendai or Shingon Buddhist institutional life. Many Yamabushi maintained lay status, married, and lived within ordinary village communities for much of the year, undertaking periodic retreats into the mountains for concentrated ascetic practice before returning to serve their home communities in a variety of practical capacities, including as healers, exorcists, diviners, and ritual specialists called upon to address illness, misfortune, and various forms of what the tradition understood as spiritual affliction. This dual identity, part-time ascetic and part-time community-serving ritual specialist, invites direct comparison to the Wu tradition examined in this book's opening chapters, whose practitioners similarly combined direct, often physically demanding spiritual technique with practical service to their surrounding community, reinforcing once again this book's recurring observation that the traditions examined throughout its account of Eastern mysticism rarely separated advanced spiritual attainment from practical, community-oriented service in the way a modern reader, accustomed to a sharper division between contemplative retreat and ordinary social participation, might initially expect. Shugendo's institutional organization eventually crystallized into two major lineages, the Hanzen branch, affiliated primarily with Tendai Buddhism, and the Tozen branch, affiliated primarily with Shingon Buddhism, each maintaining its own network of mountain centers, its own specific ritual calendar of seasonal mountain retreats, and its own transmission lineage of teaching authority passed from master to qualified disciple. This institutional bifurcation, occurring along exactly the same Tendai-Shingon divide that had already structured mainstream Japanese esoteric Buddhism since Saicho and Kakai's respective 9th century foundings examined earlier in this chapter, illustrates how thoroughly Shugendo, for all its distinctive mountain-centered and kami-inflected character, remained institutionally embedded within the broader esoteric Buddhist establishment of Japan, rather than developing as a fully independent, separately organized tradition standing outside mainstream Japanese Buddhist institutional life. This institutional embeddedness would prove significant many centuries later, during the Meiji period's forced separation of Buddhism and Shinto in the late 19th century, when Shugendo, precisely because of its deeply fused, doctrinally inseparable combination of Buddhist and kami-based elements, faced official suppression as a formally recognized independent religious institution, though its practices and practitioners persisted, in various adapted forms, through and beyond this period of state-imposed institutional disruption, a persistence testifying to the practice's genuine depth and continued relevance to the communities that maintained it despite the loss of its formal institutional standing. A final observation belongs here, connecting this chapter's account of Shugendo directly back to this book's opening treatment of Misogi several chapters ago, and to the larger purpose this project's companion volume on the energy body will eventually serve. Shugendo's waterfall austerity, examined in this chapter as a direct continuation of pre-Buddhist Misogi practice, represents one of the clearest documented cases in this entire book of an ancient, independently developed technology of direct physical transformation surviving essentially intact through many centuries of subsequent religious change, absorbed into and elaborated by imported Buddhist ritual technology without losing its own original, direct, physically embodied character. This durability matters for readers thinking ahead toward practical application, because it suggests that certain technologies of transformation examined throughout this book, particularly those grounded in direct, verifiable physical practice rather than in more elaborate, doctrine-dependent cosmological systems, appear to possess a genuine resilience across centuries of religious and cultural change that more purely conceptual or doctrinally embedded practices do not always share. A practitioner today who stands beneath cold water with disciplined intention is engaging in a technology whose basic mechanism has remained recognizably continuous since long before Buddhism ever reached Japan, a continuity this book's readers should hold on to as a genuinely rare and valuable case among the many traditions this history has traced. The next chapter turns directly to that closely related technique, Kuji-kiri, the 9-hand seals, tracing its own roots through Mikyo Buddhist and Taoist practice and separating the tradition's genuine historical technical content from the considerable mythologizing it has acquired in later popular culture, particularly through its association, in modern Western imagination, with the ninja traditions of medieval and early modern Japan. Chapter 14. The 9-hand seals. This chapter examines Kuji-kiri, the 9-hand seals, a practice whose actual documented history this book must carefully separate from a considerable body of later mythologizing, particularly the practice's popular association in contemporary Western culture with ninja and stealth combat, an association this chapter will show to be a largely modern invention layered onto a genuinely older but quite differently purposed esoteric Buddhist and Taoist technique. The term Kuji, meaning 9 characters or 9 syllables, refers to a specific sequence of 9 words, most commonly rendered as Rin, Hyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, and Zen, recited while the practitioner forms a corresponding sequence of 9-hand gestures, or mudra, examined more fully in a later chapter of this book covering mudra practice as a shared technology across multiple Asian traditions. This 9-syllable formula did not originate within Japanese Buddhism or within Shugendo, the mountain ascetic tradition examined in the previous chapter, but traces back considerably further, to a Chinese Taoist source, appearing in Taoist ritual and alchemical texts, including material associated with the Baopuzi, a 4th century Chinese text attributed to the alchemist and scholar Zhe Hong, which describes a 9-word protective incantation recited by practitioners entering dangerous mountain terrain, understood to provide spiritual protection against hostile forces encountered during mountain travel, itself understood within the broader Western and early Proto-Nedan alchemical culture this book examined several chapters ago. This Chinese Taoist origin matters considerably for how this chapter frames Kuji practice, because it means Kuji Kiri represents, in its earliest documented form, a direct continuation of the Taoist protective and talismanic technology examined in this book's earlier chapter on Fu talismans and spirit registers, transmitted into Japan alongside the broader wave of Chinese religious and philosophical influence this book has traced throughout its account of the Great Merging, rather than representing an independent Japanese invention. Once transmitted into Japan, this 9-syllable protective formula was absorbed into the esoteric Mikyo Buddhist tradition examined in the previous chapter, where it became associated with specific mudra hand gestures already well established within Mikyo ritual practice as a means of invoking and embodying specific Buddhist deities and their associated qualities and powers, producing the combined mantra and mudra practice that survives today under the name Kuji Kiri or, in some traditions, Kuji-in. The specific meaning and function attributed to each of the 9 hand seals varies somewhat across different transmitting lineages, reflecting the same pattern of lineage-specific variation this book has already observed in its treatment of Nedan textual transmission and tantric ritual practice, but the broadly shared understanding, within the traditions that transmit Kuji Kiri as a serious Mikyo Buddhist and Shugendō practice, treats the 9 seals as a method for invoking specific protective and empowering qualities, ranging from physical strength and healing to spiritual insight and protection from harm, through the combined power of correctly formed mudra, correctly pronounced mantra syllable, and, in more advanced instruction, correctly visualized accompanying imagery, echoing directly the multi-level model of mantra efficacy, combining literal meaning, sound vibration, and precise ritual context. This book identified several chapters ago in its treatment of Vedic mantra technology, and reinforcing once again this book's broader observation regarding the striking structural convergence of ritual technologies developed independently across the traditions this book has surveyed. It is worth addressing directly, and in some detail, how Kuji Kiri acquired its considerable contemporary association with ninja and stealth warfare, because this association, while now deeply embedded in popular Western culture through decades of film, television, and martial arts marketing, rests on a considerably thinner and more contested historical foundation than most popular treatments acknowledge. Historical ninjutsu, the actual documented tradition of espionage, sabotage, and irregular warfare practiced by specialized agents in medieval and early modern Japan, developed within a genuinely separate historical and social context from the esoteric Buddhist and Shugendō mountain ascetic tradition this book has examined in this chapter and the previous one, primarily associated with specific regions of Japan, most notably Iga and Koga provinces, and primarily concerned with practical espionage technique, including infiltration, disguise, poison, and irregular combat method, rather than with the mantra and mudra-based esoteric Buddhist ritual practice this chapter has otherwise examined. The specific claim that historical ninja employed Kuji Kiri as a genuine combat or magical technique, rather than this association representing a later, primarily 20th century conflation of two historically distinct traditions, mountain ascetic Shugendō practice and separate, more secular ninja espionage tradition, rests on considerably weaker documentary evidence than the Taoist and Mikyo Buddhist material this chapter has already examined, and much of the popular Kuji Kiri material specifically marketed toward Western martial arts and ninjutsu enthusiasts from the mid-20th century onward appears to represent a considerably later, and considerably more speculative, elaboration rather than a directly documented historical practice of medieval Japanese ninja specifically. This is not to suggest that no connection whatsoever existed between Shugendō practitioners and the broader landscape of medieval Japanese irregular and clandestine activity, since Shugendo Yamabushi, examined in the previous chapter, traveled extensively through remote mountain terrain, possessed genuine practical knowledge of wilderness survival, herbal medicine, and mountain geography directly relevant to irregular military activity, and are documented in some historical sources as having occasionally served intelligence gathering or courier functions for various regional military and political actors during Japan's medieval period of frequent conflict. The historical relationship between Shugendo practitioners and specific documented ninja lineages remains a genuinely contested and actively researched area of Japanese historical scholarship rather than a settled question, and this book, in keeping with its consistent method throughout, presents this uncertainty directly to the reader rather than either confidently endorsing or dismissively rejecting the popular ninja association, while noting clearly that the specific technical claim most commonly repeated in popular Western martial arts culture, that Kuji-kiri functioned as a covert combat or invisibility technique specifically employed by historical ninja, considerably outruns what the available historical evidence can directly support. What this chapter can state with considerably greater confidence is the genuine, well-documented function Kuji-kiri served, and continues to serve in surviving Shugendo and related esoteric Buddhist lineages, as a protective and empowering ritual technique employed by mountain ascetic practitioners engaging in the physically demanding and, within their own understanding, spiritually dangerous practice examined in the previous chapter, understood as invoking specific Buddhist protective qualities before or during entry into difficult mountain terrain understood, in continuity with the pre-Buddhist Japanese tradition examined earlier in this book, to be populated by both benevolent and potentially hostile kami and spirits requiring careful, ritually protected engagement. This function, direct continuity with the Chinese Taoist mountain protection incantation from which the 9-syllable formula originally derived, combined with the specific mudra technology of Mikyo Buddhism and the underlying kami-centered worldview of native Japanese religion examined several chapters ago, represents a genuinely well-documented three-way synthesis: Chinese Taoist protective magic, Indian-derived Buddhist mudra technology, and native Japanese mountain veneration, that stands as one of the clearest and most historically traceable examples of the great merging this book has examined across its full sweep from India through China into Japan. It is worth examining the specific popularization pathway that brought Kuji-kiri into contemporary Western awareness, because this history is itself directly relevant to the larger project this book and its intended series represent. The considerable Western popular interest in ninjutsu and, by extension, in Kuji-kiri, developed substantially from the mid-20th century onward, significantly accelerated by martial arts films and popular fiction, and by the teaching and writing activity of a small number of individuals, most notably Masaki Hatsumi, who claimed direct lineage transmission of historical ninjutsu traditions and who taught extensively to Western students beginning in the 1970s and 1980s, and whose specific presentation of Kuji-kiri, including specific interpretive claims regarding its combat application and its connection to historical ninja practice, has significantly shaped the version of Kuji-kiri most familiar to contemporary Western martial arts practitioners and to broader popular culture. This chapter does not take a position on the specific lineage claims associated with any individual contemporary teacher, a question properly addressed through specialized historical and genealogical research rather than the broader comparative treatment this book offers. What this chapter can note, consistent with its treatment of similarly contested lineage claims examined in earlier chapters covering Patanjali and Bodhidharma, is that readers encountering Kuji-kiri material presented with confident claims of a single, unbroken, purely combat-oriented ninja lineage stretching back many centuries should apply the same careful distinction this book has asked readers to maintain throughout, between a living tradition's own sincere self-understanding, which deserves genuine respect, and the separate question of documented historical continuity, which in this specific case, as this chapter has already shown, points toward a considerably more mixed origin, Taoist protective incantation absorbed into Mikyo Buddhist mudra practice, and toward a considerably more recent and more contested connection to specifically ninja martial application than popular presentation often suggests. This chapter's treatment of Kuji-kiri exemplifies, as clearly as any single case examined in this book, the broader methodological commitment this book's introduction asked readers to hold throughout, taking a tradition's genuine historical technical content with full seriousness, in this case a real, traceable lineage of Chinese Taoist protective magic fused with Indian-derived Buddhist mudra technology and Japanese mountain veneration, while simultaneously declining to simply repeat popular claims that outrun what the available historical evidence can support, in this case the specific claim of a unified, purely ninja-originated combat tradition. Readers who approach Kuji-kiri, or any of the practices examined throughout this book, prepared to make exactly this kind of careful distinction will find themselves considerably better equipped than most popular treatments allow, for evaluating not only Kuji-kiri specifically but any tradition they encounter going forward in their own independent study, which remains, as this book's introduction stated at the outset, the actual and ultimate purpose of the historical grounding this entire volume is designed to provide. One further point deserves mention before this chapter closes, concerning the broader pattern Kuji-kiri exemplifies regarding numerically structured ritual formulas across the traditions this book has examined. The ninefold structure of Kuji itself invites comparison to numerically organized ritual and cosmological systems examined elsewhere in this book, including the 5 phases underlying both Chinese Taoist cosmology and Japanese in Myoto examined in the previous chapter, the 7 chakras of the tantric subtle body examined 2 chapters ago, and the 8 limbs of Patanjali's yogic system examined several chapters earlier still. This recurring tendency toward specific, meaningful numerical structuring of ritual and contemplative technology across otherwise quite distinct traditions is worth noting as a final data point in this book's larger argument regarding independent convergence, suggesting that the human impulse to organize spiritual technique into discrete, countable, sequentially meaningful units represents another of the genuinely recurring structural features this book has identified across its survey of traditions developed with little or no direct contact with one another, standing alongside the staged, foundation-first architecture and the body-first, direct experience orientation this book has already identified as recurring patterns in earlier chapters. The next chapter turns from Japan to the final major geographic destination in this book's account of Buddhism's spread across Asia. Tibet, where Buddhist Tantra, examined in an earlier chapter, encountered the indigenous Bon religion of the Himalayan plateau, producing Vajrayana Buddhism and its distinctive and highly technical repertoire of advanced practice, including Tummo, Dream Yoga, and Phowa, each of which this book will examine directly as among the most sophisticated technical achievements of the entire tantric tradition surveyed across this section of the book. Chapter 15, Into the Land of Snows. This chapter completes part 3 of this book, The Great Merging, turning to what many readers may regard as the single most technically sophisticated synthesis examined anywhere in this history, the transmission of Buddhist Tantra into Tibet, and its fusion there with the indigenous Bon religion of the Himalayan plateau, producing Vajrayana Buddhism and its remarkable repertoire of advanced practice, including Tummo, the cultivation of inner heat, Dream Yoga, the deliberate cultivation of lucidity and spiritual practice within the dream state, and Phowa, the practice of consciousness transference at the moment of death. Buddhism's arrival in Tibet is traditionally dated to the 7th century of the Common Era, associated with the reign of the Tibetan Emperor Songtsen Gampo, though the tradition's genuine and lasting establishment across Tibetan society is more properly associated with the later reign of Trisong Detsen in the 8th century, whose sponsorship brought 2 figures of central importance to this chapter's account. The Indian tantric master Padmasambhava, known in Tibetan tradition as Guru Rinpoche, and the Indian scholar monk Shantarakshita, who together are credited with establishing the first fully ordained Buddhist monastic community on Tibetan soil at Samai Monastery, generally dated to the late 8th century. Padmasambhava in particular occupies a position within Tibetan Buddhist tradition that exceeds ordinary historical biography, remembered in later Tibetan hagiography as possessing extraordinary tantric power sufficient to subdue and bind the indigenous spirits and deities of the Tibetan landscape, converting them into protectors of the newly established Buddhist tradition rather than continuing as its adversaries, a narrative this chapter will return to directly because it encodes, in mythological form, the actual historical process of religious synthesis this chapter is concerned with documenting. The indigenous religion Buddhism encountered upon its arrival in Tibet, generally referred to as Bon, presents this book's readers with genuine historical complexity worth addressing directly. Later, fully developed Bon tradition, as it survives and continues to be practiced today, presents itself as an ancient, pre-Buddhist Tibetan religious system with its own founding figure, Tanpa Shenrab, its own extensive scriptural corpus, and its own monastic institutional structure closely paralleling Tibetan Buddhist monasticism in organizational form. Modern scholarship generally treats this fully developed, textually elaborate form of Bon as itself a considerably later development, substantially shaped through centuries of ongoing interaction with, and conscious differentiation from, Tibetan Buddhism, rather than representing a straightforwardly preserved, unmodified continuation of whatever specific religious practices existed in Tibet prior to Buddhism's 7th and 8th century arrival. What can be said with more confidence, based on early textual and archaeological evidence, is that pre-Buddhist Tibetan religious culture included, among its documented practices, shamanic-style ritual specialists, various forms of divination, elaborate funerary ritual associated with the burial of Tibetan kings, and a rich landscape of local territorial deities and spirits closely tied to specific mountains, lakes, and regions, a pattern that invites direct and instructive comparison to the kami-centered worldview this book examined in its earlier chapter on pre-Buddhist Japan, another instance of independently developed, geographically distributed spirit veneration encountering and eventually fusing with an imported, doctrinally systematic Buddhist tradition. The mythological narrative of Padmasambhava subduing and converting Tibet's indigenous deities into Buddhist protectors, referenced above, deserves treatment as more than mere legend, because it functions within Tibetan tradition itself as a culturally encoded account of exactly the historical synthesis process this chapter is documenting through more conventional historical method. Vajrayana Buddhism, as it developed in Tibet over the centuries following its initial establishment, did not simply displace or eliminate the indigenous landscape of local territorial deities and spirits inherited from pre-Buddhist Tibetan religious culture. Instead, and in a pattern this book's readers should now recognize as characteristic of nearly every synthesis examined throughout its account of the Great Merging, Tibetan Buddhism absorbed this indigenous spiritual landscape directly into its own cosmological and ritual framework, reclassifying local deities as protectors, dharmapalas, bound by oath to defend the Buddhist teaching and its practitioners, while continuing to receive the kind of localized ritual attention, offering, and propitiation that these deities had presumably received within the pre-Buddhist religious culture from which they originated. This process, whether understood through the mythological lens of Padmasambhava's subjugation narrative or through the more conventional historical lens of gradual religious syncretism, produced a genuinely distinctive Tibetan Buddhist tradition, one considerably more populated by local, geographically specific deity worship than most other Buddhist traditions examined elsewhere in this book, directly reflecting its deep absorption of pre-Buddhist Tibetan religious culture. Turning to this chapter's promised examination of specific advanced Vajrayana practice, Tummo, the cultivation of inner heat, deserves attention first, both because of its genuine physiological remarkability and because it illustrates, as clearly as any practice examined in this book, the direct, verifiable, embodied character this book has emphasized as characteristic of serious mystical practice across every tradition it has surveyed. Tummo practice, developed within the completion stage practices of Vajrayana Tantra and most closely associated with the 6 yogas of Naropa, a systematized set of advanced tantric practices attributed to the 11th century Indian tantric master Naropa and transmitted into Tibet through his direct disciples, involves specific breath retention techniques combined with precise visualization of subtle energy channels and centers, closely related to the nadi and chakra system examined in this book's earlier chapter on Tantra, directed toward the deliberate generation of substantial, measurable internal body heat, sufficient in advanced practitioners, according to both traditional accounts and, notably, several controlled modern scientific studies conducted on experienced Tibetan Buddhist practitioners beginning in the late 20th century, to allow practitioners to dry wet cloths draped over their bodies while sitting in extreme cold, or to maintain core body temperature under cold exposure conditions that would produce dangerous hypothermia in an untrained individual. This chapter notes the existence of this modern scientific documentation specifically because it represents one of the relatively rare instances, among the traditions examined throughout this book, where a specific traditional claim of physiological transformation through mystical practice has received direct, controlled, published scientific investigation, and where that investigation has found genuine, measurable physiological effects consistent with, though not necessarily fully explanatory of, the tradition's own account of what Tummo practice accomplishes. Dream Yoga, this chapter's second major practice, involves the deliberate cultivation of lucid awareness within the dream state, understood within Vajrayana tradition not merely as an interesting psychological phenomenon but as a direct training ground for the practitioner's capacity to maintain awareness and spiritual practice through altered and non-ordinary states of consciousness, understood as directly relevant preparation for the profound state transitions the tradition associates with the process of death itself, examined directly in this chapter's third major practice, Phowa. The specific techniques associated with dream yoga, including particular visualization practices performed before sleep, specific physical postures adopted while falling asleep, and progressive training exercises designed to help the practitioner first recognize the dream state as a dream while it is occurring and then gain increasing capacity for deliberate action and spiritual practice within that recognized dream state, represent a genuinely sophisticated body of technical instruction for working with altered states of consciousness that has, in recent decades, attracted increasing interest from psychological and sleep researchers studying lucid dreaming as a documented, replicable phenomenon within contemporary cognitive science, offering another instance of traditional mystical technique and modern scientific investigation converging on a shared subject of genuine, verifiable human capacity. FOA, the practice of consciousness transference, represents perhaps the most consequential of the three practices this chapter examines, understood within Vajrayana tradition as a technique for directing the practitioner's consciousness, at the moment of death, through the crown of the head and toward a favorable rebirth or, in its most advanced form, toward direct union with enlightened awareness itself, bypassing the more extended and uncertain process of rebirth the tradition otherwise describes as governing an ordinary being's transition between successive lives. Traditional accounts describe accomplished FOA practice as producing observable physical signs at the moment of successful transference, including a small opening or softening at the crown of the skull, and this practice, perhaps more than any other examined in this chapter, illustrates the genuinely high stakes with which Vajrayana Buddhism approached its technical repertoire, treating the moment of death not as a passive event to be simply endured but as the single most consequential opportunity for spiritual practice and transformation available to a human being, deserving of the same rigorous, staged, teacher-guided technical preparation this book has identified as characteristic of serious contemplative practice across every tradition examined throughout its account of the Great Merging. It is worth addressing directly, before this chapter turns to its promised examination of specific advanced practice, the considerable political complexity that has shaped Vajrayana Buddhism's more recent history, because this history bears directly on the tradition's global visibility today and sets up material this book will return to in a much later chapter covering the westward diaspora of these traditions in the 20th century. Tibet maintained a distinctive political and religious structure for many centuries, most notably the institution of the Dalai Lama, first designated by that title in the 16th century and eventually consolidating substantial temporal as well as spiritual authority over much of Tibet by the mid-17th century under the fifth Dalai Lama. This distinctive fusion of religious and political authority, itself worth comparing to the close entanglement between religious specialists and state power this book has documented repeatedly across earlier chapters, from Shang dynasty Wu practice to Vedic priestly patronage to Taoist institutional recognition, persisted, with periods of greater and lesser Chinese imperial influence and involvement, until the mid-20th century, when China's 1950 military action in Tibet and the subsequent 1959 uprising and the Dalai Lama's flight into exile in India fundamentally altered the tradition's institutional situation, a rupture this book will examine in full in its later chapter on the 20th century global diaspora of these traditions, but one worth flagging here because it means that much of Vajrayana Buddhism's most visible contemporary teaching and practice now occurs, of historical necessity, outside Tibet itself, among exile communities and their considerable network of international students and supporters. It is also worth noting, before this chapter turns to Tumo, Dream Yoga, and FOA specifically, that these three practices represent only a small sample of the extraordinarily extensive technical repertoire developed within Tibetan Vajrayana across the many centuries following its initial establishment, a repertoire this book cannot hope to fully catalog within a single chapter and that includes elaborate systems of deity visualization practice specific to particular tantric lineages and their associated meditational deities, extensive philosophical and logical training within the major Tibetan monastic university system, and highly systematized approaches to death and the intermediate state between death and rebirth, described at length in texts including the Bardo Thadal, commonly known in English translation as the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which this book mentions here specifically because its detailed description of the consciousness's experience during the process of dying and the subsequent intermediate state provides the broader doctrinal and cosmological context within which the FOA practice examined later in this chapter makes its fullest sense. Readers interested in pursuing Vajrayana practice in greater depth than this book's necessarily selective treatment can provide should understand that they are approaching one of the most technically elaborate and textually extensive contemplative traditions examined anywhere in this book, developed and refined across more than a millennium of sustained institutional scholarship and practice. With this examination of Vajrayana Buddhism, this book completes Part 3, The Great Merging, having now traced Buddhism's transformative encounter with Taoism in China, with Shinto in Japan, and with Bon in Tibet, alongside the parallel Hindu Tantric development examined in earlier chapters and the institutional Taoist and South Indian Siddha traditions this book has also documented along the way. It is worth closing this chapter, and this entire third part of the book, with a brief reflection on what the full sweep of the Great Merging, now traced from India through China, Japan, and Tibet across the preceding 9 chapters, actually demonstrates. In every single case this book has examined, Buddhism functioned not as a solvent dissolving the indigenous traditions it encountered, nor as a passive vessel simply absorbed without residue into those traditions, but as a genuinely catalytic force, one that provoked each indigenous tradition it encountered into new, more systematic, and often more technically sophisticated forms of its own older practice, while simultaneously being reshaped, sometimes quite substantially, by the specific conceptual resources and ritual sensibilities of each culture it entered. Taoism's shamanic Wu roots became, through this contact, the philosophically elaborated Nidan tradition. Japan's kami-centered purification practice became, through this contact, the technically sophisticated Shugendo and Inmyoto traditions. Tibet's indigenous territorial deity veneration became, through this contact, the richly populated protector cosmology of Vajrayana Buddhism. In no case did the pre-Buddhist tradition simply vanish, and in no case did Buddhism arrive and remain unchanged. This consistent pattern, verified now across 4 entirely separate cultural contexts, stands as the strongest evidence this book can offer for its central river metaphor, established all the way back in its introduction. These are not separate streams that happen to run parallel to one another, but genuinely converging waters, each shaping and being shaped by every other current it met along the way. The chapters that follow turn to Part 4, Consolidation and Modern Codification, where this book will show that much of what contemporary readers assume to be ancient, unbroken tradition, including Qigong as a unified practice, Reiki, and the physically intensive yoga taught in studios worldwide, actually achieved its recognizable modern form only within the past century, a discovery that will likely surprise many readers, and that this book's next chapter, examining the 20th century Chinese state's consolidation of Qigong, will address directly and in full detail. Chapter 16. Inventing Qigong. This chapter opens Part 4 of this book, Consolidation and Modern Codification, and it opens with what may be the single most consequential myth-busting revelation this entire book has to offer its readers. The word Qigong, and the specific unified practice it names today, is not an ancient Chinese term at all, but a 20th century invention, standardized and popularized by the Chinese state beginning in the 1950s, drawing together many centuries of the scattered practices this book has already examined, Nidan internal alchemy, medical breath and movement therapy, and martial arts training method, into a single, newly coined category designed to serve very specific modern political, medical, and social purposes. It is important to state this directly and without hedging, because the popular presentation of Qigong in much contemporary wellness literature strongly implies, and sometimes states outright, that Qigong represents an unbroken 5,000-year-old tradition, often citing the same broad span of Chinese civilizational history this book has examined across its earlier chapters on Wu shamanism, Taoist philosophy, and Nidan. This chapter does not dispute that the individual practices eventually gathered under the Qigong label possess genuinely ancient roots this book has traced in considerable detail across several preceding chapters. What this chapter disputes, based on well-documented linguistic and institutional history, is the claim that Qigong itself, as a single-named, unified practice category, existed as such before the 20th century. The term Qigong does appear occasionally in scattered earlier Chinese texts, but not as a settled, widely recognized category comparable to its contemporary usage. Its transformation into the standard, universally recognized term for the entire broad field of Chinese energetic cultivation practice is a specifically modern development, and understanding how and why that development occurred illuminates a great deal about the relationship between ancient practice and modern political and institutional need that this book's introduction promised to examine honestly throughout. The individuals most directly credited with popularizing the modern term and category, Lu Guizhen, developed his own approach to breath and meditation therapy in the late 1940s and early 1950s, drawing on his personal experience using such techniques to recover from serious illness, and subsequently established what became known as the first Qigong sanatorium in Tangshan in 1954, later relocated and expanded, where he taught a standardized method combining breath regulation, meditation, and gentle physical practice to patients suffering from a range of chronic conditions, all administered within a formal medical institutional framework and explicitly supported by the newly established Chinese Communist government, which viewed the endeavor as consistent with its broader interest in promoting distinctively Chinese medical practice as a complement to, and in some official framing at various points a genuine alternative or corrective to, imported Western biomedicine. Lu's own published writing from this period played a central role in popularizing the specific term Qigong as the standard umbrella designation for this newly organized field, drawing together and relabeling practices that had previously circulated under a considerably more fragmented array of older names, including Daoyin, examined in this book's earlier chapters as an ancient Taoist guided stretching and breathing practice, and Nidan associated terminology drawn from the internal alchemical tradition this book examined in detail several chapters ago. This state involvement deserves careful, direct examination, because it represents one of the most historically significant instances this book has documented of a government deliberately and self-consciously shaping a spiritual and medical tradition's public identity, a pattern that invites comparison to, while also differing importantly from, the various instances of state patronage this book has already examined in earlier chapters, including Vedic priestly patronage, Chinese imperial support for Western alchemists, and periodic imperial recognition or suppression of institutional Taoism. The newly established People's Republic of China, in the 1950s, faced a genuine practical challenge regarding its relationship to traditional Chinese medicine and to the vast landscape of folk spiritual and energetic practice this book has surveyed throughout its earlier chapters on Taoism, institutional ritual magic, and the Wu tradition's long historical afterlife. Some elements of this landscape, particularly the more explicitly supernatural, talismanic, and possession-based practices examined in this book's earlier chapter on Taoist ritual magic, sat uneasily alongside the officially atheist, scientifically oriented ideology of the new Chinese state. Qigong's promoters, including Lu Guizhen and subsequent researchers and administrators who built on his foundational work, achieved a genuinely significant institutional accomplishment by successfully reframing selected elements of this older, spiritually and magically framed landscape of practice in explicitly medical, physiological, and scientifically compatible language, presenting breath regulation, meditation, and gentle movement as legitimate therapeutic technique amenable to scientific study and clinical application, rather than as supernatural or religiously freighted practice, a reframing that allowed these particular techniques to survive and even receive official state support during a period when other, more explicitly religious or supernaturally framed practices faced considerably greater official suspicion and, at various points across subsequent decades, active suppression. The scale of this standardization effort deserves emphasis, because it extended considerably beyond Lu Guizhen's individual pioneering work into a broader, sustained, multi-decade institutional project. Subsequent decades saw the establishment of dedicated Qigong research institutes, the development of standardized teaching curricula and certification systems for Qigong instructors, and the promotion of specific, simplified, mass-teachable forms of practice, most famously including sets of standardized movement sequences designed for easy nationwide dissemination through workplace, school, and community organizations, a pattern of centrally coordinated, mass-taught physical culture that echoes, in a specifically Chinese communist institutional context, similar state-sponsored physical culture and calisthenics movements this book's later chapters will note occurred in various forms across multiple 20th-century nations, including the parallel and, for a period, genuinely enormous Falun Gong movement, which itself emerged from and drew heavily on this broader mid to late 20th century Chinese Qigong cultural moment before its own considerably more fraught and, in China, ultimately officially suppressed later history, a complex and still contested chapter of contemporary Chinese religious and political history this book notes here only briefly, as a reminder that the 20th century Chinese state's relationship to organized energetic and spiritual practice remained genuinely fraught and shifting across the decades this chapter examines, rather than following a single simple trajectory of consistent official support. It would be a significant error, however, for this chapter's myth-busting emphasis to leave readers with the impression that modern Qigong represents pure invention, disconnected from the genuine historical material this book has traced across its earlier chapters on Taoism and Nidan. The specific breath techniques, meditative postures, and movement sequences that Lu Guizhen and subsequent Qigong researchers and teachers organized into the modern, standardized Qigong curriculum drew directly and substantially on genuinely ancient source material, including specific breathing and stretching exercises documented in surviving texts and even archaeological artifacts reaching back many centuries, including the well-known Daoyin II, a silk manuscript depicting a sequence of exercise postures excavated from a Han Dynasty tomb and dated to approximately the 2nd century before the Common Era, offering direct physical evidence that guided stretching and breathing practice of a broadly similar character to elements of modern Qigong was indeed practiced in China more than 2,000 years ago. What this chapter's account corrects is not the antiquity of these individual component practices, well documented and thoroughly examined in this book's earlier chapters, but the specific claim that they existed, before the 20th century, as a single, unified, consistently named tradition called Qigong. The accurate historical picture, and the one this chapter asks readers to carry forward, is considerably more interesting than either the popular myth of unbroken ancient tradition or a dismissive account of pure modern fabrication. Genuinely ancient component practices, scattered across many centuries and many distinct textual and institutional traditions this book has carefully traced, gathered, standardized, and given a single unifying name and institutional framework by specific, identifiable individuals working within a specific, identifiable 20th century political and medical context. It is worth examining more closely the specific medical and scientific framing that Lu Guizhen and his successors employed, because this framing represents one of the most historically significant strategic choices this book has documented in its entire account of how ancient practice adapts to survive contact with a radically different political and intellectual environment. Lu's foundational published work, most notably his influential book on Qigong therapy published in the mid-1950s, deliberately employed contemporary Chinese medical vocabulary, framing breath and meditation practice in terms of nervous system regulation, physiological rest, and therapeutic recovery, carefully avoiding or minimizing the explicitly supernatural, spirit communication, or immortality-seeking vocabulary this book has documented at length in its earlier chapters covering Weiden and the more overtly religious dimensions of Neiden and institutional Taoist practice. This strategic reframing proved remarkably successful, securing Qigong practice a legitimate and even officially celebrated place within the broader mid-20th century Chinese project of systematizing and modernizing traditional Chinese medicine, a broader project that also produced, during this same general period, the standardized, internationally recognized form of acupuncture and herbal medicine now generally taught under the heading traditional Chinese medicine, itself, worth noting directly, a comparably modern systematizing label applied to a considerably older and more regionally diverse body of practice, in a pattern of 20th century standardization this chapter's account of Qigong exemplifies but by no means uniquely represents within the broader history of modern Chinese medical and spiritual reform. The subsequent decades of this standardization effort saw considerable further elaboration and, at various points, considerable internal tension regarding exactly how far the reframing this chapter has described should extend. A wave of intense popular interest in Qigong swept China particularly during the 1980s, a period sometimes referred to by scholars of contemporary Chinese religion as the Qigong fever, during which millions of Chinese citizens took up various forms of Qigong practice. Some Qigong masters achieved genuine mass followings and celebrity status, and a considerable body of officially sponsored scientific research attempted to investigate and, in some cases, to validate specific claimed effects of Qigong practice, including studies conducted at various state research institutions examining measurable physiological changes associated with practice. This period of enormous popular enthusiasm, however, also saw the re-emergence, within various specific Qigong lineages and teachers, of considerably more overtly supernatural and charismatic claims than the carefully secularized medical framing Lu Guizhen had originally established, a development that contributed directly to the Chinese government's growing unease regarding the movement's scale and its potential for organizing outside direct state control, unease that would culminate, by the late 1990s, in serious state action against several specific Qigong-derived movements, most consequentially Falun Gong, referenced briefly earlier in this chapter, whose subsequent official suppression beginning in 1999 marks one of the most significant and, outside China, widely reported developments in this entire multi-decade history of state involvement with Qigong practice that this chapter has traced from its 1950s origins forward. A final observation belongs here before this chapter turns to Japan, connecting this chapter's account of Qigong's 20th century state consolidation back to a theme this book has developed since its earliest chapters, the recurring entanglement between spiritual and energetic practice and the political authority of the state within which that practice operates. This book has now documented state involvement, in varying forms and to varying degrees, shaping or attempting to shape spiritual practice across nearly every tradition it has examined, from Shang dynasty royal patronage of Wu divination, through imperial Chinese patronage and periodic suppression of Waidan alchemists and institutional Taoist priests, through the complicated political history of the Dalai Lama's dual religious and temporal authority examined in an earlier chapter, and now through the specifically 20th century case of a modern secular state deliberately reshaping ancient practice into a form compatible with its own governing ideology. This recurring pattern should leave readers with a clear-eyed understanding that the traditions examined throughout this book have never existed in a political vacuum, insulated from the concerns and interests of the states and societies that hosted them. A pattern of entanglement this book's readers should carry forward as fully relevant context for evaluating any tradition's claimed history, including the traditions examined in this book's remaining chapters covering the westward transmission of Eastern mysticism into a very different, though no less politically and commercially entangled, 20th century Western context. The next chapter turns to a structurally similar but historically distinct case of modern synthesis, examining Mikao Usui's development of Reiki in 1920s Japan, a case where, unlike the diffuse, multi-decade, state-sponsored institutional process examined in this chapter, a single identifiable individual's personal spiritual synthesis, developed within a period of a few short years, would go on to become one of the most widely practiced energy healing systems in the world today, popularly believed by many of its practitioners to represent an ancient lineage considerably older than the well-documented historical record actually supports. Chapter 17, Usui's Synthesis. This chapter turns to a case of modern spiritual synthesis considerably better documented, at the level of individual biography, than the diffuse institutional process examined in the previous chapter, even though that documentation has not prevented the accumulation of a very substantial body of legend around the historical facts. The development of Reiki by Mikao Usui in Japan during the early 1920s, a system today practiced by what are almost certainly millions of people worldwide, many of whom understand it, based on widely circulated but historically unsupported popular accounts, as an ancient healing tradition rediscovered by Usui rather than as the genuinely original synthesis this chapter will show it to actually be. Mikao Usui was born in 1865 in what is now Gifu Prefecture in Japan, and the documented outline of his life prior to Reiki's development, established through research conducted by several dedicated historians working directly from Japanese language primary sources, including Usui's own memorial stone erected by his students shortly after his death and inscribed with a biographical account, indicates a man who pursued various professional and educational paths, including some combination of business, civil service, and, according to some accounts, a period of study connected to Tendai Buddhism, the same esoteric Buddhist school this book examined in its earlier chapter on Shugendo and in Myoto as one of the two major schools Saicho and Kukai established in 9th century Japan following their respective periods of study in Tang Dynasty China. This connection to Tendai Buddhism matters considerably for understanding Reiki's genuine conceptual roots, because it means Usui approached his eventual system's development already possessing at least some direct familiarity with the broader esoteric Buddhist meditative and energetic framework this book has traced at length across its earlier chapters covering Mikyo Buddhism's arrival in Japan and its fusion with native kami-centered practice. The traditional account of Reiki's origin, transmitted through generations of Reiki teachers and widely repeated in contemporary Reiki literature, describes Usui undertaking a 21-day period of fasting and meditation on Mount Kurama, a mountain near Kyoto long associated with esoteric Buddhist and Shugendo mountain ascetic practice examined directly in this book's earlier chapter on Japanese mountain asceticism, during which he received, through what popular accounts describe as a direct mystical experience or vision, both the fundamental healing technique and the specific symbols that would come to structure Reiki practice as subsequently transmitted. This chapter treats this traditional origin account with the same careful, calibrated approach this book has applied throughout to similarly legendary founding narratives, including those surrounding Bodhidharma, En-no Gyoja, and Patanjali in earlier chapters. The core claim, that Usui underwent an intensive period of mountain ascetic retreat and meditation directly continuous with the Shugendo tradition this book has already examined, and that this retreat produced a formative spiritual experience from which he subsequently developed his healing method, is broadly consistent with the documented pattern of Japanese esoteric and mountain ascetic practice this book has traced across several preceding chapters, and most dedicated historical researchers of Reiki's origin regard some version of this intensive retreat experience as plausible and likely genuine, even as specific dramatic details that have accumulated in later popular retelling, including some of the more elaborate visionary content sometimes attributed to the experience, are treated with considerably more scholarly caution as likely later embellishment. What this chapter can establish with greater confidence, based on Usui's own surviving handbook, distributed to his students and preserved in Japanese language originals that were largely unavailable to the Western practitioners who first brought Reiki to American and European audiences, examined directly in a later chapter of this book, is that Usui's original system, which he called Usui Reiki Ryoho, differed in several genuinely significant respects from the version of Reiki most widely practiced in the West today. Usui's own teaching placed considerable emphasis on specific ethical precepts, drawing directly on Buddhist and broader Japanese ethical concepts, intended to be recited and internalized by practitioners as a core component of practice rather than as a peripheral addendum, and his method incorporated meditative and self-development techniques, including specific breathing exercises and meditative postures, considerably more extensive and more clearly continuous with the broader esoteric Buddhist and Shugendō adjacent practice tradition this book has examined than the comparatively simplified, hands-on healing-focused version of Reiki that would eventually become standard in its Western transmission. The word Reiki itself, combining the character Rei, often translated as spirit or mysterious, and Ki, the Japanese reading of the same character rendered as Qi in Chinese and examined at length throughout this book's earlier chapters on Chinese energetic theory, situates Usui's system explicitly within the broader East Asian vital energy framework this entire book has traced from its ancient Chinese and Indian roots through many centuries of subsequent development and cross-cultural transmission. Usui did not invent the underlying concept of Qi as a vital, trainable, transmissible energy, a concept with the deep, independently convergent roots this book has documented at length in its treatment of Indian Prana and Chinese Qi theory across multiple earlier chapters. What Usui developed, and what genuinely represents his own original synthesis rather than a rediscovery of some singular pre-existing ancient system, was a specific, structured method for the direct transmission of this energy from practitioner to recipient through touch, organized around a specific system of hand positions, a specific attunement or initiation process intended to open or activate a student's capacity to channel this energy, and, in the more complete original system, a specific set of symbols, whose particular form and traditional Japanese Buddhist and esoteric associations this book will not reproduce or explain in detail here, consistent with this book's introduction's stated commitment to respecting the protective, teacher-guided transmission structure that traditions across this entire history, including the Nidan and Vajrayana traditions examined in earlier chapters, have consistently maintained around their more advanced or potentially sensitive technical content. It is worth addressing directly, before this chapter closes, the considerable body of popular legend that has accumulated around Reiki's origin since Usui's death in 1926, only a few short years after the system's initial development, because this legendary accretion offers this book's readers a particularly clear and well-documented case study in exactly the process this book's introduction warned readers to watch for throughout, the gradual embellishment of a genuinely documented historical founding into a considerably more dramatic and considerably less historically supported popular narrative. Various popular accounts circulating especially from the mid to late 20th century onward have claimed, among other things, that Usui traveled to and studied in Tibet, that he held a doctoral degree from the University of Chicago, that he served as a Christian minister prior to developing Reiki, and that Reiki itself represents the rediscovery of an ancient Tibetan Buddhist healing system considerably predating Usui's own 20th century life. Dedicated historical research conducted directly from Japanese sources, including Usui's own memorial stone and surviving Japanese language student materials, has found no credible support for any of these specific claims, which appear to have originated primarily through a combination of translation difficulties, cultural gaps between the Japanese context in which Usui actually worked and the American context into which his teaching was subsequently transmitted, examined directly in a later chapter of this book covering Hayao Takata's role in bringing Reiki to the West, and a genuine, understandable desire on the part of subsequent teachers and popularizers to lend the system additional perceived ancient authority and cross-cultural legitimacy that its genuine, considerably more recent and more specifically Japanese origin, on its own honest terms, does not straightforwardly provide. It is worth examining more closely how Usui's own understanding of his practice's purpose differed from much of its later popular reception, because this difference bears directly on this book's broader argument regarding the value of separating genuine historical origin from subsequent legendary elaboration. Surviving accounts from Usui's direct Japanese students consistently emphasize that Usui understood his system's primary purpose as one of holistic personal spiritual development and character refinement, closely aligned with the broader Buddhist ethical framework this chapter has already noted his teaching drew upon directly, with physical healing understood as one beneficial outcome among several rather than as the system's sole or even primary purpose. This holistic framing stands in some contrast to the considerably more healing and treatment-centered emphasis that would come to dominate Reiki's later Western reception, examined directly in a subsequent chapter of this book covering the tradition's transmission to the United States. A shift in emphasis this book will show reflects a broader, recurring pattern across nearly every tradition examined in its account of the global diaspora. Practices developed within an integrated ethical, spiritual, and physical framework in their country of origin frequently arrive in Western markets reframed with greater emphasis on discrete, marketable physical or emotional benefit, sometimes at the expense of the broader ethical and spiritual context within which the original teacher understood the practice to operate. Usui's own students, following his death in 1926, continued to develop and, in some cases, to modify his teaching in ways that further illuminate how quickly even a genuinely well-documented modern tradition can begin to diverge into distinct lineages, a pattern this book has already observed regarding Krishnamacharya's own students in a related context examined in the chapter that follows. Chujiro Hayashi, a naval officer and physician who studied directly with Usui and who would go on to train Hayao Takada, the pivotal figure in Reiki's transmission to the West examined in a later chapter of this book, developed his own clinic-based approach to Reiki practice, placing somewhat greater emphasis on structured, clinical hands-on treatment protocol than some accounts suggest characterized Usui's own more broadly holistic original teaching style. This Hayashi-mediated version of the practice, rather than Usui's own original teaching in unmediated form, represents the specific lineage through which Reiki reached Takada and, through her, the considerably wider Western audience this book's later chapter will examine, meaning that the Reiki most familiar to contemporary Western practitioners has already passed through at least two significant stages of individual teacher-driven adaptation, first through Hayashi's clinical reframing of Usui's original holistic system, and then through Takada's own further adaptation for American audiences, before arriving at the form most commonly taught and practiced in the West today. It is worth noting one further point regarding the specific symbols and attunement process this chapter has already mentioned without detailed description, because the way this material has been handled across Reiki's transmission history illustrates a broader pattern this book has observed in several earlier chapters regarding the protective, graduated transmission of potentially sensitive technical content. Usui's original system, as inherited and further shaped by Hayashi and eventually by Takada, maintained specific symbols and specific attunement procedures as material reserved for direct, in-person teacher-to-student transmission at appropriate stages of training. A graduated, teacher-guided structure this book has already identified as characteristic of Nidin textual transmission, tantric initiation, and Vajrayana completion stage practice in earlier chapters. The widespread publication of previously restricted Reiki symbols and procedures in books and, more recently, online sources from the later 20th century onward represents a genuinely significant departure from this original transmission structure, a departure paralleled, worth noting briefly, by similar tensions this book has already observed in its treatment of Nidin's deliberately coded symbolic language and its stated protective purpose. Whether this widespread publication represents a valuable democratization of previously restricted knowledge or a departure from a transmission structure that served a genuine protective and pedagogical function remains a genuinely debated question within the contemporary Reiki community itself, and this book, consistent with its stated purpose of equipping readers to test paths for themselves rather than prescribing a single correct answer, presents this tension to the reader directly rather than resolving it on the reader's behalf. This chapter closes by returning directly to a theme this book's introduction established as central to its entire method: the conviction that a practice's actual, accurately documented origin does not diminish its potential value to a sincere practitioner today, and that honest historical grounding serves practitioners considerably better than comfortable myth. Reiki, understood accurately as Mikao Usui's early 20th century synthesis of Tendai Buddhist ethical and meditative training, Shugendo adjacent mountain ascetic retreat experience, and the broader East Asian key energy framework this book has traced across many preceding chapters, represents a genuinely coherent and historically graspable system, one whose actual roots, properly understood, connected richly and legitimately to the deep river of practice this entire book has been tracing, without requiring the considerably less well-supported claims of direct ancient Tibetan or otherwise pre-20th century lineage that continue to circulate in some popular Reiki literature today. The next chapter completes this book's examination of consolidation and modern codification. Turning to the third and final major case of 20th century synthesis this section of the book has promised to examine the reshaping of yoga, primarily through the work of the influential Indian teacher Krishnamacharya and his students, into the physically intensive, posture-centered practice that dominates yoga studios across the world today, a practice this chapter will show differs in genuinely significant ways from both the classical eight-limbed system examined in this book's earlier chapter on Patanjali and the elaborate tantric subtle body cosmology examined in this book's chapter on Tantra. Chapter 18. Reshaping the Mat. This chapter completes part 4 of this book. Turning to the third and final major case of 20th century synthesis this section has examined the transformation of yoga into the physically intensive, posture-centered practice that dominates studios across the world today, a transformation this chapter will show occurred primarily within a few short decades of the 20th century, driven substantially by the work of a single extraordinarily influential Indian teacher, Tirumalai Krishnamacharya, and the small number of direct students who carried his teaching forward into the specific forms most widely practiced internationally today. This book's earlier chapter on Patanjali established that classical yoga, as codified in the Yoga Sutras, treated asana, physical posture, as a comparatively minor element within the broader eight-limbed system, serving primarily as a stable, comfortable seated position suitable for extended meditation rather than as an elaborate practice in its own right involving the wide range of standing, balancing, inverted, and dynamically sequenced postures familiar to any contemporary yoga student. The considerably more physically extensive asana practice found in later Hatha yoga texts, developed in the centuries following Patanjali and closely associated with the tantric subtle body tradition this book examined in its earlier chapter on Tantra, expanded this postural repertoire substantially, but even mature classical and medieval Hatha yoga texts describe a body of postures considerably smaller in number, and considerably less oriented toward continuous, flowing, cardiovascularly demanding sequences than the yoga practiced in a typical contemporary studio class. Understanding how this considerable gap was bridged, in a remarkably short span of historical time, is this chapter's central task. Tirumalai Krishnamacharya, born in 1888 in what is now the Indian state of Karnataka, pursued extensive traditional Sanskrit and philosophical education before undertaking, according to his own later account, an extended period of study in Tibet with a teacher named Ramamohana Brahmachari, during which he claims to have studied an extensive traditional yogic text called the Yoga Kurunta, describing a large repertoire of postures linked together in dynamic, flowing sequences. This chapter must note directly, in keeping with its consistent method, that the Yoga Kurunta text itself has never been independently verified or located by scholars, and Krishnamacharya's own account of this formative period of study, while treated by his students and by most subsequent yoga historians as broadly credible regarding his genuine deep traditional training, involves specific claimed details that cannot be independently confirmed through external documentary evidence, placing this origin story in a position structurally similar to the semi-legendary founding narratives this book has already examined regarding Bodhidharma, En-no Gyoja, and, in the previous chapter, aspects of Usui's own formative retreat experience. What is considerably better documented, because it occurred within living memory and was directly observed and recorded by numerous students and contemporaries, is Krishnamacharya's subsequent teaching career, beginning in the 1930s at a yoga school established under the patronage of the Maharaja of Mysore, where Krishnamacharya developed and refined a dynamic, physically vigorous style of postural practice, linking individual asanas together through continuous movement coordinated with breath, a method that would come to be known, through his students' subsequent development and popularization, as vinyasa, a term now familiar to essentially any contemporary yoga practitioner but whose specific, systematized modern form traces directly to this particular early 20th century institutional context rather than to a considerably older, unbroken traditional source. It is worth noting, as important supporting context this chapter must address directly, that Krishnamacharya's dynamic teaching style at Mysore developed during a period of considerable British colonial-era Indian interest in Western physical culture, gymnastics, and bodybuilding, and several yoga historians examining surviving photographic and textual evidence from this period have identified plausible influence from contemporary British and international gymnastic and physical culture movements on the specific vigorous, flowing, athletically demanding character of the postural sequences Krishnamacharya developed and taught during this Mysore period, a genuinely significant historical claim that, if accurate, would mean that some of the most internationally recognizable elements of what is popularly understood as ancient yogic posture practice actually reflect a specific, datable, early 20th century cross-cultural synthesis between traditional Indian yogic material and contemporary Western physical culture, rather than representing an unbroken transmission from ancient Indian sources alone. Krishnamacharya's direct students, several of whom would go on to become independently influential teachers carrying distinct, identifiably different versions of his teaching to considerably wider international audiences, deserve individual attention because their subsequent divergent development illustrates how thoroughly the modern global yoga landscape reflects specific 20th century individual teaching lineages rather than a single unified ancient tradition transmitted without variation. B.K.S. Iyengar, who studied with Krishnamacharya beginning in the 1930s, developed his own distinct approach placing particular emphasis on precise postural alignment, extended holding of individual poses, and the use of props, including belts, blocks, and blankets, to make precise alignment achievable for practitioners across a wide range of physical ability and experience, a method that became known as Iyengar Yoga and that has exerted enormous influence on how yoga postures are taught and understood, including well beyond studios specifically identifying as Iyengar lineage, throughout the English-speaking yoga world. K. Pattabhi Jois, another direct Krishnamacharya student, developed and popularized a specific, fixed sequence of postures linked through continuous vinyasa movement, known as Ashtanga Yoga, a name that, worth noting directly, borrows the same eight-limb terminology this book examined in its earlier chapter on Patanjali's classical system, even though Pattabhi Jois's specific fixed postural sequence represents a considerably later, more specifically physically oriented development rather than a direct continuation of Patanjali's own considerably more meditation-centered eight-limbed framework. Indra Devi, a European-born student of Krishnamacharya notable as one of relatively few women granted direct instruction by him during this period, played a particularly significant role in introducing yoga postural practice to prominent American audiences beginning in the 1940s. Teaching in Hollywood and numbering various celebrities among her students, contributing substantially to yoga's early popular visibility within American culture well before the broader countercultural and wellness industry-driven yoga boom this book's later chapter on the global diaspora will examine in more detail. It is worth pausing to name directly what this chapter's account establishes and what it does not establish, in keeping with this book's consistent commitment to calibrated, honest historical claims. This chapter does not claim that yoga's physical postural tradition is entirely a 20th century invention with no genuine pre-modern roots, a claim this book's earlier chapters on Patanjali and on Tantra's Hatha Yoga development would directly contradict, since both classical and medieval Indian yogic tradition genuinely did develop and practice physical postures, breath control, and related embodied technique across many preceding centuries. What this chapter does establish, based on the considerable and increasingly well-documented historical research conducted on Krishnamacharya and his students over recent decades, is that the specific, particular form of yoga most widely practiced and recognized internationally today, dynamic, flowing, physically vigorous sequences of linked postures coordinated with breath, taught in a manner emphasizing physical fitness, flexibility, and strength alongside or sometimes in place of the meditative and spiritual goals that structured both Patanjali's classical system and the medieval Hatha Yoga tradition, achieved this specific recognizable form through a particular, datable, 20th century process of individual teaching innovation, quite possibly incorporating genuine cross-cultural influence from contemporary Western physical culture, centered substantially on a single influential teacher and his direct students, working within a specific and identifiable early 20th century South Indian institutional context. It is worth examining directly one further dimension of this reshaping process that deserves particular attention given this book's broader treatment of the Great Merging in its earlier chapters, the specific philosophical framing Krishnamacharya himself brought to his teaching, which, notably, remained considerably more traditionally grounded in classical Indian philosophical categories than the somewhat more secularized, fitness-oriented framing that characterizes much contemporary Western studio instruction descended from his teaching. Krishnamacharya consistently taught that asana practice should be adapted to the specific individual student's age, health condition, and life circumstance rather than taught as a single fixed, universal sequence appropriate for all practitioners regardless of individual difference, an approach reflected in the genuinely distinct teaching styles his various direct students, examined above, went on to develop, each adapting his underlying method according to their own understanding and their own specific teaching context and audience. This individualized, adaptive teaching philosophy stands in some tension with the more standardized, one-size-fits-all sequence structure that characterizes some of the specific popularized systems his students developed, particularly Pattabhi Jois's fixed Ashtanga sequence, a tension worth noting as a further instance of the broader pattern this book has observed throughout its account of modern codification. An original teacher's genuinely holistic, individually adaptive approach becoming, through the process of popularization and mass transmission necessary to reach large numbers of students, somewhat more fixed, standardized, and simplified than the original teaching from which it derives. It is also worth noting, before this chapter closes, the specific role gender played in shaping yoga's 20th century transmission, both within India and in its subsequent Western reception, because this dimension of the history deserves more attention than popular accounts typically provide. Indra Devi's position as one of the few women Krishnamacharya directly taught during his Mysore period reflected broader social constraints on women's access to yogic instruction that had characterized much of the classical and medieval Indian tradition examined in this book's earlier chapters, where the ascetic and renunciate paths most closely associated with serious yogic practice were, with some significant exceptions, predominantly though not exclusively male domains. The considerable, arguably even predominant role women have come to play as both teachers and practitioners within the contemporary global yoga industry, a pattern strikingly different from the demographics of most of the traditions examined earlier in this book, including the largely male priestly, monastic, and ascetic lineages this book has traced across its chapters on Vedic ritual, Wu practice, Chan Buddhism, and Vajrayana monasticism, represents one of the most significant demographic transformations that occurred during yoga's 20th century global transmission, a transformation this book's later chapter on the global diaspora will examine further as it considers how thoroughly these traditions were reshaped, in ways extending well beyond their specific technical content, by the particular cultural and social context of their reception in the West. This chapter closes part 4 of this book, having now examined all 3 of this section's major case studies. Qigong's mid-20th century Chinese state consolidation, Reiki's early 1920s Japanese individual synthesis, and yoga's early to mid-20th century South Indian postural reshaping. Readers should carry forward from this entire section a clear, honest picture that will serve them well as this book's next section turns to these traditions' subsequent journey westward. Each of the 3 practices most familiar to contemporary Western wellness culture achieved its specific, recognizable modern form considerably more recently than popular presentation typically suggests, built, in every case this book has examined, upon genuinely ancient underlying material this book has traced at length across its earlier chapters, but organized, standardized, and given its specific modern shape by identifiable individuals and institutions working within the past century alone. One final comparative reflection is worth offering before this section of the book closes, drawing together all 3 case studies examined across this part. Qigong, Reiki, and modern postural yoga each achieved their recognizable contemporary form through a broadly similar underlying process, however different the specific historical details examined in each of this section's 3 chapters. A body of genuinely ancient underlying practice, traced at length across this book's earlier chapters, encountering the specific pressures and opportunities of 20th century modernity, including state medical policy in China, the particular spiritual culture of early 20th century Japan, and the cross-cultural encounter between Indian tradition and Western physical culture in colonial and early post-colonial India, and being reorganized, standardized, and given a new, more teachable and more widely transmissible form in direct response to those specific modern pressures. This is not a story of decline or corruption, though this book has been honest throughout about the genuine losses and distortions that sometimes accompanied this modernizing process. It is, more accurately, a story of adaptation, the same fundamental capacity for creative reinterpretation and renewal this book's introduction identified as the normal mechanism by which any living tradition survives contact with changing historical circumstance, examined here in unusually well-documented detail precisely because these 3 particular adaptations occurred recently enough, within the past century, to leave behind the kind of direct historical record that the earlier transformations examined throughout this book, receding many centuries or millennia into the past, simply cannot provide with comparable clarity. The next chapter turns to Part 5, the global diaspora, beginning with Swami Vivekananda's pioneering introduction of yoga to American audiences in the 1890s, a transmission that, notably, preceded by several decades the specific Krishnamacharya-derived postural tradition examined in this chapter, meaning that yoga's westward journey and yoga's modern postural reshaping represent two related but genuinely distinct historical developments that this book's next chapter will carefully disentangle for its readers. Chapter 19, Vivekananda's Gift. This chapter opens Part 5 of this book, The Global Diaspora, tracing the westward journey of the traditions this book has examined at length across its preceding chapters, beginning with the earliest and, in several important respects, the most consequential single transmission event this section will examine. Swami Vivekananda's introduction of yoga and Vedanta philosophy to American audiences beginning in 1893, a transmission that predates the specific postural reshaping examined in the previous chapter by several decades and that established, in ways this chapter will trace directly, much of the basic vocabulary and conceptual framework through which subsequent generations of Americans would come to understand Indian spirituality. Vivekananda, born Narendranath Datta in Calcutta in 1863, trained as a disciple of the Bengali mystic Ramakrishna, whose own teaching emphasized direct mystical experience and the underlying unity of the world's major religious traditions, a universalist framing that would prove decisively important for how Vivekananda subsequently presented Indian spirituality to American audiences. Following Ramakrishna's death in 1886, Vivekananda undertook a period of extensive travel throughout India as a wandering monk before securing, through a combination of personal initiative and the support of Indian patrons who recognized the potential significance of the opportunity, an invitation to represent Hinduism at the World's Parliament of Religions, held in Chicago in 1893 as part of the World's Columbian Exposition, an event bringing together representatives of numerous world religious traditions for a series of public addresses and interfaith dialogue that was, by the standards of its own era, a genuinely unprecedented undertaking. Vivekananda's address to the Parliament, and his subsequent lecture tour across the United States over the following several years, achieved a level of popular success and media attention that considerably exceeded what either Vivekananda himself or his American hosts had initially anticipated, establishing him as a genuinely significant public figure within late 19th century American religious and intellectual culture, a period marked by considerable existing American interest in alternative spirituality, comparative religion, and non-Christian philosophical traditions, an interest already cultivated in part by the earlier influence of American transcendentalism, whose major figures, including Ralph Waldo Emerson and Henry David Thoreau, had themselves drawn directly on translated Hindu and Buddhist texts several decades before Vivekananda's own arrival, meaning Vivekananda encountered an American audience already primed, at least among a certain educated segment of the population, to receive Indian philosophical and spiritual teaching with considerable interest and sympathy rather than as an entirely unfamiliar or exotic curiosity. The specific version of yoga and Vedanta philosophy Vivekananda presented to American audiences deserves careful examination, because it differed in significant ways from both the classical eight-limbed system examined in this book's earlier chapter on Patanjali and the physically intensive postural practice examined in the previous chapter, a difference worth understanding clearly before this book's later chapters trace how these various strands would eventually intertwine within American popular consciousness into the more unified, if historically compressed, general category most Americans today simply call yoga. Vivekananda's teaching emphasized primarily philosophical and meditative content, drawing heavily on Vedanta, the philosophical tradition derived from the Upanishads, examined briefly in this book's early chapters as part of the broader Vedic corpus, and organized around what Vivekananda himself termed the four paths of yoga, Raja Yoga, closely following Patanjali's classical meditative framework, Jnana Yoga, the path of philosophical knowledge and discernment, Bhakti Yoga, the path of devotional love and surrender to the divine, and Karma Yoga, the path of selfless action performed without attachment to its results. This fourfold framework, still widely referenced today within many contemporary yoga teacher training programs and popular yoga literature, represents Vivekananda's own particular systematizing contribution, presenting classical Indian philosophical and yogic material in an organized, accessible form specifically designed for an educated Western audience unfamiliar with the considerably more technical and culturally embedded original textual sources. It is worth being direct about the specific intellectual and rhetorical strategy Vivekananda employed in presenting this material, because it established a pattern that would recur, in various forms, throughout the subsequent history this book's remaining chapters will trace. Vivekananda consistently framed Vedanta and Yoga not as narrowly sectarian Hindu religious doctrine incompatible with the audience's own existing religious commitments, but as a universal science of consciousness and spiritual experience, compatible with and, in his own explicit framing, ultimately underlying and unifying the various world religious traditions, including Christianity, a framing that proved genuinely effective in securing serious engagement from American audiences who might otherwise have approached explicitly foreign religious content with considerably greater wariness or outright rejection. This universalist, science-compatible framing, presenting Eastern spiritual technology as a matter of direct, testable inner experience available to any sincere practitioner regardless of religious background, rather than as doctrine requiring exclusive religious conversion, established a template that later teachers examined in this book's subsequent chapters, including the figures responsible for transmitting Reiki and Qigong adjacent practice to Western audiences, would draw upon, whether consciously or through simple convergent necessity, in navigating the same basic challenge of presenting explicitly foreign spiritual material to audiences operating within an existing, often quite different, religious and cultural framework. Vivekananda's institutional legacy proved as significant as his personal teaching career, because he established, before his death in 1902 at the young age of 39, the Vedanta Society, with centers founded in New York and subsequently in several other American cities, providing an ongoing institutional structure through which Vedanta philosophy and yogic meditation practice could continue to be taught to American students well beyond Vivekananda's own brief and remarkably compressed period of direct personal activity. This institutional structure, considerably more stable and long-lasting than the more individually centered transmission this book's next chapter will examine regarding Reiki's introduction to America through Hayao Takada, ensured that Vivekananda's specific presentation of yoga and Vedanta would continue exerting direct influence on American spiritual culture across subsequent decades, laying essential groundwork for the considerably larger wave of Indian spiritual teachers and movements that would arrive in the United States during the mid-20th century and particularly during the major countercultural spiritual interest of the 1960s and 1970s, a later wave this book's later chapters will examine as it significantly accelerated and broadened the specific transmission pattern Vivekananda pioneered nearly a century earlier. It is worth closing this chapter with a direct observation regarding what Vivekananda's specific historical role clarifies about the broader, sometimes conflated popular understanding of yoga's arrival in the West. Contemporary popular yoga culture frequently, if implicitly, treats yoga's Western history as a single continuous narrative, extending in an unbroken line from ancient Indian origin through some vaguely specified transmission process to the contemporary studio class. This chapter's account, read alongside the previous chapter's examination of Krishnamacharya's considerably later and considerably more specifically postural reshaping, should make clear to this book's readers that yoga's actual Western history involves at least two genuinely distinct transmission waves, separated by several decades and carrying quite different emphases. Vivekananda's primarily philosophical and meditative introduction in the 1890s, and the considerably later, primarily physical and postural transmission this book's next chapter will show arriving through entirely different channels beginning several decades afterward. Understanding this genuine historical separation between yoga's philosophical introduction and yoga's postural popularization equips this book's readers with a considerably more accurate picture than the flattened, single narrative account most popular treatments provide. It is worth examining directly the specific American cultural moment into which Vivekananda arrived, because it clarifies why his particular message achieved the reception it did rather than passing largely unnoticed as many prior and subsequent attempts at cross-cultural religious transmission examined throughout this book's later chapters would eventually demonstrate was entirely possible. Late 19th century America was experiencing what religious historians often describe as a period of significant metaphysical ferment, marked by the growth of spiritualism, theosophy, Christian Science, and various other movements exploring alternatives to mainstream Protestant Christianity, often incorporating explicit interest in Asian religious and philosophical concepts, however imperfectly understood through the limited translated source material then available. The Theosophical Society, founded in 1875 by Helena Blavatsky and Henry Steele Olcott, had already done considerable work familiarizing at least a segment of educated American and European audiences with selectively adapted concepts drawn from Hindu and Buddhist tradition, including reincarnation, karma, and various concepts of subtle bodies and spiritual evolution, even though Theosophy's own specific presentation of these concepts diverged in numerous ways from the more historically grounded material this book has examined in its earlier chapters, and though Theosophy's own historical reputation among later scholars of comparative religion remains considerably more contested than Vivekananda's own subsequent legacy. Vivekananda's arrival, in other words, occurred within an American religious landscape already primed by roughly 2 decades of prior, if often considerably less historically rigorous, engagement with Asian spiritual concepts, providing him a receptive audience prepared to take his considerably more directly sourced and personally embodied presentation of authentic Hindu philosophical tradition with particular seriousness. Vivekananda's own personal presence and rhetorical skill deserve direct mention as well, since contemporary accounts from those who witnessed his Parliament address and subsequent lectures consistently emphasize the considerable personal charisma and oratorical power he brought to his presentations, a personal quality that clearly mattered enormously to his immediate reception even though it resists the kind of systematic historical documentation this book has been able to offer regarding more clearly traceable doctrinal or institutional developments. This chapter notes this dimension of his success directly because it offers a useful reminder, worth carrying forward through this book's remaining chapters covering other individually driven transmission events, that the specific personal qualities of a given transmitting teacher, considerably harder to reconstruct with historical precision than institutional or textual developments, nonetheless clearly played a genuinely significant role in determining which specific transmission attempts, among the many that likely occurred across the history this book has traced, achieved lasting cultural influence and which did not. One final point of context deserves mention before this chapter closes: Vivekananda's own considerable emphasis, throughout his American lectures, on yoga and Vedanta as compatible with an even scientifically minded rather than superstitious, a rhetorical strategy that connects directly back to this book's much earlier discussion of how Qigong's 20th century Chinese promoters would, several decades later and in an entirely different cultural and political context, employ a broadly similar strategy of scientific and medical framing to secure legitimacy for their own tradition, examined in detail in an earlier chapter of this book. Vivekananda frequently framed the Raja Yoga meditative path in particular as amenable to direct, replicable, almost laboratory-like personal investigation, encouraging his American audiences to test the tradition's claims through their own disciplined practice rather than accepting them on religious authority alone, a framing directly continuous with the empirical, test-it-yourself posture this book identified in its earlier chapter on Patanjali as one of the most valuable and enduring features of the classical yogic tradition, and one this book's own introduction explicitly adopted as its guiding methodological commitment. This convergence, an ancient Indian text's own internal epistemological stance and this modern book's stated approach arriving at the same basic instruction to test rather than simply believe, is worth the reader's notice as this section of the book turns, in its final chapters, toward direct practical guidance for exactly this kind of testing. The next chapter turns to Reiki's own westward transmission, examining Hayao Takata's pivotal role in bringing the system from Japan to Hawaii and subsequently the American mainland during the 1930s and 1940s, a transmission history. This chapter's account of Vivekananda's universalist, accessibility-oriented presentation strategy will prove directly relevant for understanding, since Takata, working within a very different specific tradition but facing broadly comparable challenges of cross-cultural transmission, would develop her own comparably significant adaptations to Usui's original Japanese system in the course of making it accessible and appealing to American students. Chapter 20. Takata's Journey. This chapter turns to Reiki's own westward transmission, examining Hayao Takata's pivotal role in carrying Mikao Usui's system, already once adapted through Chujiro Hayashi's clinical reframing examined in this book's earlier chapter on Usui's synthesis, from Japan to Hawaii and subsequently to the American mainland during the 1930s and 1940s, a transmission this chapter will show involved further, quite significant adaptation, ensuring that the Reiki most widely practiced in the West today reflects not Usui's original teaching directly, but a twice-adapted version considerably reshaped by the specific circumstances of its passage through Takata's own remarkable personal history. Hayao Takata was born in 1900 in Hawaii to Japanese immigrant parents, a biographical detail worth emphasizing because it means Takata approached her eventual encounter with Reiki not as an outside Western student encountering an entirely foreign tradition, but as a Japanese-American woman already possessing substantial cultural and linguistic familiarity with Japan, even as she had grown up within an American territorial and, from 1959 onward, state context. This dual cultural position would prove directly significant for how she subsequently adapted Reiki for American audiences, equipping her with genuine cultural authority to present the practice as an authentic Japanese tradition while also possessing the linguistic and cultural fluency in American English and American cultural expectation necessary to reshape its presentation for a primarily non-Japanese American audience. Takata's own account of her introduction to Reiki, transmitted through her subsequent teaching and preserved in various interviews and biographical materials gathered by her later students, describes a period of serious personal illness that brought her to Japan in the mid-1930s, where she sought treatment at Chujiro Hayashi's Reiki clinic in Tokyo, examined in this book's previous chapter as the specific clinically oriented lineage through which Hayashi had developed and taught Usui's original system. Takata's own account describes a remarkable recovery through this treatment, following which she undertook training directly with Hayashi, eventually receiving what within the Reiki tradition is understood as the master or teacher level of training, authorizing her to teach and to initiate her own subsequent students, before returning to Hawaii in 1937 to begin establishing her own independent Reiki teaching practice, a practice that would, over the following decades, become the primary channel through which Reiki reached the American mainland and, eventually, the wider world. It is worth examining directly the specific adaptations Takata introduced during this multi-decade teaching career, because they represent, in this book's assessment, changes at least as historically significant as the earlier Hayashi stage adaptation examined in the previous chapter, even though Takata's own adaptations have received somewhat less direct historical scrutiny in much popular Reiki literature than the more thoroughly researched question of Usui's own original teaching. Takata taught Reiki within a considerably simplified framework compared to both Usui's original holistic system and Hayashi's already somewhat more clinically streamlined version, emphasizing primarily the hands-on healing technique and de-emphasizing, in her most widely taught general audience courses, much of the broader Buddhist ethical and meditative content that had structured Usui's original teaching, a simplification several Reiki historians researching this period have suggested reflected Takata's own practical judgment regarding what would prove most immediately accessible and appealing to American students encountering the practice with little or no prior background in Japanese Buddhist thought or in the broader East Asian energetic framework this book has traced at length across many earlier chapters. Takata also introduced or significantly popularized several specific presentational elements that would come to define Reiki's Western reception, including a particular attunement ceremony structure and specific teaching about Reiki's history that, as this book's previous chapter already established, included several claims regarding Usui's biography, including his purported Christian ministerial background and his claimed connection to Tibetan Buddhism, that subsequent historical research using Japanese language primary sources has found no credible support for. Whether these specific historical claims originated with Takata herself, reflected information she genuinely believed to be accurate based on what she had been told during her own training, or emerged through some combination of translation difficulty and subsequent embellishment by her own later students, remains a genuinely debated question among contemporary Reiki historians, and this book, consistent with its method throughout, presents this uncertainty directly rather than assigning definitive blame to any single individual in a transmission chain that, by the time it reached the specific historical claims examined here, had already passed through multiple stages of retelling across a considerable span of decades and, until relatively recently, without the benefit of the kind of dedicated Japanese language primary source research that has only more recently clarified Usui's own more thoroughly documented actual biography. Takata's teaching career accelerated significantly from the 1970s onward, a period during which she began training a considerably larger number of Reiki masters than she had authorized during earlier decades of her teaching career. A group of 22 master-level students trained during this final period of her life who would go on to establish independent teaching lineages of their own following Takata's death in 1980, each carrying forward and, in many cases, further adapting Takata's own already twice-removed version of Usui's original system, producing the considerable diversity of distinct Reiki lineages and teaching styles that characterizes the contemporary Reiki landscape, a landscape this book's readers should understand as reflecting genuine, documented historical branching across at least 3 successive generations of individual teacher adaptation, Usui to Hayashi, Hayashi to Takata, and Takata to her own 22 direct successors, rather than a single unified tradition transmitted without variation from a singular ancient source. This chapter's account of Takata's role illustrates, with particular clarity, a broader pattern this book's readers should carry forward into its remaining chapters covering the global diaspora more generally. The specific individual responsible for carrying a given tradition across a major cultural boundary frequently exercises considerable interpretive and adaptive judgment in the process, judgment shaped by that individual's own specific position, background, and practical assessment of what will prove accessible and sustainable within the new cultural context, producing a transmitted tradition that reflects genuine creative adaptation as much as faithful preservation. This book wishes to emphasize directly, a criticism of Takata or of the other transmitting figures this book's remaining chapters will examine. It is simply an accurate historical description of how spiritual transmission across major cultural boundaries has actually worked, in this case and, this book's readers should now recognize, in nearly every other case this book has examined across its full historical sweep, from Buddhism's own transformative journey from India through Central Asia into China many centuries ago, through to Takata's own 20th century journey carrying Reiki from Tokyo to Hawaii and the American mainland. It is worth noting one further dimension of Takata's specific historical situation, because it connects directly back to broader themes this book has examined regarding the political entanglement of spiritual transmission across several earlier chapters. Takata's period of establishing her Reiki practice in Hawaii and subsequently the mainland United States occurred against the considerable and genuinely difficult backdrop of American-Japanese relations across the middle decades of the 20th century, including the Second World War and the forced internment of Japanese-American communities on the American mainland and, to a lesser extent, in Hawaii, following the 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor. Takata's own status as a Japanese-American woman navigating this genuinely fraught political environment while continuing to teach a distinctly Japanese spiritual practice adds a dimension of documented personal difficulty and resilience to this chapter's account that deserves acknowledgement, even though the specific details of how this broader political context shaped her particular teaching decisions during this period remain, based on currently available biographical research, somewhat less thoroughly documented than researchers interested in this period of her life might wish. What can be said is that Takata continued teaching and building her Reiki practice across these difficult decades, and that her eventual considerable success in establishing Reiki as a widely recognized American wellness practice by the time of her death in 1980 represents a genuinely notable achievement given the challenging historical circumstances within which much of her multi-decade teaching career unfolded. It is also worth addressing directly a methodological point this chapter's account of Takata's adaptations raises for this book's readers more broadly. This book has now examined, across its treatment of Qigong, Reiki, and Yoga in its preceding chapters on modern consolidation, and now again in this chapter's treatment of Reiki's specific Western transmission, a recurring pattern in which the version of a given practice most widely known and practiced today reflects several successive layers of individual teacher adaptation, each occurring for genuine, often quite reasonable practical or cultural reasons, rather than a single unbroken transmission from a clearly identified ancient or even clearly identified single modern source. Readers approaching any of these traditions with serious intent to practice, rather than merely to study their history as this book has done, should carry this layered adaptation pattern forward as a genuinely useful piece of practical guidance. The specific form of Reiki, Qigong, or yoga taught by any particular contemporary teacher reflects that teacher's own position within a specific historical lineage of adaptation, and readers interested in exploring a given tradition's earlier or more original forms, where such exploration is possible given the surviving historical record this book has examined, may find real value in seeking out teachers and materials that engage directly with that earlier material, alongside or even prior to engaging with the more widely available contemporary popularized versions this chapter and its 2 preceding chapters have traced. A brief closing comparison is worth drawing here, connecting Takata's specific transmission story back to the earlier Vivekananda material examined in the previous chapter. Where Vivekananda arrived in America as a confident public intellectual and monastic representative, delivering formal addresses to large audiences at a major public exposition, Takata built her practice considerably more gradually and privately, working initially through personal referral and small private treatment sessions before eventually developing a formal teaching structure capable of training master-level students in meaningful numbers. This difference in transmission scale and public visibility, one public and immediate, the other private and gradual, meant that Reiki took considerably longer to achieve the kind of broad American cultural visibility Vedanta and Yoga had already secured decades earlier through Vivekananda's efforts, with Reiki's genuinely significant popular growth in the United States not fully accelerating until the final decades of the 20th century, well after Takata had already been quietly teaching for several decades. This slower, more gradual trajectory is worth noting as a useful corrective to any assumption that every tradition examined in this book's account of the global diaspora followed a single, uniform pattern or timeline of Western popularization. Each transmission this book has examined across this entire section proceeded according to its own specific pace, shaped by its own specific transmitting individuals and circumstances, a variation this book's readers should hold in mind as a final, useful piece of nuance before this section closes. The next chapter turns to two further major transmission events that reshaped these traditions' Western reception during the second half of the 20th century. The opening of diplomatic relations between the United States and China in the early 1970s, which allowed traditional Chinese medicine and Qigong adjacent practice to reach a mass American audience for the first time, and the 1959 Tibetan uprising and the Dalai Lama's subsequent exile, which carried Vajrayana Buddhism out of a previously largely closed Tibet and onto the world stage, establishing the considerable international visibility Tibetan Buddhism enjoys today. Chapter 21. Exile and Opening. This chapter completes Part 5 of this book, The Global Diaspora, examining two further major transmission events that reshaped Eastern mysticism's Western reception during the second half of the 20th century. The opening of diplomatic and cultural relations between the United States and China in the early 1970s, which allowed traditional Chinese medicine and Qigong adjacent practice to reach mass American audiences for the first time, and the 1959 Tibetan uprising and the Dalai Lama's subsequent exile, which carried Vajrayana Buddhism, examined at length in this book's earlier chapter on Tibet, out of a previously largely closed country and onto the world stage. Chinese-American diplomatic relations had remained essentially frozen following the 1949 Communist Revolution and the subsequent Korean War, a period during which the considerable state-sponsored development of Qigong this book examined in its earlier chapter on 20th-century Chinese consolidation proceeded largely without American awareness or engagement, occurring behind what was, from the American perspective, a largely closed and inaccessible political boundary. This situation changed decisively with President Richard Nixon's historic 1972 visit to China, which initiated a broader process of gradually normalizing diplomatic, cultural, and eventually commercial relations between the two countries, a process that, among its considerably wider geopolitical consequences, opened a channel through which American medical professionals, journalists, and eventually ordinary interested individuals gained direct access to Chinese medical and energetic practice for the first time in over 2 decades. One specific and widely reported episode deserves direct mention because of the outsized role it played in shaping initial American popular awareness of Chinese medicine during this opening period. The 1971 report by New York Times journalist James Reston, who had traveled to China as part of the advance press coverage preceding Nixon's visit, describing his own experience receiving acupuncture anesthesia following an emergency appendectomy performed while he was in Beijing. Reston's widely read account, appearing in one of America's most prominent newspapers at a moment of intense public interest in the newly opening relationship with China, introduced a very large American audience to acupuncture and, by extension, to the broader landscape of traditional Chinese medicine, including the Qi-based energetic framework this book has traced across many earlier chapters, considerably more directly and vividly than any prior American media coverage had managed to achieve, and it is credited by several historians of American alternative medicine with substantially accelerating subsequent American medical and popular interest in acupuncture specifically and in Chinese energetic medicine more broadly. This opening proceeded alongside, and was further accelerated by, the considerable increase in Chinese immigration to the United States that followed the loosening of American immigration restrictions under the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act, bringing a substantially larger number of Chinese medical practitioners, martial artists, and Qigong teachers to the United States than had been present during the more restricted immigration environment of previous decades, providing the direct teaching capacity necessary to transform the initial wave of American media and popular curiosity documented in Reston's report into sustained, teachable practice available to interested American students. The subsequent several decades saw the gradual establishment of dedicated acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine licensing programs across numerous American states, and the parallel, somewhat less formally regulated but equally significant spread of Qigong and Tai Chi instruction through community centers, martial arts schools, and eventually dedicated wellness studios, embedding these originally Chinese state-consolidated practices, examined in this book's earlier chapter on Qigong's 20th century invention, within an entirely new American institutional and commercial context considerably different from the original Chinese medical institutional framework within which Lu Guizhen and his successors had originally developed and promoted them. Turning to this chapter's second major subject, the 1959 Tibetan uprising followed nearly a decade of increasingly strained relations between the Tibetan government and Chinese authorities following China's 1950 military action in Tibet, briefly referenced in this book's earlier chapter on Vajrayana Buddhism, culminating in a major popular uprising in Lhasa in March 1959 that Chinese military forces suppressed decisively, prompting the 14th Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso, to flee across the Himalayas into India, where he established a government in exile at Dharamshala that continues to serve as the primary institutional center of the Tibetan exile community and of internationally organized Tibetan Buddhist teaching activity to the present day. This exile, a genuine human tragedy involving the displacement of a very substantial portion of Tibet's traditional religious and political leadership alongside tens of thousands of ordinary Tibetan refugees, nonetheless produced, as an unintended but historically significant consequence this chapter must note directly, a considerably wider international dissemination of Vajrayana Buddhist teaching than would likely have occurred had Tibet remained a largely closed, difficult-to-access country under continued traditional governance, since the Dalai Lama and numerous other senior Tibetan Buddhist teachers, now operating from exile and increasingly seeking both material support and broader awareness of Tibet's political situation, began traveling internationally and teaching to non-Tibetan audiences considerably more extensively than Tibetan Buddhist tradition had previously done during the centuries of the more geographically isolated practice this book examined in its earlier chapter on Tibet. The specific pattern of Vajrayana Buddhism's subsequent Western reception deserves brief comparison to the Yoga and Reiki transmission patterns examined in this book's two preceding chapters, because it reveals both genuine similarity and a significant point of difference worth noting directly. Like Vivekananda's introduction of Vedanta and Yoga, examined several chapters ago, Tibetan Buddhist teachers reaching Western audiences from the 1960s onward frequently employed a broadly universalist, psychologically and philosophically accessible framing, presenting Buddhist meditative technique in terms compatible with, rather than requiring wholesale rejection of, Western students' existing intellectual and even religious commitments, a strategy several influential Tibetan teachers, including figures such as Chogyam Trungpa, who established a considerable number of meditation centers across North America beginning in the 1970s, pursued with particular deliberateness and sophistication. Unlike the Reiki transmission examined in the previous chapter, however, which reached America through a single, comparatively narrow transmission channel centered on Hayao Takata's individual teaching lineage, Vajrayana Buddhism's Western reception occurred through numerous, largely independent channels simultaneously, as multiple senior Tibetan teachers representing different specific lineages within the broader Tibetan Buddhist tradition each established their own separate Western teaching centers and their own separate networks of Western students, producing a considerably more institutionally diverse and lineage-plural Western Tibetan Buddhist landscape than the comparatively more unified, single-lineage-descended Reiki landscape examined in the previous chapter. It is worth pausing to note directly how these two transmission events examined in this chapter, China's diplomatic opening and Tibet's exile-driven internationalization, differ in a fundamental way from the two individually driven transmission events examined in this book's two preceding chapters, and what that difference means for how readers should understand the varying reliability and consistency of the traditions as they arrived in the West. Vivekananda's introduction of Vedanta and Takata's introduction of Reiki each depended substantially on the specific choices, adaptations, and personal circumstances of a single identifiable individual, meaning that the version of each tradition that reached Western audiences reflects that individual's own particular judgment and interpretation to a considerable degree, as this book's preceding two chapters have shown in detail. The transmissions examined in this chapter, by contrast, involved considerably larger, more diffuse, and more genuinely plural processes, hundreds of Chinese medical practitioners and Qigong teachers emigrating and establishing independent practices following the 1965 immigration reform, and numerous senior Tibetan teachers representing distinct lineages establishing separate, independent Western teaching centers following the 1959 exile, producing a Western reception considerably less dependent on any single individual's specific interpretive choices and correspondingly more directly reflective, in aggregate if not in any single specific teaching lineage, of the diversity that had already characterized these traditions within their countries of origin, as this book's earlier chapters on institutional Taoism, Qigong's 20th century consolidation, and Vajrayana's own considerable internal lineage diversity have already documented at length. This distinction matters directly for readers of this book considering how to approach their own further exploration of any of these traditions, since it suggests that traditions transmitted through the more diffuse, multi-channel processes examined in this chapter may offer readers a somewhat wider and more representative range of authentic teaching lineages and interpretive approaches to choose from within Western institutional contexts, compared to traditions like Reiki, transmitted primarily through the considerably narrower single lineage channel this book's previous chapter examined in detail. Neither pattern is inherently superior, and this book takes no position on which specific transmission pattern produces a more valuable or more authentic practice for any individual reader, a question this book's introduction already identified as properly belonging to each reader's own direct testing and experience rather than to this book's historical analysis. What this chapter can offer is simply the accurate historical context necessary for readers to understand why the institutional landscape surrounding Reiki looks so different from the institutional landscape surrounding, for instance, contemporary American Tibetan Buddhist practice or contemporary American traditional Chinese medicine, a difference this book's readers should now recognize as reflecting genuine, traceable historical circumstance rather than any inherent property of the underlying traditions themselves. It is worth closing this section with a reflection connecting all four of the transmission histories examined across this book's Part 5 back to the underlying river metaphor established in this book's introduction. Each of the transmission events examined across this section, Vivekananda's 1893 Parliament Address, Takata's multi-decade Hawaiian and mainland teaching career, the 1972 diplomatic opening with China, and the 1959 Tibetan exile, represents, in effect, a new confluence point where this book's ancient river system, having already merged and remerged repeatedly across the many centuries examined in parts 1 through 4, met an entirely new cultural and geographic context in the West, undergoing yet another round of the same fundamental process this book has documented throughout: genuine encounter, genuine mutual influence, and genuine, sometimes significant, transformation. Readers who have followed this book's full argument from its opening chapter on the ancient Wu and Vedic roots through this final chapter on Tibet's 1959 exile should now recognize that the specific transformations examined in this section, however recent and however well documented compared to the earlier transformations this book has traced, represent not a departure from this book's central thesis but its clearest, most directly verifiable confirmation. These traditions have never stopped merging, adapting, and finding new confluence, and the versions available to a contemporary Western reader today represent simply the most recent stage of a process that began, as this book's opening chapter established, more than 3,000 years ago. With this examination of Chinese medicine's post-1972 opening and Tibetan Buddhism's post-1959 exile-driven internationalization, this book completes its account of Part 5, the global diaspora, having now traced how each of the major traditions examined throughout this history, Yoga through Vivekananda and subsequently Krishnamacharya's students, Reiki through Takata, Chinese Qigong and traditional Chinese medicine through the 1970s diplomatic opening, and Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism through the 1959 exile, reached Western audiences through distinct, specific, individually traceable historical channels, each involving genuine creative adaptation by the specific individuals and circumstances responsible for the transmission, rather than through any single unified process of ancient wisdom simply becoming globally available without alteration or historical particularity. This book's final part now turns to the task its introduction promised from the very beginning. Drawing together every thread this history has traced, from the three ancient roots examined in Part 1, through the great systemization and the great merging examined in Parts 2 and 3, through the modern consolidation and global diaspora examined in Parts 4 and 5, into a single comparative examination of how chakras, dantians, meridians, nadis, and the Vajrayana subtle body each independently describe what may be the same underlying territory, before closing with practical guidance for how this book's readers can begin testing, for themselves, which of the many paths this history has documented might be worth walking further, setting the stage directly for the companion volume on the energy body this entire series has been building towards since this book's very first chapter. Chapter 22, The Shape of the Hand. This chapter opens part 6 of this book, The Common Thread, turning to the first of 2 cross-cutting chapters this book promised at the close of its chapter outline many chapters ago. Mudra, the specific hand gesture technology this book has now encountered, in passing, across nearly every tradition examined throughout its full historical sweep, from Vedic ritual gesture through Mikyo Buddhist practice to Vajrayana completion stage visualization. This chapter draws these scattered references together into a single, direct examination of mudra as a genuinely shared technology, tracing its independent and convergent development across Hindu, Buddhist, and Shugendō-adjacent Japanese tradition, and asking directly what this remarkable cross-cultural persistence suggests about the human body's own role as a vehicle for spiritual technology. The word mudra itself derives from Sanskrit, generally translated as seal, sign, or gesture, and its earliest documented ritual use appears within the Vedic tradition examined in this book's opening chapters, where specific hand positions accompanied the precise recitation of mantra during fire sacrifice and other ritual procedure, understood as a necessary component of correct ritual performance alongside correct verbal recitation, in keeping with the multi-level model of ritual efficacy, correct meaning, correct sound, and correct physical form, this book identified in its early chapter on Vedic mantra technology. This early ritual gestural practice would go on to develop enormously in scope and sophistication across the many centuries and many traditions this book has subsequently traced, but its basic underlying logic, that specific configurations of the hands and fingers carry direct, non-arbitrary connection to specific spiritual states, deities, or cosmic forces, rather than functioning merely as symbolic or decorative accompaniment to verbal or mental practice, remained remarkably consistent across every subsequent tradition this book has examined. Classical Indian dance and dramatic performance developed mudra technology in a direction distinct from, though related to, its purely ritual application, with texts including the Natya Shastra, an ancient treatise on dramatic and performing arts likely compiled sometime in the first several centuries of the Common Era, cataloging an extensive vocabulary of hand gestures used to convey specific emotional states, narrative content, and characters within classical Indian dance and theater. This performative, communicative application of mudra deserves mention because it illustrates a genuinely important point this chapter wants to establish clearly. Mudra as a technology exists on a spectrum, from the purely ritual and cosmologically freighted gestures examined in this book's chapters on Tantra and Vajrayana Buddhism, through the more purely communicative and aesthetic application found in classical dance, without any absolute, uncrossable boundary separating these different registers of use, since even the most purely artistic performative mudra typically retains at least some trace connection to the deeper ritual and cosmological vocabulary from which it ultimately derives. The tantric elaboration of mudra technology, examined in this book's earlier chapter on Hindu and Buddhist Tantra, deserves particular attention here, because it represents the point at which mudra practice achieved its most technically systematic and cosmologically integrated development. Tantric ritual practice, in both its Hindu and Buddhist forms, employs an extensive vocabulary of specific mudras, each associated with specific deities, specific qualities or powers, and specific stages within a given ritual sequence, understood, in keeping with this book's earlier discussion of tantric ritual technology, as functioning alongside mantra and visualization as one of 3 integrated components, gesture, sound, and mental image, together constituting the full technical apparatus through which a tantric practitioner invokes, embodies, or communicates with a specific deity or cosmic principle. This 3-part integration of gesture, sound, and visualization, appearing with remarkable consistency across the tantric material this book examined in its earlier chapters on Hindu Tantra and Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism, represents one of the most technically sophisticated and thoroughly documented applications of mudra technology examined anywhere in the traditions this book has surveyed. Buddhist iconography more broadly, extending beyond the specifically tantric context just examined, developed its own extensive and remarkably stable vocabulary of mudras associated with depictions of the Buddha and various other enlightened figures, a vocabulary this book's readers have likely encountered even without necessarily recognizing its technical name. In the countless Buddhist statues and paintings found across the many countries and centuries this book has surveyed throughout its account of Buddhism spread from India through Central Asia, China, Tibet, and Japan. The Bhumi Sparsha Mudra, depicting the Buddha's hand touching the earth, commemorating the moment of his enlightenment when he called the earth itself to witness his attainment, and the Dhyana Mudra, depicting the hands resting in the lap in a specific configuration associated with meditative absorption, represent two of the most widely recognized examples of this iconographic vocabulary, appearing with remarkable visual consistency across Buddhist art produced in cultures separated by vast geographic distance and centuries of independent development, testifying to the genuinely durable, widely transmitted character of this specific gestural vocabulary as it spread alongside Buddhism itself along every transmission route this book has traced across its account of the Great Merging. This chapter's earlier chapters on Japan deserve direct recall here, because Japanese esoteric Buddhist and Shugendō adjacent tradition represents, in this book's assessment, one of the clearest cases of mudra technology's full cross-cultural integration examined anywhere in this history. This book's earlier chapter on Kuji-kiri traced how a Chinese Taoist protective incantation became fused, upon its transmission into Japan, with mudra technology already well established within Mikyo Buddhist ritual practice, itself inherited from the broader Indian and Central Asian Tantric tradition this book has traced across multiple earlier chapters. This specific historical fusion, examined in considerable detail in that earlier chapter, stands as this book's clearest documented case of mudra technology functioning as a genuinely portable technical vocabulary, capable of being combined with verbal and conceptual material originating from an entirely different cultural and linguistic tradition, Chinese Taoist incantation, while retaining its own distinct, recognizable gestural structure, inherited ultimately from Indian ritual practice examined many chapters earlier in this book. It is worth addressing directly, before this chapter closes, why mudra technology in particular appears to have proven so remarkably portable and durable across the many centuries and many traditions this book has surveyed, considerably more so, this chapter suggests, than many of the more elaborate cosmological or doctrinal frameworks within which specific mudra practices were originally embedded. Gesture, unlike spoken mantra, requires no shared spoken language to transmit or to learn, meaning a teacher and student separated by linguistic difference, a genuinely common circumstance throughout the cross-cultural transmission history this book has documented across its many chapters on the Great Merging and the global diaspora, could nonetheless transmit gestural technique through direct physical demonstration and imitation, considerably more reliably than the precise phonetic transmission Vedic mantra technology, examined in this book's early chapters, required and achieved only through extraordinarily rigorous specialized training. This practical, cross-linguistic portability, combined with the deep, cross-culturally convergent conviction this book has now documented repeatedly, that the body itself, not merely the voice or the mind, serves as a genuine and necessary vehicle for spiritual technology, offers this chapter's best explanation for why mudra practice appears, in one form or another, in essentially every tradition this book has examined across its full historical sweep from ancient Vedic India to contemporary Japanese Shugendō practice. It is worth addressing directly, before this chapter closes, a specific methodological question this book's cross-cutting treatment of mudra raises for the first time as explicitly as it does here. Whether tracing a single technical element, in this case hand gesture, across many distinct traditions risks flattening genuinely important differences between those traditions in service of this book's broader convergence thesis. This is a fair concern, and this chapter addresses it directly rather than setting it aside. The specific meaning, cosmological context, and appropriate ritual use of a given mudra genuinely differs, sometimes considerably, between a Vedic fire sacrifice, a Vajrayana deity yoga practice, and a Shugendō mountain retreat, and this chapter does not claim these differences are unimportant or that a mudra performed in one tradition is straightforwardly interchangeable with a superficially similar gesture performed in another. What this chapter does claim, and what it believes the historical record examined across this book's preceding chapters supports, is that the underlying technical principle, that specific, precisely formed configurations of the hands carry genuine, non-arbitrary spiritual efficacy when combined with appropriate sound and mental focus, represents a genuine point of convergence worth the reader's attention, even as the specific content poured into that shared technical structure varies considerably from tradition to tradition. Readers should hold both observations simultaneously. Real convergence at the level of underlying technical principle, alongside real, meaningful difference at the level of specific cosmological content and appropriate ritual context, a both-and posture this book has tried to model throughout its entire comparative project rather than collapsing into either uncritical universalism or an equally uncritical insistence that no meaningful comparison across traditions is ever possible. One final observation belongs here, connecting mudra technology directly forward to the practical purpose this entire series has been building towards since this book's introduction. Of all the specific technologies this book has examined across its full historical sweep, mudra practice stands out as among the most immediately accessible to a beginning practitioner, requiring no specialized equipment, no extended period of prior training comparable to what disciplined breath retention or advanced visualization practice typically demands, and no dependence on a specific language or textual tradition a practitioner must first master. A specific hand position can be learned through direct observation and immediate imitation, practiced anywhere, and combined, as this chapter has shown, with mantra or simple focused intention even by a practitioner still early in their broader study of any specific tradition examined throughout this book. This accessibility, this chapter suggests, is worth the reader's particular attention as this book's remaining chapters move toward their promised practical guidance, since a technology this portable, this well documented across so many independent traditions, and this low in barrier to initial engagement represents an unusually promising starting point for exactly the kind of direct, personal testing this book's introduction identified as its reader's proper next step. It is also worth noting, briefly, the specific case of martial arts hand seals and combat gesture, since this book's earlier chapter on Kujikiri already touched on the considerable popular confusion surrounding gesture technology in a martial context. Several traditional Chinese and Japanese martial arts incorporate specific hand and finger positions understood to concentrate or direct physical and, within the tradition's own framework, energetic force during combat technique. A martial application of gestural technology this chapter has not examined in detail but that readers should recognize as a further branch of the same broad mudra-adjacent family this chapter has surveyed, extending the underlying principle of precise, non-arbitrary hand configuration from purely contemplative and ritual application into physical combat application as well, a further testament to how thoroughly this specific technology permeated the various cultures this book has traced across its full historical sweep. The next chapter turns to this book's second cross-cutting thread, examining possession and channeling practices across the Wu shamanic tradition, Japanese Shugendo, and certain tantric currents, tracing a technology considerably older and, in important respects, considerably more contested than the gestural technology examined in this chapter, but one this book's readers should now recognize as sharing the same fundamentally embodied, cross-culturally convergent character this chapter has documented regarding mudra. Chapter 23, When the Gods Speak Through Us. This chapter turns to this book's second cross-cutting thread, examining possession and channeling practices across the Wu shamanic tradition of ancient China, Japanese Shugendo and its associated folk religious practice, and certain currents within Hindu and Buddhist Tantra, drawing together material this book has already introduced separately across several earlier chapters into a single, direct comparative examination of what may be the single most ancient and most consistently recurring technology examined anywhere in this entire history, the deliberate, disciplined displacement of ordinary consciousness to allow a spirit, deity, or other non-ordinary presence to speak or act directly through the practitioner's own body. This book's opening chapter on the Wu tradition of ancient China established possession as one of two fundamental models this history would trace throughout its subsequent chapters, contrasted directly with the more technician-oriented model of directed ritual power examined in that same chapter's treatment of Vedic mantra technology. The Wu practitioner, entering trance through rhythmic dance, drumming, or sustained physical exertion, was understood by the tradition to become a genuine vessel, temporarily displaced by an ancestral spirit or deity who then spoke, moved, or acted directly through the medium's body, delivering messages, performing healing, or providing guidance unavailable through ordinary divination or waking consultation alone. This model, examined in detail in this book's opening chapters, represents one of the two earliest documented spiritual technologies traced anywhere in this history, and this chapter now returns to it directly, tracing its persistence and transformation across the subsequent traditions this book has examined. Japanese folk religious practice, considerably beyond the more institutionally formalized Shugendo and Inmyoto traditions examined in this book's earlier chapters, maintained its own robust and continuous tradition of spirit possession and mediumship throughout the centuries this book has traced, particularly associated with a category of practitioners generally referred to as Miko, female shrine attendants and mediums whose role, in its earliest and most ritually significant form, involved direct spirit possession and oracular speech on behalf of a specific kami, a role this book's readers should recognize as directly continuous with the ancient Japanese religious landscape examined in this book's early chapter on pre-Buddhist Japan, where kami veneration and direct communication with the unseen forces populating the Japanese landscape formed the foundational religious technology of the entire tradition. The considerable historical persistence of Miko practice across the many centuries of subsequent Buddhist influence and institutional transformation examined throughout this book's chapters on Japan testifies to the same deep durability this book's previous chapter identified regarding mudra technology, in this case applied to a considerably more ancient and, in certain respects, more consistently controversial technology of direct spirit embodiment. Turning to the tantric material this book examined in earlier chapters on Hindu and Buddhist Tantra, possession and embodiment technology reappears in a specifically tantric register through deity yoga, the systematic practice, central to advanced Vajrayana Buddhist practice examined in this book's chapter on Tibet, in which a practitioner does not merely visualize a specific tantric deity as an external object of devotion but deliberately cultivates the direct, embodied experience of actually being that deity, adopting the deity's specific posture, mudra, mantra, and visualized form so completely and so sustainably that the ordinary boundary between practitioner and deity is understood, within the tradition's own advanced theoretical framework, to dissolve entirely, at least temporarily, during the period of formal practice. This chapter wants to draw direct attention to the structural continuity between this sophisticated tantric technology and the considerably older, less doctrinally elaborate possession practice of the ancient Chinese Wu and Japanese Miko examined earlier in this chapter, because the underlying mechanism, in each case, involves the practitioner's ordinary sense of bounded individual identity giving way, through disciplined technique, to direct embodiment of a presence or identity understood as originating from beyond ordinary individual selfhood, whether that presence is understood as an ancestral spirit, a territorial kami, or a fully enlightened tantric deity. It is worth addressing directly, in keeping with this book's consistent method throughout, the genuine complexity and, in some historical and contemporary contexts, genuine danger associated with possession-based spiritual practice, a complexity this chapter would be doing its readers a disservice to minimize or romanticize. Spirit possession phenomena, examined not only within the specifically religious traditions this book has surveyed but also within the broader cross-cultural anthropological and, more recently, clinical psychological literature studying dissociative and trance states, can occur in both disciplined, intentionally cultivated forms, the primary subject of this chapter and of this book more broadly, and in involuntary, distressing forms that traditional cultures across the world, including several examined throughout this book, have historically understood as requiring exorcism or other therapeutic intervention rather than representing a desirable spiritual attainment. This book's earlier chapter on institutional Taoist ritual magic examined exactly this therapeutic, exorcistic application of ritual technology, addressing what the tradition understood as unwanted or hostile possession through talismanic and invocational technique. The distinction between disciplined, intentionally cultivated embodiment practice, pursued within a careful, teacher-guided, ritually bounded context, and involuntary, distressing, or destabilizing experience requiring therapeutic rather than developmental response, represents a genuinely important distinction this book asks its readers to hold with real seriousness, particularly given this entire series' stated intention, established in this book's introduction, of eventually offering practical guidance toward direct experiential practice in its companion volume on the energy body. Readers experiencing anything resembling unwanted or distressing altered states of consciousness, dissociation, or a felt loss of control over their own identity or behavior should understand this as a matter warranting consultation with a qualified mental health professional, not as raw material for spiritual experimentation, a caution this book states directly and without qualification before its account of possession technology concludes. It is worth adding one further comparative dimension before this chapter turns to its closing observations, concerning the specific social position possession-based practitioners have occupied across the traditions this book has examined, a pattern worth drawing together explicitly here even though this book has touched on pieces of it separately in earlier chapters. This book's opening chapters noted that Wu practice in ancient China was not restricted by gender in the way later, more thoroughly Confucianized Chinese institutions would come to restrict formal religious authority. This chapter's own treatment of Japanese Miko similarly noted the historically prominent role women played in mediumship and direct spirit communication within Japanese folk religious practice. And this book's earlier chapter on Tantra noted the historically significant, if historically underemphasized, role of female practitioners, yoginis and dakinis, within the transmission and development of tantric practice more broadly. This recurring pattern, possession-based and embodiment-centered spiritual technology providing women a path to religious authority and direct spiritual practice in cultural contexts where more textually or institutionally centered forms of religious authority often remained considerably more restricted by gender, represents a genuinely significant social dimension of the technology this chapter has examined, worth naming directly as this book's readers consider the fuller human context within which possession and embodiment practice has actually been lived and practiced across the many centuries and many cultures this book has surveyed. With this important caution stated clearly, this chapter can return to its central comparative observation, which is that disciplined, intentionally cultivated possession and embodiment technology represents one of the most consistently recurring themes across this book's entire historical survey, appearing independently in ancient China, in ancient and continuing Japanese folk religious practice, and in the sophisticated tantric deity yoga of Vajrayana Buddhism, alongside less prominent but genuinely present possession-adjacent elements this book has noted in passing within certain Vedic ritual contexts and within specific left-hand tantric Hindu practice examined in this book's earlier chapter on Tantra. This consistency, appearing across traditions with little or no direct historical contact during their earliest, most independently developed periods, stands as this book's final and perhaps most striking piece of evidence for the broader argument its opening chapter first proposed, that human beings, across profoundly different cultures and profoundly different historical circumstances, appear to converge repeatedly on broadly similar technologies for accessing states of consciousness and experience that ordinary, undisciplined waking life does not typically provide, a convergence this book has traced now across 23 chapters and that its final 2 chapters will draw together into a single, unified comparative picture before turning to the practical guidance this entire book has been building toward from its very first page. It is worth closing this chapter with one further comparative observation drawing together the 2 cross-cutting chapters this section of the book has now completed. Mudra, examined in the previous chapter, and possession, examined in this chapter, represent, in a genuine sense, opposite ends of a single spectrum of embodied spiritual technology this book has traced throughout its entire historical survey. Mudra represents the technician's approach at its most refined, a precisely controlled, deliberately shaped physical form through which the practitioner directs spiritual power while remaining fully, continuously themselves throughout the practice. Possession represents the vessel's approach at its most complete, a deliberate, disciplined surrender of ordinary bounded selfhood to allow a presence understood as originating beyond the practitioner's own ordinary identity to act directly. This book's opening chapter identified exactly this distinction, technician versus vessel, as one of the 2 fundamental models running throughout the entire history this book has traced, and it is worth this book's readers recognizing that most of the specific traditions examined across the intervening chapters actually combine both approaches in varying proportion, rather than adopting one model to the complete exclusion of the other, a genuine both and complexity worth carrying forward as this book's final 2 chapters draw its entire comparative argument to a close. The next chapter turns to that unified comparative picture directly, laying the chakras of Hindu and Buddhist Tantra, the dantians of Chinese Nidan, the meridians of traditional Chinese medicine, the nadis of the broader Indian subtle body tradition, and the Tummo-associated channels of Tibetan Vajrayana side by side, asking directly what these independently developed systems share, and what that sharing suggests about the underlying territory each may be attempting, through its own specific cultural vocabulary, to map. Chapter 24, One Body, Many Maps. This chapter turns to the comparative task this book's introduction promised from its very first pages, laying the chakras of Hindu and Buddhist Tantra, the dantians of Chinese Nidan, the meridians of traditional Chinese medicine, the nadis of the broader Indian subtle body tradition, and the channel system underlying Tibetan Vajrayana practices including Tummo side by side, examining each system on its own historically documented terms before asking directly what their considerable structural convergence suggests about the underlying territory each may be attempting, through its own specific cultural vocabulary, to map. It is worth restating clearly, before this chapter's direct comparison begins, the specific historical origin this book has already established for each of these 5 systems across its preceding chapters, since precision here matters considerably for the honest comparative work this chapter undertakes. The chakra and nadi system, examined in this book's chapter on Tantra, achieved its familiar systematized form primarily within Tantric literature developing from roughly the 5th century of the Common Era onward, considerably later than the earlier Vedic material examined in this book's opening chapters, though drawing on the older concept of prana this book traced to Ayurvedic medical theory in an early chapter. The Dantian system, examined in this book's chapters on Nidan, developed within Chinese internal alchemical practice from roughly the medieval period onward, drawing on the independently developed Jing, Qi, and Shen framework this book traced to the Buddhist-Taoist synthesis examined several chapters ago. The meridian system underlying acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine more broadly traces to considerably older Chinese medical texts, including the Huangdi Neijing referenced in this book's earlier chapter on Nidan, developing along its own trajectory substantially independent of, though later intersecting with, the specifically alchemical Dantian framework. And the Vajrayana channel system underlying Tummo and related completion stage practices, examined in this book's chapter on Tibet, developed within Tibetan Tantric Buddhism from roughly the 11th century onward, drawing directly on the Indian Tantric Nadi and Chakra system while developing its own distinct terminology and technical elaboration within the specific Tibetan context. With this historical grounding restated, this chapter can turn to direct structural comparison. Each of these 5 systems describes a network of channels through which some form of vital substance, prana, qi, or their close conceptual relatives, circulates throughout the body, generally understood to concentrate at specific nodal points along this channel network, chakras, dantians, or acupuncture points depending on the specific tradition, where therapeutic, meditative, or ritual intervention can most directly influence the broader system's overall function and balance. Each system further associates specific channels or specific nodal points with specific psychological, spiritual, or physiological functions, ranging from the elemental and psychological correspondences of the Tantric chakra system, through the alchemical stages of refinement associated with the Nidan Dantians, to the specific organ and physiological function associations of traditional Chinese medicine's meridian system. And each system, notably, describes a central channel or central axis, the Sushumna of the Tantric Nadi system, the central channel emphasized in Vajrayana completion stage practice, and, in a somewhat less centrally singular but still structurally significant form, the vertical axis connecting the 3 primary dantians in Nidan theory, running roughly along the spine and understood, across each of these systems independently, as the primary pathway along which the most advanced and most transformative practice occurs. This chapter must address directly, with the same careful calibration this book has applied to every comparative claim examined throughout its preceding chapters, exactly what this structural convergence does and does not establish. It does not establish that these systems are describing literally identical anatomical structures in the sense a modern biomedical anatomist would recognize, since direct physical searches for structures corresponding precisely to chakras, meridians, or nadis have not yielded findings modern biomedical science treats as conclusively establishing such structures as anatomically distinct entities in the manner of, for instance, the nervous or circulatory systems these traditional systems are sometimes loosely compared to. This book takes no position, consistent with its stated method throughout, on unresolved questions properly belonging to ongoing scientific investigation rather than to historical and comparative religious scholarship. What this chapter's comparison does establish, with considerably greater confidence, is that multiple human civilizations, developing largely independently across many centuries, converged repeatedly on a broadly similar conceptual architecture for organizing and describing subjective, felt experience of the body during disciplined contemplative and energetic practice, a felt sense of channels or pathways along which something moves, concentrated at specific points where practice seems to matter most, organized along a central vertical axis of particular significance. This convergence in subjective, experientially derived mapping, even absent confirmed convergence in objective anatomical structure, represents itself a genuinely significant finding, suggesting that whatever these systems are mapping, whether primarily physiological, primarily psychological, primarily a structured way of organizing attention during contemplative practice, or some combination of all 3, appears to be a genuine, replicable feature of sustained human contemplative experience rather than an arbitrary cultural invention specific to any single tradition. It is worth drawing out several of the more specific points of convergence this book has already flagged in passing across its earlier chapters, gathering them together here for the reader's direct comparative benefit. This book's chapter on Ayurveda noted the striking structural parallel between Indian Marma points and Chinese acupuncture and martial arts striking points, both describing a finite, specifically located set of points where vital energy concentrates and where both therapeutic and harmful intervention becomes possible. This book's chapter on Nidan noted the shared staged, sequential architecture linking Patanjali's 8 limbs, Nidan's 3-stage refinement process, and the South Indian Siddha tradition's own internal alchemical staging, each describing progressively subtler stages of practice building upon a securely established foundation. And this book's chapters on both mudra and possession technology, examined in the 2 immediately preceding chapters, documented the remarkably consistent conviction, appearing across every tradition this book has surveyed, that the body itself, not merely verbal formula or mental concept alone, serves as a necessary and irreducible vehicle for the most advanced and most transformative spiritual practice each tradition describes. Taken together, these convergences, chakras and dantians and meridians and nadis all describing broadly similar channel and node architecture, Marma points and acupuncture points both mapping a finite set of specifically located power points, Patanjali and Nidan and Siddha tradition all describing staged, foundation-first practice, and mudra and possession technology both appearing independently across every culture this book has surveyed, constitute this book's strongest cumulative case for the thesis its introduction proposed at the very outset, that Eastern mysticism, properly understood, represents not a collection of arbitrary, culturally specific belief systems each describing a different imagined reality, but rather a set of independently developed technologies, each attempting, with the specific conceptual and linguistic tools available within its own particular culture and historical moment, to map and work with what may be a single, shared underlying territory of human embodied and contemplative experience. It is worth adding one further, more cautionary observation before this chapter closes, addressing directly a way this comparative convergence could be misused if taken too far by an insufficiently careful reader. The genuine structural convergence this chapter has documented across 5 independently developed systems should not be read as license to treat these systems as fully interchangeable, such that a practitioner could freely substitute chakra terminology for dantian terminology, or meridian theory for nadi theory, without loss of meaning or coherence. Each system, as this chapter's opening review of historical origin emphasized, developed within its own specific textual, ritual, and cosmological context, and each carries specific technical detail, sequencing, and associated practice that does not translate cleanly or automatically into the vocabulary of a different system, however structurally similar the 2 systems' broad architecture may be. A practitioner seriously pursuing chakra-based tantric practice benefits from engaging that system on its own terms, with its own specific sequence, its own specific associated deities and seed syllables, and its own specific textual and teacher-guided tradition, rather than casually blending it with dantian or meridian terminology drawn from an entirely separate Chinese system developed under entirely separate historical circumstances. This book's comparative observation, that these systems appear to be independently mapping a broadly similar underlying territory, is offered as a historically and comparatively interesting finding worth the reader's serious attention, not as an invitation to construct an undisciplined, internally incoherent personal synthesis that respects none of the specific traditions it draws from. The chaos mystic approach this book's introduction and its broader project have already acknowledged as a valid personal orientation still requires, in this book's assessment, genuine depth of engagement with whichever specific system a practitioner ultimately chooses to pursue, rather than a shallow, terminology blending eclecticism that engages fully with none of them. It is worth closing this chapter with a final reflection on what this comparative exercise has actually accomplished, and what it has deliberately left undone, before this book's final chapter turns to practical guidance. This chapter has not attempted to construct a single, unified master system merging chakras, dantians, meridians, and nadis into one grand synthesis, a project some popular contemporary energy work literature has attempted with varying degrees of rigor and, in this book's assessment, varying degrees of success. This book has instead attempted something more modest and, it believes, more honest. Documenting where genuine structural convergence exists, documenting where genuine, historically grounded difference remains, and trusting its readers, equipped with this accurate comparative picture, to draw their own conclusions about what that convergence and that difference might mean, rather than having those conclusions handed to them prepackaged. This restraint reflects the same commitment to evidence over advocacy this book's introduction established as its guiding method on its very first page, and it is worth this book's readers recognizing that this restraint has been a deliberate choice throughout, not a failure of nerve or a reluctance to draw conclusions this book's evidence could support. This book's final chapter now turns directly to the practical question this entire comparative history has been building toward. Given everything this book has traced across its full 24 preceding chapters, how should a reader actually go about testing which of these many paths, and which of their many specific technical practices, chakra work, Dantian cultivation, meridian-based breathing practice, nadi purification, mudra, or disciplined embodiment technique, might be worth pursuing further in their own direct experience, setting the stage for the companion volume on the energy body this entire series has been building toward from its very first page. Chapter 25. Choosing Your Route. This final chapter closes the book its introduction opened by promising a history thorough enough that its readers could, having finished it, begin testing for themselves which of the many paths this book has documented might be worth walking further. 24 chapters have now traced the full arc of that history, from the three ancient roots of Vedic India, Wu-era China, and pre-Buddhist Japan, through the Great Systemization and the Great Merging, through modern consolidation and the global diaspora, to the comparative examination of shared structure this book's previous chapter completed. This chapter does not introduce new historical material. It offers, instead, a framework for how a reader might actually begin the testing this entire book has been preparing them for, and it closes by pointing directly toward the companion volume this series has promised from its very first page. The first and most important piece of guidance this chapter can offer is one this book has already modeled, in its own method, across every one of its preceding chapters. Separate the lineage claim from the practice itself, and evaluate each on its own appropriate terms. This book has shown, repeatedly, that a tradition's own account of its age and origin frequently diverges from what the documented historical record can support, from Bodhidharma's uncertain biography to Qigong's mid-20th century invention to Reiki's considerable accumulated legend. None of this divergence, this book has argued throughout, diminishes a practice's potential value to a sincere practitioner. What it does is free the practitioner from needing to believe an inflated historical claim in order to justify serious engagement with the practice itself. A reader drawn to Reiki does not need to believe it descends from ancient Tibet to find genuine value in Usui's actual, well-documented 20th century synthesis of Buddhist ethical training and hands-on energy transmission. A reader drawn to Qigong does not need to believe in an unbroken 5,000-year lineage to take seriously the genuinely ancient component practices, Daoyin stretching, Nidan breath cultivation, that Lu Guizhen and his successors gathered into that modern label. Testing a path means testing the practice, not adjudicating the marketing. The second piece of guidance follows directly from the staged, foundation-first architecture this book identified as a recurring pattern across nearly every tradition it examined, from Patanjali's 8 limbs through Nidan's 3-stage refinement through the Siddha tradition's own internal alchemy. Every one of these systems insists that a practitioner establish genuine competence at an earlier, more foundational stage before advancing to more demanding technique. This book asks its readers to take that insistence seriously as practical guidance rather than as ritual formality. A reader beginning to test any of the paths this book has surveyed should expect to spend real, sustained time with foundational practice, breath, posture, simple gesture, before pursuing the more advanced technical content this book has described in its chapters on Tumo, Phowa, or advanced tantric deity yoga. This is not gatekeeping for its own sake. It reflects a pattern this book found independently, repeatedly, across traditions with no contact with one another, and a convergence documented that consistently deserves the same respect this book has extended to every other convergence it has traced. The third piece of guidance concerns direct, honest record-keeping, a practice this book has not yet discussed directly but that follows naturally from everything this book's introduction established about its own evidentiary method. A reader testing a specific practice, whether a particular mudra, a specific breath pattern, or a period of sustained meditation, benefits from keeping some direct record of what actually occurs. Physical sensation, emotional shift, any unusual experience, dated and described in the practitioner's own words before memory has the chance to reshape the account into something more dramatic or more confirming than what actually happened. This book has shown, across its treatment of nearly every founding figure it examined, how quickly a genuine experience can accumulate embellishment through retelling. Usui's mountain retreat, Krishnamacharya's claimed Tibetan study, Bodhidharma's legendary later biography. A practitioner keeping their own honest, dated record protects themselves from exactly this same process of accumulating embellishment applied to their own experience, preserving something closer to the actual data a reality scientist's approach requires. The fourth and final piece of guidance concerns the choice between depth and breadth, a genuine tension this book's own structure has necessarily created by surveying so many distinct traditions across its preceding chapters. This book's previous chapter warned directly against an undisciplined, terminology-blending eclecticism that engages seriously with no single tradition. That warning stands, and this chapter reinforces it directly. Having surveyed this book's full historical range, a reader ready to move from study into practice generally benefits considerably more from choosing one or two specific traditions for sustained, teacher-guided engagement than from attempting to simultaneously practice chakra work, Dantian cultivation, meridian theory, and tantric deity yoga without depth in any of them. The chaos mystic's willingness to explore whatever path calls to a given seeker, a genuinely valid orientation this book has referenced without dismissing, is not the same thing as shallow simultaneous dabbling across every tradition at once. It means exploring broadly at the level of study, exactly as this book has modeled across its own 24 preceding chapters, before committing seriously and deeply to specific practice, one root at a time, allowing direct experience with that root to determine whether and how a reader moves toward a second. It is worth adding a fifth and final consideration here, one this book has not directly addressed until this closing chapter but that follows naturally from the entire comparative project this book has undertaken: the question of finding a qualified teacher, and what qualification should actually mean to a reader now equipped with this book's historical grounding. Every tradition this book has surveyed, without exception, insists on teacher-guided transmission at some stage of serious practice, whether that transmission takes the form of a Vedic priest correcting a student's mantric pronunciation, a Chan master presenting a koan, a Nedan text's deliberately coded language requiring a qualified guide to unlock, or a Vajrayana Lama authorizing advanced completion stage practice only after confirming a student's readiness. A reader now equipped with this book's history is considerably better positioned to evaluate a prospective teacher's own claims than a reader encountering these traditions without this grounding. A teacher who presents an implausibly ancient, unbroken lineage for a practice this book has shown to be considerably more recent and more historically particular deserves the same careful scrutiny this book has applied throughout to popular legend. A teacher who welcomes direct questions about specific historical claims, and who can speak honestly about what is well documented versus what remains traditional belief, deserves correspondingly greater trust. This book cannot evaluate any specific teacher on its reader's behalf, but it can leave its readers with exactly the evaluative tools this final piece of guidance describes. This book's readers now stand, in a genuine sense, exactly where its introduction promised they would, equipped with an accurate, carefully sourced map of where every major tradition of Eastern mysticism actually came from, how it actually developed, and how it actually reached the form available to a practitioner today. This map does not tell any reader which specific route to choose. That choice belongs, as this book's introduction stated on its very first page, to each reader's own testing, their own direct experience, and their own honest evaluation of what proves genuinely valuable in their own life. What this book has tried to provide is the ground truth necessary for that testing to actually be testing, rather than in critical acceptance of whatever claim happens to arrive with the most confident marketing. Before this book turns to that final handoff, it is worth pausing on what this entire 25-chapter project has actually demonstrated, taken as a whole, because the cumulative weight of the evidence matters more than any single chapter's individual finding. This book opened with a claim that Eastern mysticism is best understood as a river system, three ancient headwaters merging and remerging across 3,000 years of documented human history, rather than as a collection of separate, static traditions each frozen at some imagined moment of pure origin. 24 chapters of specific historical evidence, drawn from oracle bones, Vedic hymns, Taoist alchemical manuals, Japanese memorial stones, and 20th-century Chinese medical institutes, have now supported that claim at every turn. Every tradition this book examined proved, on close historical inspection, to be a confluence rather than a spring. Chan Buddhism confluent with Taoist philosophy, Shugendo confluent with Mikkyo Buddhism and native Kami veneration, Qigong confluent with a dozen centuries of scattered Taoist and medical practice finally gathered under a single 20th century state-sponsored name. This is not a story of decline from some purer ancient state. It is the actual, documented shape of how living spiritual tradition has always worked, in every culture this book examined, across every century this book traced. This book closes here, but the series it opens does not. The companion volume this entire project has been building toward, covering the invisible energy body in the most detailed treatment this project can produce, takes up directly where this history leaves off, offering the glossary of energy body systems, the comparative practical framework, and the 100 exercises this series has promised from its earliest planning, each one now grounded in the accurate historical understanding this book has spent 25 chapters establishing. Readers who have followed this history from the ancient Wu shamans and Vedic rishis of its opening chapters to the closing comparative synthesis of its previous chapter are now ready for that companion volume in a way no reader encountering the practical material cold could be. They know where chakras actually came from, and when. They know that Qigong is a 20th century word attached to genuinely ancient practice. They know that Reiki's real history is more interesting, not less, than its popular legend. They know that every tradition this book has surveyed insists on the same foundational discipline before advancing to its more demanding technique. And they know, above all, that the actual purpose of everything this book has traced across its full historical sweep, from three ancient roots through a great merging through a global diaspora to a single shared underlying territory, is not belief. It is testing. The map is now complete. The walking begins in the volume that follows.